why you never wanna come down.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng Zeta Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa mo.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Kiudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-i-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na ako for Team Secret. So, kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako eh.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabi lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チームメイトとのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手への対策だったり結構勉強になって、確かに全勝したチームと比べたら得るものは少なかったかもしれないですけど、自分のためチームのためみたいな必要なことが分かった年でした。 まあその新しく入ったシギャル組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you world. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。まあ、エージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつも、まあ、サブ IGL するかしないかみたいな。
まあ元気があって結構明るい性格なんで、
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネッさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど、一緒にふざけたりとか、なんか面白い人だなって思ってます。
チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で、 1v2 とか 1v3 になった途端に本領発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데, 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるようなプレーをして、かつ、味方の士気を上げるようなコミュニケーションを取れるようにしたいなと思っています。
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたら、もう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験値とか知識とかを結構みんなに共有してくれるんで、そういった部分では助かってますね。
エイムも強いし、頭も1番か2番ぐらいにいいレベルで優秀なプレイヤーです。
샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데,
フィジカルも強くて、持っているピックプールが広くて、かなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는 원래는 일본 팀에서 플레이를 하다 오는 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다.
目指すはもちろんナンバーワンなんですけど、その簡単にいくと思ってないんで。
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで、
他のチームと比べてメンバーも変わったし、
멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데,
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し合って一つとして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、
最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
I think we had some good runs in the beginning of the year.
ตอนแรกก็คาดหวังไว้เยอะครับกับหลังจากที่เห็นไลน์อัพมาก็คาดหวังไว้สูงเลยว่าอาจจะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนไปมาสเตอร์อะไรอย่างงี้แต่ก็ผลก็ไม่ได้เป็นตามที่คาดหวังไว้
I think it all came down to teamwork. One of the core values that we really liked when we work as a team is how we could be more vocal about each other, but it didn't really happen as much in the previous squad. That's why we look towards having a mixed roster. Some agree, a lot of people disagree. There's no better time to prove ourselves than now.
I know a lot of people in Pacific are probably unfamiliar with me and they see me as like, you know, I came from Challengers, Tier 2 and A, right?
Even though he came from like a Tier 2 team, I think his comms, ideas, and everything is on par with other Tier 1 pros.
The way he plays is very off the books.
I definitely think I'm smarter than most duelists. Actively reading the game. I'm looking at orbs, ults, I'm looking at tendencies. It's good to have a duelist that, you know, thinks
out of game. He likes to disturb Ban.
Governor and Ban, to me, both of them are like brothers.
It was my idea to bring him here. I'm really happy he's here. He surprised me a lot, especially in the practice when it comes to like focuses and what we want to work on.
Sharing how much work you need as a team to get to that level, I think is super important.
จริงผมว่าชอบแบนสุดเลยนะแต่ก็อยากคุยกับเขาแหละแต่เรื่องภาษาด้วยก็คุยไม่รู้เรื่องแต่ก็ในเกมก็ผมคิดว่าเขาใจเย็นดีแล้วก็อ่านเกมได้ขาด
Shid, mechanically, is probably the best on the team. He's what I would call the rock of a team. Someone who just is consistent, is always, you know, hitting their shots. Someone whose emotions are always in check.
Jit Boy, respect him, like changing to a whole new language. He's still trying his best, helping the team, being the solid like player that he is.
อยากจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองนะครับว่าคนไทยก็ไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลก
Lenny, I've known him for quite a while.
I think Lenny has really good potential.
He's very good with accountability. If he makes a mistake, he'll call himself out immediately and apologize. As a player, I was surprised by his ability to play make.
Because I'm the IGL this year, I want to make sure that we have everything like drilled, structured. I want us to like play together as a team. I want to show like my individual skills too.
We all know that he's working really hard in both studies and in game. It feels pretty good to have someone who is that diligent in his work to be the leader of like the team right now. So our last addition to the team is Surf. Surf is kind of like a goofy kid, but he looks different when he's on stage.
ก็ที่เข้ามาช่วยก็มาเสริมทัพครับแบบเรามาเติมเต็มทีมเราขาดอะไรก็ผมก็มาเติมเต็มครับว่าจะเป็นการเดินยิงความกล้าเล่นหรือว่าความมั่นใจครับบีดสแกรี่ครับคิดว่าทีมนั้นก็คงไม่เท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะโดนผมยิง5คนก็อาจจะผมน่าจะคนเดียวก็ไหวทั้งทีมครับ
Last year, people were calling them the new Paper X, you know. I don't think that's what we're going to do this year.
We're bringing in something new.
We have different players from different parts of the world.
We're definitely going to be way more structured, way more disciplined, playing out rounds clean, playing rounds optimally.
I think it'll catch a lot of people off guard.
I think for most of us, we didn't get our chance to show what we have last year. It's just like watching from the sidelines. Definitely rough year.
Honestly, this opportunity, I guess, yeah, you can see it as a second chance.
ความหมายของผมก็แชมป์ทุกรายการอยู่แล้วถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากให้เป็นอย่างนั้น
ดีใจครับที่จะได้เล่นเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
We know that it's make it or break it. I'm just gonna be honest, like we don't feel like we're at the top yet. We're not even close, but everyone is just as committed as everyone else in the team.
We have to prove the doubters wrong.
And I just want to give good results to like the talent who trusted me, the coach who would give me a shot, and I feel this year is going to be out there.
ก็อยากฝากเชียร์พวกเราทารอนเนี่ยครับถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ใช่ไลน์อัพเดิมแล้วก็อยากให้ตามเชียร์พวกเราอยู่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ยังตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับ
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사리로 생각해봤을 때
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 왠지 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 거 왔다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요.
퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 이제 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
우승한 팀들이나 우승 근처에 갔던 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어났기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 신경 주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요.
경계되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한 팀, 두 팀이 이제 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야죠. 야, 발로란트는 우리가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요, 이 팀이. 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등. 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐. 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠, 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기. 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요, 저는.
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고 1등을 딱 찍는
소년 만화 맞습니다. 주인공은 저희 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간 굴곡 있잖아요. 한 번 꺾였다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵 같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 찬사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이제 우리의 시간입니다.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on this ground. And we will not give up the ground. Fight. Into the jungle.
It is another day here at VCT Pacific. We have another team moving over to playoffs, and we have another team being eliminated today. What's up, guys? My name is Mika Fabs, and we're here right now with William and Achilles back on the desk. How are you, gentlemen? It was quite a day yesterday.
It was, but I still managed to get a solid amount of rest, so I'm ready for another day of Valorant.
Good.
There you go.
Excellent.
Yeah, same here. Obviously today just 2 matches as well, but like you said, high stakes once again, so it's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, my brain's still on yesterday, actually. And how could it not be, especially after seeing PRX and T1 qualify over to playoffs? Unfortunately, it meant, though, that we had to bid goodbye to Bleed for now.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate for Bleed. I'm sure they were prepping throughout the offseason, trying to show off their best form coming into VCT Pacific as that newcomer, but we'll have to wait a bit longer for that to come back for Stage 1. Meanwhile, Paper X, making sure that they proved that they won VCT Pacific last year for a reason. They go out in first place in Group C, and T1 continuing to look upgraded every match.
Yeah, obviously Paper X, not without their struggles, did drop that one map over to the side of Gen G, who continue to look absolutely incredible, but we can't not have the rematch of Gen G versus RRQ. It'll be the fourth time that these teams have met, and we're just at the beginning. There's obviously still stage 1 and stage 2 that need to be played, so they will clash again in the future. These guys are just inseparable, and that's going to be a very interesting series to see tomorrow, to see whether or not RQ can finally get some revenge.
That's right. It's going to be very exciting to see Gen G's journey continue, as well as Zeta Divisions. Now, of course, we have to turn our attention back to Group B, where we have Team Secret and DFM, as well as TLN and DRX, which we'll be seeing today. And we were already discussing this over in the, the backstage area. There are a lot of stories to focus on here.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, the kind of new rise here of DFM, who looked wildly improved compared to what we saw from them last season, with this new roster coming in, the core of that Crazy Raccoons roster alongside Anthem, looking overall a lot stronger, whereas Secret not at all being at the power level that we anticipated for them coming into the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big story, right? Team Secret has always been known to be this consistent value and always able to just punch right above their weight, and kind of known as those Titan killers as well throughout multiple international tournaments. And yet they just had a rough showing while keeping 4 of the original members from last year's VCT Pacific. So, today's question is was that just a blip on the radar, or is there something underlying here for 2024?
As we're seeing our teams arriving to our venue right now, I did see Jesse Vash. He did have a quote saying that the first match in any tournament is always the hardest. It's getting your feet wet and everything. However, we're seeing a lot of amazing debuts here. If we look at Team Secret, and yes, it was quite a topic of discussion, seeing that it wasn't quite the same story for them.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be the case, but I don't know if Talon would necessarily agree with that sentiment,
Exactly.
just given how well their debuts did
look
go.
at it right here. They have Governor right up there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been incredible. As we take a look at a lot of the new faces here that are competing in Tier 1 Valorant for the very first time, these guys have just been incredible. Governor, his performance was so astounding, and yes, those are average stats across the maps that he played in the series. That wasn't just a one-time thing with that 340 ACS. That's his average. He had such a whale of a time, and no matter what Secret's trying to do, no matter what they threw at him, it didn't really matter. They just couldn't stop him.
Yeah, I mean, Governor was on fire, and a good way to look at that is if you look at May's stats, he looked pretty solid in his first outing in VCT Pacific as well, really living up to the hype that he's had in Japan for so long. But despite those stats, Governor just skews the entire duelist ranking chart, so May is still sitting at 8th because Governor's leading with 340 ACS among the duelists. But it's great to see these new faces, right? Izu continue to perform so well on that T1 roster alongside Xcura. And of course, today we'll see another newcomer, Flashback. He impressed so many people. People saying that we haven't really seen this style of aim in Korea here in Valorant. So it's exciting to see how much longer he's going to be able to keep that up against the best of the best.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so exciting to see Flashback, not only in this tournament for Kickoff, right? But to see his development all throughout Pacific, because he's been improving so much. He did have those off-season tournaments where it's like, okay, he's still getting his bearings. He's still, learning the ropes and everything. But now, we see him now, and look at that. He's on our chart right now.
I mean, the growth from his debut, and I believe it was the 10 Invitational, that first map that he was playing, you could say, okay, this guy, he's playing in a tournament with these very known players, worldwide famous players on the side of DRX for the very first time. You can see that it was taking him a little while to really find his footing, but out the gate here, I thought maybe he was going to have a similar slow start, kind of like we had from Karon over on Gen G, but from the outset, he was just looking incredible and continues to do so.
Absolutely. But right now, we are going to put a hold on Flashback story just first, and we are going to go over to our first match of the day, DFM versus TS. And guys, there seems to be a recurring theme here for TS. It seems to be that the Japanese teams are their bane.
I mean,
Here in
DFM
Pacific.
wasn't last year.
Yeah. Well, we saw it in the merge video as well, right? Jesse Vash thing, it always felt like they were almost there last year, all throughout 2023. They always got to that one match where they could have gone over the line and made it to an international tournament. The difference here is this isn't that match to go into Masters. It's just about staying alive to have that chance. You still have a couple more steps. So, I mean, given the history of Team Secret, they need to be able to show a bit more improvement, because what DFM showed in this match against DRX, sure, they lost, but they put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we already highlighted May, even in a loss, only picking up 16 rounds across the 2 maps that were played. May continued to look absolutely excellent when he was playing there, and also was just a great first contact point for DFM. It ends up going 10-7 in that loss as far as first kills, first deaths are concerned. So overall, I mean, pretty much anything was going to be better than what we had seen from DFM last season, to be perfectly honest. But this was leaps and bounds above what we could have anticipated, just given the chaotic, just influx of players and the departure of players during the offseason.
Yeah, and also I want to give credit to Cess, right? I mean, we haven't really seen him too much. He doesn't have too many matches in his career, and we all thought Pupagachi was still going to be part of that starting roster. In that last match, they had Cess playing both maps, and he had a pretty good showing. He was right up there alongside May, providing that support, providing those trades in a lot of these instances. So this is not the same DFM that we saw last year. You cannot underestimate them.
I want to point out as well, speaking of the support that DFM provides to May, right? You know, it's an interesting matchup between him and Jeremy, just because Team Secret basically rearranged everything in their roster to cater to Jeremy being that aggressive duelist. We saw it in the merge video as well. They want him to be that. But if he can't meet May, where May is at, what's that going to do for Team Secret, right? They're going to probably end up in the same position that they were at when they went up against Talon.
We can dig into this further, but something I talked about during the offseason, one of the biggest things that if you want Jeremy to be your primary duelist is going to have to be his opping, right? At some point, the duelist has to be the main opper on a lot of these maps that we have, especially in this map pool. And here's a crazy stat. I mean, in that last match against Talon, Governor had 9 op kills. Ban had 5 to boot, so 14 op kills across 2 maps. Jeremy had 1 single op kill. And I don't want to put it on the guy, but you have to be able to fight back in those long-range battles. That's how you shut down parts of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw those jitters and that uncomfortableness that coming through from him again with that weapon in his hands. But after the departure of Dubstep, he has to be the one to pick this up. It's either that or you have to go for a 2023 EG style play where it's going to be your Sentinel player, your Busio that is taking up that operator. But if nobody else is really feeling comfortable enough to do it, then that onus fully falls on Jeremy.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out the latest additions to the roster, right? Medusa and NDG for the side of Team Secret, the Sentinel matchup that we have here. So other than May, Medusa was also one of those reasons why DFM was able to hold their own against DRX, considering that he was also a very last-minute addition to the roster, right? This is a player that you want to look out for. And you go over to TS with NDG. The stats are there, and up against Talon, he had an ACS that barely broke into 3 digits.
He didn't make 10 kills across 2 maps. I mean, I think that tells the story, right? He just couldn't find his bearings. And to be very fair, I mean, his movement, it looked like he was lost on that map. So that's something they're going to have to really shore up as well in those kind of lurk battles between the 2 Sentinels. But we talked about the duelists. I mean, I'm happy for May, first of all, because he's had so much hype in Japan, right? People saying that he's the next player to look out for along the likes of Laz, Dep, these superstars that are going to carry Japanese Valorant. Meanwhile, Jeremy, he's had some hype here and there, but again, it's much more of this, whether you wanted it or not, the pressure is now on you. You are the primary duelist. The movement has to be there. The shots have to be there. And his rifling, we saw some sparks. Yeah, the highlights were starting to try to trickle in, but the opping has to come online.
Yeah, I mean, we know what Jeremy is capable of, but the op has just never been a part of that equation. You know, you think back to him playing on Haven, that 3-second ace that he had right outside of A main. Like, we know that this guy is insane. He can flick, he can hit his shots, he can get those headshots coming through. But right now, the support system that we saw from, yes, just one opening game from Team Secret, it wasn't really there compared to what we saw from DFM, who were enabling May. May walks away with, more deaths overall compared to what Jeremy had in their series. But we also saw increased trading from the side of DFM. They were able to play off the information that May was gathering for the team way better.
Yeah, there were definitely times when Jeremy was kind of left on his own island as well on some of those entries. And just to clarify for some of our viewers, these rankings are within that role, right, of how they've been played. So while we only have 11 teams, obviously we see some double duelist comms come out and that just goes to show how rough of a time that Team Secret had overall. They just could not support their primary duelist to go in and frag out, create that space, and then get those trades so they can actually lead all the way to the objective, which is the spike.
Jeremy knows that all of this pressure is on him, and you can't get away from it when you're in such a high-pressure role and you're the only duelist there in Team Secret. They know that you're relying on you to create that entry, and nobody else can do it. So it is immense pressure, but he knows this. He knew this coming into this 2024.
You can know this, but you have to be able to rise to it. You have to be able to defeat that pressure. Otherwise, it's going to completely crumble you.
It's a competition, right?
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look behind the scenes as we toss it on over on stage for the coaches interview.
VCT 퍼시픽 킥오프 오늘 또 4번째 날을 맞이했습니다. 더 이상 물러날 것이 없습니다. Valiant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. There's no place to step back. Today we have TS and DFM match coming up. So I have 2 coaches to greet me. Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. And I'll start with DFM coach Astel. I mean, last time you couldn't win the match, but it was really impressive to see May's play. So how can you rate his performance? 이제 또 DFM이 이기지는 못했지만 메이의 활약이 정말 눈부셨거든요. 그래서 그 어떤 평을 내리실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
네, 좀 저번 경기는 그래도 저희가 준비해낸 만큼 좀 그냥 만족스러운 경기이기는 했는데 그래도 좀 아직은 네, 메이가 활약을 하긴 했다만 그래도 평소보다는 그래도 개인적인 퍼포먼스는 아직은 그래도 덜 나왔다고 생각하거든요. 네.
Okay, I think it's quite satisfying, but we have more to go because he has more energy and more skills that we couldn't show at the last match. 그럼 또 다음 질문으로도 이어가 볼게요. 이제 DFM이 TS를 상대하면서 그 전의 경기도 봤을 것 같거든요. 그 전의 경기를 보면서 어떻게 느끼셨을지 궁금합니다. I mean, you must have seen TS's latest match. So what do you think about that?
네, TS 좀 일전부터 봤을 때 되게 은근히 기본기도 탄탄하고 되게 좀 맵에 대한 이해도가 높은 팀이라고 생각해서 경기를 하고 있긴 한데 그래도 저희도 네, 많이 준비한 만큼 그리고 좀 선수들도 팀 합도 많이 맞아가고 있는 상태라 네, 오늘은 충분히 이겨낼 수 있지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, TS is really well prepared, knowing about the maps really well. So we think that as a good team, but our team is really well prepared for this match. So I think we will have the luck to win through the game. So next we interview. The first question is, I mean, your latest match was with TLN, and it was quite rougher than we thought it could be. So any disappointments or improvements you think after the match? 이제 바로 전 경기가 탈론에서 좀 아쉬운 결과로 이어져서 혹시 더 고쳐야 할 점이나 좀 실망한 점이 있으면 어떤 것인지 들어보겠습니다.
Yep, so for us, we really struggled. I think Talon played very well, but at the same time, I thought we played pretty rough. So a lot of it going into today was just keeping our composure, making sure we don't overheat.
네, 저희도 물론 충분히 잘했지만 탈론이 워낙 잘했기 때문에 조금 아쉬웠지만요. 오늘은 또 경기력을 이렇게 힘껏 끌어올리고 처지지 않으면서 승기를 이끌어갈 수 있을 거라고 다짐을 해줬습니다. So you have seen DFM's play style right before the match also. So what can you say about that? 또 DFM의 경기도 봤을 텐데 어떤 말을 할 수 있을지 물어보겠습니다.
Yeah, so DFM looked a lot better as opposed to last year. Their play is looking really solid, and I think that they will be a tough opponent for today.
오케이. DFM이 작년보다 더 강해졌고 조금 더 탄탄해졌다고 볼 수 있기 때문에 조금 어려운 경기가 될 수도 있을 것 같지만 최선을 다해보겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. And the last questions for both coaches. Any final words to each other? 마지막 한마디 부탁드립니다.
네, 저희가 아직 좀 이 멤버로 연습을 시작한 지 오래되지는 않아서 아직은 팀 합이 완벽하진 않은데 그래도 좀 많이 올라오고 있는 상태여가지고 그래도 오늘은 좀 좋은 경기로 네, 팬분들께 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
Since we are newly formed, we can't say that we are perfect with teamwork, but we will do our best and show our fans great work. And also for you?
Yep, so for us, I think it's just both teams are looking to be on the come up. So for us, we're gonna try our best to pull out the win for today.
Yeah. 두 팀 다 모두 잘하기 때문에 오늘 저희가 이기기 위해서는 최선을 다해서 끝까지 하는 게 승리로 이끌 것이라는 다짐을 해줬습니다. So thank you coaches for the interview. And we saw both teams are heavily prepped and ready to go. So let's go back to your desk and enjoy the show. Bye bye.
Tell the mood from that coach's interview, right? This match is so important to them. I just want to contrast, like, for example, Warbur's first interview compared to this. He knows what happened and he knows what's on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very serious tone. I mean, you don't want to come into the opening tournament and then just be eliminated, not even having potentially a map win behind you. When you have this entire fan base, I mean, this is the sole representation, really, for the Philippines on this roster. There's so much pressure riding on this squad. So to be able to just get eliminated after having a relatively good season in VCT Pacific last year, that would just be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, this was that team that continued to really surprise us on the analyst desk and on the casting desk last year, right? Where we kept rating some of these other known Titans a bit higher, and they continued to punch right above their weight, even taking down DRX in some of those matches. And that surprised a lot of people, the prep that they had. But again, that's another part that we mentioned coming into Kickoff is now you don't have that much prep. All these are new rosters, not much tape to go off of. How does Team Secret bring up the fundamentals that they have to bring up the floor and then work on the ceiling throughout the year?
And not only that, but like one of the other things that we saw was that when Team Secret had to prep for multiple teams during a week, that's where they really struggled.
Of course, the predictions have to be this way. And they have to be this way.
Listen,
Come on, guys.
I give respect because here's the thing. Again, there's this big question of, was that a day one thing?
Yeah.
There is a possibility. Obviously, we don't want to count into it too much. That's not something we can analyze and break down. But that's always a possibility just because it was so different than what we saw last year. Like, the trades just weren't there.
Yeah.
The boomer on the map just was not there. The utility wasn't there either. So if that's the case, then this could be a very competitive game.
Exactly. And I have to, raise, I guess, a big question mark, especially since, the only new addition to the roster was basically NDG. And they did mention that they wanted that hard Sentinel role coming in. However, NDG is actually a controller, so he might be forced into a role that he's not exactly 100% comfortable in just yet. His first matches on Sentinel were actually with Team Secret already.
I feel like I just saw something similar to this yesterday.
Don't go there. Don't go there. I know
Who
what's
was
going
it?
through your head.
The team that got eliminated. Yeah, forcing some roles.
Nobody's
Anyway,
ever done that.
Yeah, that's not conducive to just a good environment and bringing out success in
Unless
somebody.
you're DRX.
Yeah, unless you're DRX.
You put all your jets on
I suppose so. But look, for me, there was almost nothing to glean from Secret's match.
Sure.
I have almost zero things that I could take away that look like a positive. So I have to go with DFM here because there is clear improvement from what we had seen from them before. There is synergy that is built into this team that was severely lacking from Secret versus Talon.
And that's the other thing. Obviously, we talk a lot about Secret and how they were disappointing just because, again, 4 members of that core remaining, so we had high expectations. However, this isn't just because they looked weak in their first match. DFM looked quite impressive. I mean, they were firing back in duels against DRX, even against the likes of Flashback, although obviously he was farming quite a few kills. So I think it's just a matter of, okay, the mechanics look better for this new roster of DFM and the teamwork, bringing over that core from Crazy Raccoon. Okay, the chemistry seems to be there. Anthem's calling seems to be working well amongst that team. It's an exciting prospect.
I'm gonna put a little bit of the copium on there. These rosters have actually met before. If you remember Champions 2021, the core of the Crazy Raccoon squad is actually here.
Gosh.
There might be a little bit of information there, but we're gonna find out as we step into the game. It's gonna be Team Secret versus Detonation Focus Me. Let's get into the game.
デトネーションフォーカスミー所属のアンセムです。他のチームと比べて僕たち2週間で準備しててチームのスタイルを確立するには短かったなっていうのを感じます。新しく入ってきたメンバーはみんないい選手です。メデューサは競技経験も長くて死ぬことを恐れない、倒されることを恐れずに、積極的に1対1仕掛けたりするところですかね。うちのチームはエイムが強いと思うんで TS に比べたら、その辺で差をつけて戦いたいなと思います。戦ってみたら手も足も出ないと思います。このチームはポテンシャルがあってみんな全力を尽くしているので次の試合も応援よろしくお願いします。
Hi guys, my name is Jesse Bash. I'm from Team Secret. I feel like this is our unlucky day. We did so many mistakes. The communications are not that active compared to what we are doing on scrims. Some of the players are pretty pressured. Again, especially our new guy. It's unfortunate what happened last game, but next game against DFM, we're gonna win. I see DFM as a new team, so they will be more unpredictable. For now, I think I will just gonna focus on what my team needs to do, and the preparations versus DFM will happen after I watch their game against DRX. As an experienced player in the team, I will make sure to guide and share the experience to NDG so he can play well, and I will make sure I will bring him to the Masters.
Introducing today's teams. First, give it up for Detonation Focus Me! and their opponents. Make some noise for Team Secret!
Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
So as both teams are here, we'll begin the map veto of today's first match. We'll be conducting a coin toss.
Big promises on both sides, big fan bases, and a big match. I wonder what's going to happen here, TS versus DFM. One of them has to go.
That they do. It is unfortunate, but whoever wants this the most, whoever can have some improvements off of those opening series, that is likely who's just going to be able to take this one. As we can see, DFM, though, going to be first to ban. Curious to see where they want to go, and it's going to be Icebox, so
that's fair.
A previous, strong map from the side of Team Secret makes sense to take that one away.
Yeah, it just seems that DFM, I mean, we saw it in that interview as well, they only had like 2 weeks or so to really prepare with the core 5, so not wanting to deal with some of those changes. And, I mean, they looked okay on Lotus. They looked pretty decent on Lotus, so they're going to pick that, as that was also a ban from last time from Team Secret in their match against Talon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them pick up the majority of the, it was 8 rounds on both maps they played versus DRX, but I think they overall looked a bit stronger on Lotus when it came down to it. But Secret is again electing to go to Breeze. This didn't pay off for them so well versus Talon, but they're going for it once more. And again, that pressure on the operator to find value here on these long sightline map is there.
Now, here's the thing, though, right? That's the game where, I mean, Governor was just farming them in long range. DFM was playing the single Euro composition against DRX, so perhaps saying that was a Governor thing, not a Team Secret thing. We still feel confident what we can do by bringing out this Breeze.
I mean, I feel like it's just because Haven's out of the rotation and TS has to, like, diversify their map pool, and I don't know. Right now, though, I feel like Ascent, okay, potentially if this goes to a map 3, this could go Team Secret's way. Tita Miga's on desk, everybody, for some Copio, all right?
Ascent is, again, another one of those maps where we would see Dubstep be swapped over onto that Jet, and we would have Jeremy taking up the role of the Killjoy. So this is one of those ones where Jeremy doesn't have that many reps actually playing the Jet, getting that operator into his hands. So it'll be a different look here for Secret. It'll be our first time seeing him coming onto that map in this season. I think, honestly, if they can make it to map 3, then clearly the improvements are already there, though.
Yeah, sure, obviously. It's a big step forward, but that Ascent, like you mentioned, it looked so shaky against Talon. I mean, putting things aside about the performance of Talon, now Team Secret going to be, bringing out it's just going to be mirrors. I mean, very standard composition, right? If you're going to stick with the Sky still, you have the Omen to help pressure that Rubble fight, things like that.
Again, eyes are on NDG. He's the newest member here on Team Secret, and he has to hold that backline so that Jeremy can go forward. Eyes are also on Jeremy because he has to be able to set that pace for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, we see ops all the time on this map, even if there's not a chamber in the mix, especially on the defending side. the Rays oftentimes will take it up. So Jeremy, will he do that, or is he going to try to stick to Vandaling the entire time?
Yeah, and not bringing out the Sova. They used to try to force the Sova on this map as well for Team Secret. So Jesse Vash saying that I need to be more flexible as an IGL, and that's going to put Envy away from the Flash. She's now going to be on that Viper.
That's right. Very curious choices here for the side of Team Secret. We're going to see if it's going to pay off against DFM, a team that has been steadily improving throughout VCT Pacific Kickoff. Let us kick off this first match. Team Secret and DFM, who is going home? Let's find out as we toss it on over to our casters. It's Asarai and Paperthin.
Slight gap there for like a second. I think Mika forgot who we were. But thank you so much, Des, for that very informative discussion on this elimination match again between Team Secret and Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, a really exciting match in a lot of ways. Of course, it's unfortunate we're already to this point in the event, but it is what it is. I think, especially for DFM, showing a lot of signs of improvement with kind of this crazy Raccoon roster coming in to play for them. Team Secret, I think, underwhelming. I think we kind of expected Team Secret to more or less pick up right where they left off last year and sort of just kind of be maybe hopefully a little bit better, but it seems like as of, a couple days ago, it hadn't quite come together.
Yeah, they picked up NDG to solidify that back end, but it seems like it was the front end that was really struggling with Jeremy there. Anyways, here we are, map number 1. Lotus is in our sights. It's going to be, as the desk has mentioned, the mirror matchup.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if maybe we can see a little bit of an improved performance from like Anthem and Medusa today. They struggled just a little bit against DRX. Really have my eyes onto them. May, definitely a strong player, definitely can hold his own against some of the best in Pacific. Now we need to see slightly improved performances from the rest of them. And right now, Team Secret kind of spreading the map a little bit here, maybe feigning a little bit of pressure towards A, but the spike is over on the C side with a heavy stack from DFM.
Yeah, it does give them a lot of options, doesn't it? As you can see already, DFM throwing out the paint shells on Rubble just to dissuade the players of Team Secret, but DFM, it's a two-pronged attack coming in from Rubble, coming in from Mound. They really want to push Team Secret away from any form of forward engagement in this pistol. Team Secret do wait a little bit, and now they start maneuvering their way back here onto Mound as that door closes up.
Yeah, DFM didn't see any of that leading utility. No Sky, no Raze utility to kind of indicate an attack, so they were able to shift back over in this direction quickly.
Charging right in. That smoke does slow them down a little bit. Jeremy charges right in. That's going to be the start here for Team Secret. Doors open. The pinch is coming through. Look at the flag for the mid as well. That's going to be Envy getting Anthem, and that's 2 down for DFM and a secured site on C question mark? No, Spike is going to be brought somewhere else.
Yeah, they want to move it over to B. Maybe just a little bit more pressure they're expecting. Oh, Medusa.
Oh, he got one. Jesse Bash has got to be a bit careful or else he might be decapitated as he tries to plant that spike. So goes for the safer route. Gets the kill first. May and Neth to remain. Neth coming in all the way from Waterfall as May will be forced to go up on B here. 2-prongs attack for DFM, but at least Team Secret looking to have a lot more crossfire angles to play on this post. May gets a little bit close. He already knows that Envy right in front of him. Envy didn't get a chance to do anything that last game. This time he won't on this round. And it's a 2 versus 2. Jesse Vash knows that the spike is getting diffused, but it's all a ruse. Jeremy getting tapped here, and he will be able to deal with May, securing the round for Team Secret.
Yeah, big round win here for Team Secret. Jeremy holding nicely at the end. I liked how DFM read the beginning part of that round, Asarai, but they kind of peeled off. It's like they had the right read, but they decided to kind of play for retake, and I think maybe if they take a little more contact here at the point, but they got beat Sesu there quickly in Anthem, and they didn't really have any backup for those 2 players. They had backed way to the back of C site, and that forced them to go over the plant. Still had a really nice shot. Again, May, nice jiggle peeking there to give himself a really good opportunity to get that first kill against Envy. But after that, Jeremy just really solid on the post plant.
Rest of DFM here, massive stack again on A. I mean, even on your worst buy, right? Rubble is such a great position to do if you have the numbers to just enforce it. Team Secret seems to realize that they don't really have to overextend. They have the whole round to not really, overcommit to things, so they can wait.
And this is Jesse Vash, right? He's willing to take his time. He's willing to get his information and make sure that they do not commit any mistakes. And, that first day has to be in your head here as the IGL to make sure that today is a much, much better showing. So the pressure is going to be on for sure. But this plays to Team Secret's style. I mean, they're a methodical team oftentimes. They're not a team who was blowing the doors off of you in Pacific last year. So like what I'm seeing, back to kind of the traditional fundamentals here for Team Secret.
Medusa was the first one supposedly on the contact against Team Secret here, but this time it's going to be Anthem. He stuck himself in the corner. You can hear all that pitter-patter on the footsteps, and Borkum just comes in with the jump, with the kill. Close again. One will be May, but Borkum, you know what? He's not going to be the duelist, but this time he's going to be the entry fragger for Team Secret as they claim Seaside once again, leaving Medusa left to, well, just kind of scour for an exit frag if he can.
Yeah, snappy kill there for Jeremy as well. So already Team Secret looking a lot more refreshed, looking a little more dialed in. Medusa, a lot to do here with just the classic in hand.
Now they spotted Medusa already. That's it. Easy as can be. 2 quick rounds for Team Secret here. And DFM, I mean, it's just the 2 rounds, so it's a given.
But the real concern here is that it was a flawless, right? So you're not taking any of those Bulldogs away, or even, you know, if you're really fortunate, you can take that Vandal away. So all the rifles carry over. But again, that's something that we hinted at the beginning of the round here, Asra, is that they were playing cautious, right? They were making sure they weren't making mistakes, and that's what you need to see out of Team Secret. That's kind of something that really should be a strength of the team, certainly, is the ability for Jesse Vash, as that veteran, as that long-time esports player, to make the correct calls.
Oh, that might have been the correct call as Neth just gets himself a nice little lineup with that snake by trapping Jeremy into a very unwinnable situation. That's going to be the 4 versus 5 quickly here as Team Secret, they still haven't forgone the A site. There's the setup already. May somewhere here on stairs, the TP right in from Borkum as he goes in straight on Tree, maybe to actually get the catch here onto Neth, who's somehow surviving. May's gotten the 2 kills already, and now Team Secret are in a very difficult situation. They have to push forward because there's the 2 flanks coming in, but the rest of the 2 players of DFM, they do have some options. Maybe they can break that link, maybe they can go on B, but still the pressure is on, and DFM have closed them in.
Oh boy, NDG solo on health. This is very, very challenging. And like you mentioned, the flanks already posting up in case they just try to exit. I know.
But he clears it out. One more on the right, and there's an opening. Team Secret have done it. They equalize the numbers. They're going to be able to secure this A site, which is perfect. If NDG can plant this safely, get enough time, he can set up those post-plant nano swarms when he's this low. In any case, this is still very stressful for Team Secret because they don't have any information if Anthem's going to come in. Never mind, the turret spots him out. But at least now, they know where supposedly the players of DFM will be coming from. Play is to separate themselves. So NDG is going to be for the pinch. The healthier player of TS will be holding on Tree. Flush coming in from Anthem here. Is Anthony quick enough to react? He is! And Medusa not going to know about this. One in the front, one in the back. And Team Secret, very, very good clutch in that 4 versus 2.
And this is now a little bit concerning for DFM. They read the beginning of this round very, very well. Read the Borkum TP perfectly. May then able to swing and find another there at the crunch towards A, but at Baby Door here, things get slowed up, and then I thought DFM had a great read. I thought they were just going to hold on A. The other players were going to swing in, but I think they paused because they were worried that Team Secret was going to rotate like we saw in the previous round, right? Where they got pressure and then they backed off. And so they held angles, and instead that gave Team Secret an opening to find that double kill and claim the site.
Exactly that. Medusa now trying to find these pixel angles to get any kills with that Sheriff. It was only just a dream for him to happen, especially now that Team Secret feels like they're a lot more honed in. TS, though, making sure every single corner is cleared up. A couple of pop shots on that box as well. And now they've got some traction to do something on that C site.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much there that they have to deal with anymore, and the smokes are coming out. So, you know, for DFM, it's going to have to be a full-on retake. Only May with a Bulldog, couple Sheriffs, so going to be a bit tricky. Plenty of utility to work with potentially, so maybe they can get something done. We see some nice little combo plays with utility. Neth setting himself up with that snake bite earlier, so maybe DFM's got something in store for us here.
I mean, if May can get a kill, he's got to have a showstopper, so that's got to count for something, right? So possibility of that. This turret does not show anything on the flank. And May's already gotten 2 off-cam kills, man. That's going to be huge for him. Is he going to rip it on out as 2 players of DFM now coming in from the flank? NDG not even looking at it. Now he decides to react, which he does. Gets the kill first. Is aware that Anthem could be there, which he is. And they've already dealt with May. It's only him and Neth to remain 2 versus 2. Anthem's getting chased down. NDG doesn't want to overreach as he does have to deal with his teammate on the side alone. But Jeremy's good. He's fine. And Anthem, Again, exit frags is a possibility here. And I just love how this is just turned into a game of hide and seek, cat and mouse.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that a couple times already from Anthem, where he's had to try to post up in a corner with a classic and try to get some damage done. But, I mean, again, this is slightly concerning for DFM, not like the previous round, in that they maybe kind of got a little too overcautious here, but it's May doing so much damage, and then Jesse's able to stop the showstopper. Looks like some utility got into May's face as well, maybe a paranoia there from Sesu, but it's really... It really needs to be the other players, like I mentioned at the beginning, that are picking it up behind May. We know May is a strong player, but now Sesu, Anthem in particular, Medusa as well, got to get it going here to turn things around.
May's, well, he wants to do a lot of impact by himself as he pushes up very aggressively with the operator. TS, feeling that there was something different, because I think this is the first time we're also seeing the one-way smoke coming in from Sesu here on C Mound.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. So now they're trying to feel out what exactly this is, and Jesse's ready for it! Ooh.
Yeah, you slow peek it, it gets punished. That's the operator down, that's May down. But Sesu actually picks it up and gets the trade very quickly.
There you go. I mean, that's nice. Able to take it right back, but then Borkum says, nah, I've had enough. Oh, jeez, Team Secret. It's looking so good, dude.
Anthem, I mean, it looks like DFM wants to keep going for these trades, but it's immediately getting like just swatted away by Team Secret, as you mentioned.
It's just a wildly different Team Secret so far today. I mean, they look crisper, they look sharper. Everything seems to be a little bit better in terms of them reading the map, anticipating their opponents' kind of ideas in plays. So clearly, in a short amount of time, Team Secret has done a really good job addressing some of the issues that we saw in their first match.
And not gonna lie, I was kind of skeptical with how, you know, Warbird said that, you know, they were just making sure that they're not gonna overheat today and stuff, and it seems like it is looking like that. They're not overreaching, they're not overextending. Very controlled Team Secret. They got the money as to why they're just probably going for these exit frags, but if Neth can hold on and get a couple of kills, I mean, why not?
Any damage he can do here is nice. I mean, he'd love to keep the gun, and he's going to have to fight for it for sure. A few seconds left on that.
There's the nade.
Yeah. The nade and Borkum ready for the angle. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, I like what you're saying there, because Warbirds is 100% correct, right? He's just like, this is what we got to do today. Don't overheat. And, you know, it's kind of funny because from my perspective watching the games at home, I was like, I didn't really necessarily think that overheating was the problem per se. Like, maybe they were just too aggressive. Like, overheating, right, is when you get a couple kills and then you're trying to push for extra. I think they were just, I think they were just maybe, but a lot of people use overheating as like a
same thing.
Yeah. It's
okay,
like you're
so
just being
we'll
too
give it up.
aggressive.
Yeah. We'll give
I
it
think
up
that's what he means. But it was, you know, I think today we're seeing what is the MO of Team Secret, right? Like, where they're disciplined, they're making good reads, they're anticipating their opponents, and that's how they're going to get a lot of these round victories.
Absolutely. And if they can make this happen, and I'm just saying this because we're now in timeout, you know, maybe the two Filipinos in the desk that predicted Team Secret. Very hard copium, very hard copium.
In my defense, I was riding the DFM bandwagon well before we saw any of the matches. I am on record picking DFM to come out of this group with DRX before any games were even played. So I will, you know, I decided to stay with that. But certainly I'm not going to be surprised at all if Team Secret wins today.
Of course, we have had like 3 best of 3s happen yesterday, so that's a possibility that could happen today as well. You never know. All of these teams have been quite upgraded. Anyways, weapons for DFM going to be looking a tad bit on the low end as Team Secret. They've got everything to really work with this one, Paper.
Yeah, and look, dude, they can hang on to these ults for another round, and it helps when Jeremy's getting opening picks with that op that I'm pretty sure he picked up off of DFM. So things are really, really even more challenging now for DFM, because you can't really afford to get super aggressive unless you're lucky enough to isolate the operator player, but Team Secret's not giving you that opportunity. So let's see if they try to get a little bit more aggressive on the point of contact, maybe at some of these choke points, in and out of smokes, try to play up close and personal and snag a couple guns away from Team Secret. But I mean, the issue is that Team Secret's economy is already still so strong. So the damage you do is kind of not that important.
You do like about you do mention about all of this contact that could work in the favor of DFM. If Team Secret decide to go for that C, look at the 4-stack that has come out here from the Japanese team. They have left Envy to just hold on by himself. This is the massive push out, and Envy converts with a 3K. This man did not get any chances to do any kind of highlights yesterday, but this time is his time. Neth does get a quick little pick there, but NDG, as the door opens, immediately shuts the opportunity here for DFM.
Yeah, and I don't mind what DFM does in that round. Right? It's an eco, you might as well go for something like that, see if you can trick Team Secret. But again, Team Secret kind of wise to it, decides to pull off to the other side. Expecting the flash there is Envy in a good spot to play anti-flash. You can just turn a quick little head to the right and he's good to go. So you can see he gets the triple kill, and now they've got a lot of ults, and this is what's scary for Detonation Focus Meet. For this timeout, how are they going to play? Are they going to anticipate, you know, some early aggression here? We haven't seen any really explosive early plays, so Neth going again for that early snake bite, trying to see if he can catch a player of Team Secret with a little bit of damage. Earlier it was Jeremy who had popped out a bit. This time around, not going to be the case, and Mate posting up with his sniper.
Ooh. Yeah, that could be something. NDG very much aware that these longer corridors are dangerous territories. There's a world where, you know, he just pops a shot and maybe gets a pick through the smoke here. Jeremy, is it going to be the dry peek? It's, oh, this is going to be reaction versus reaction, and May's just the better of the two.
I mean, you could see Jeremy knew it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was just, you know, you have the defender's advantage on that angle, and May so fast, so quick. Still a Viper's Pit in the back pocket for DFM. Maybe they can get that to kind of bottleneck Team Secret in here. They gotta win a round. So it's gotta kind of be one of those rounds where you throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. You know, maybe if there ends up being a plant coming down, you can use that Viper's Pit to gain some space.
Ooh,
Borkum wins that.
That's going to be something to open things up, right? It possibly could allow them to rotate to B. They still have Jesse Vash coming in with the spike all the way through B main. Here comes the pinch coming in. Anthem's been pushed back. Killjoy lockdown activated here. Separates a good chunk of this Lotus map, and that'll at least secure the plan here for Team Secret for the moment, while DFM take their breath and place themselves on this post plan.
And that's your Viper's Pit gone, and now Team Secret has one of their own, so maybe if you can get Seekers for Anthem or something like that, you can have some ability to clear this pit, but this is really difficult now for DFM.
Absolutely, especially with more of their utilities for clearing and scanning done already. Boombot not here, as well as everything. Anyways, there's going to be the contact here for Borkum. Down already. Sesu already feeling like there could be some flank coming in from mid, but Team Secret, they just decide to play inside the pit, and that's perfectly good for them because they can refrag very quickly and just exit out of B main, which Jesse Vash is already making that exit route very safe for them.
Yep, both teams opting to take the safe end of things and save their guns for DFM. And 7-0 now for DFM on their map pick. This is DFM's pick, and it's just it looks like a different team than what we saw against DRX. They don't look to seem to have that same confidence, that same explosiveness. You know, a few plays here and there from May and Neth, but Sesu, Medusa, and Anthem 0-7 is shocking. I mean, he's generally a pretty consistent player. He can put up some huge rounds. He can have those rounds that leave your jaw on the floor, but so far today, that has not been the case. This steady, safe, secure Team Secret getting the job done.
I like the words that you've placed there. It perfectly describes how much better they have gotten. That smoke separates a bit of that visual contact confirmation here for Jeremy for a shot on that operator of his. With the utility that he has, he can still turn into an entry fragger if they want. Double satchel into a showstopper. Possibilities, possibilities.
I'd love to see it. You know, you can drop that op and go for it. I mean, I definitely think that's something that could work a treat for them. I'm just waiting for, at some point here, for Team Secret to dial up the pace. Once they feel comfortable enough, maybe in the next round, when they basically guaranteed themselves buys for the rest of the half no matter what, if they can win this one, then they can start going for aggressive.
Here he goes. Goes in for a target. Oh, wait, how did he survive? Anthem is very down to low. Again, Ultimate doesn't get any kills, but it does secure the site once again. Though DFM would be happy for this retake. Jeremy holding a closer angle, might have to back away as he whiffed the shot on the up. Have Envy right beside him. The bait and switch. Team Secret would love to get fought right here and now as they have the setup of the Paranoia. It's just too strong. Jeremy's holding alongside Envy. There's the first shot, has to reposition. Borkum doing a very good job as he tries to get the pick here and now. Now settles, 3 versus 2. Great hold. NDG gets the last kill, and Team Secret still unbeatable in these rounds here on Lotus.
Yeah, the mental preparation really good for Team Secret, especially once they get control of the site. Yeah, they don't get the kill with the showstopper, but they're able to clear a lot of space, using a paranoia to follow up to give Jeremy even more space to control that angle with that op. That's a really nice angle to hold. Yeah, he misses the shot, but then they anticipate that flash. Jeremy just moves back behind the corner, waits for it. Envy, as we've seen, pretty good at turning those flashes. And then when DFM turns the corner, Team Secret is just waiting with open arms and starts collecting kills.
I feel like DFM are just, you know, playing into TS's setup, and they can't really do anything about it. It's... Never mind. This is the setup that DFM sets for themselves, and now TS are playing and losing.
I like this. I mean, this is what somebody needed to do on DFM, is get aggressive and set May up for a couple kills there. So you get Sesu with him, give him the paranoia, give him that push around the corner, and they come away with 3 big ones. Much needed here for DFM.
This leaves only Vash and Envy to remain. They're trying to isolate a lot more angles here. They're just trying to compress themselves. Get a celebratory ult orb charge. There's gonna be one. Dog does get another. Jesse Vash is just gonna rush into things as he wants to isolate the fight with the other one concussed, but it doesn't matter. Medusa with the Guardian.
There we go. There you go, DFM. Show him a different look. Give him a little spice. Now let's see if TS, now if there's their opportunity to try to answer back with something a little bit aggressive of their own. See, turret cleared and he's just ready. So clean as May. Absolutely incredible. Medusa on the follow-up here with the Guardian. Crisp. That's what they need. They need to start getting fired up. They need to get into this game. They're going to turn it around. They've got plenty of ults. This has to be it. They have to get around if they're going to invest these ults, which they should. So Showstopper.
Cover going out.
Potentially available, but they're going to back off and maybe wait this out. Maybe see if they can bait in FM a little bit.
Speaking of baiting them in, I mean, they're just prepared for this. They were just playing around the corner here. Team Secret going a little bit too aggressive. And they're just going to get wiped. That was less than 5 seconds, and DFM have claimed themselves another round.
It was just complete bait. I think DFM expecting maybe an aggressive A push, and that's a great read here from Anthem and company. And then just setting May up for success. Look, if nothing else is going to work, get your star duelist fired up. Give him the opportunity to put not only his gunplay, but his ultimates into use there, and that's what they do. Yeah, the Showstopper doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the round goes incredibly well. The flash around the corner there, nades in the back to clear space, make sure that all the players are covering the angles that are going to be forced out by the mollies. So really nicely done by DFM.
Yeah. Just wanted that as well. Just perfect timing on that wall up from Neth. Jeremy wasn't even expecting that, and May just used it against him very effectively.
Now they're going to try to push through mid again here. They've got the dog out, and Jesse Vash is going to see it, and so that's going to send them back. Something about that DFM didn't like. Didn't get any contact close to mid, so they didn't want to push too far. Kind of get stuck in a crossfire potentially, but Envy watching Baby Door.
Is that what you call it? Baby Door?
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't know why.
I always call it Murder Hole.
Yeah, that's good too. I like yours better.
It sounds more...
I don't know why people call it that.
Anyways, well, there you go. Bit of murder here and there. NDG for Medusa. And this is just straight for days. The charge out for Jeremy as he comes in swinging with the shorty. You gotta love to see it. Dust settles, Neth is alone. He did use his pit on C to control it, but then Team Secret had no intention of going elsewhere other than A.
Man, it's just good recognition here by Team Secret that after that early contact through mid, the likely point to come through there is through that link. So they just hold it down and they just wait, man. It's just great patience. Again, patience is winning the day here for Team Secret.
True. You think a team like DFM wouldn't be, you know, impatient. Anyways. Back to the action. Paranoia does not hit Neth, so he could isolate a fight here against Jeremy. Wasting a lot of bullets here, and Jeremy will get immediately fragged out. He hasn't had the time to take a breather here, so he's down just looking for angles. Low on ammunition, low on opportunity. And this just has to be Neth backing away. They open the door. He's going to be able to get back into Link. An explosion is going to take Borkum's life, but give Secret that round.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though.
Last round in the
half. Actually, the economy was starting to dwindle a little bit there for Team Secret, but they can scrape together. Enough of a buy. Yep, no problems. Full armor, full rifles. Lockdown as well for NDG, lockdown for Medusa. So I haven't seen a lockdown since earlier on when NDG farmed one up pretty quick, as he is now 14-4.
Yeah.
He is having a hell of a map here.
Compared to, I was just about to point out as well, you know, just the connection.
Yep.
I was just about to point out again that he was very much struggling from the previous time that they played.
Oh yeah,
so.
he was having a rough go of it. But
Oh,
that's a lot of players, right? When they get to a new stage for the first time, when they've never played at this kind of level before.
Yeah.
You know, where there's so much new things to have to adapt to.
Yeah.
Whether not just the players, but out of game as well. And, yeah, you saw something last year. His first game was kind of rough, right? But after that, he was great.
I just remember him getting that insane jet play on Pearl. Anyways, Team Secret, big paranoia play here. Anthem left on an island. He could actually get pop shot through the smoke, but he does have some teammates on link that could help him out if he does get spotted. The push through could be a bit fatal, but no, pop shot through the smoke is going to be enough. They're tracing the bullets. DFM looking for some punishes. But Team Secret able to squeeze in through tree, activate that lockdown, and force once again the possible retake here for DFM. They don't know that anyone is here on the site, so just making sure that every corner is cleared and checked.
And now you have to have an exit plan for the counter lockdown from Medusa. They're already getting ready for it. You can see falling back towards door, in towards A main, getting ready to play for a little bit more of a retake. Borkum playing up close and personal as he has potentially an escape, and he's just gonna get a kill.
He doesn't need to be the escape. He is the true anchor of the site. They've already gotten out. That door is going to open up very quickly here. May's going to start defusing it to threaten against Team Secret. And Team Secret, they're just rushing right in. May is... Oh, no, the gun knife! Not like this, May! Not like this! It was half by May. NDG playing against Sesu. He hears it. He gets it. And NDG might have overdone it. And Sesu clutches the round. Almost dropped, but still able to squeeze one more in.
That's almost a really feels bad man from May.
Yeah.
I mean, he does a lot of good things there. You know, starts that defuse early, chews through a little bit of that nano swarm that Team Secret had set before, because they knew the lockdown was coming and they wanted to delay through the opponent's lockdown as much as they could. May does a lot of right things there, except had the knife out when he went to start the plan.
Man, I mean, we were panicking. Imagine how he was feeling in that situation.
Right?
When he was just looking at one of the TS players, just, what are you doing?
I've done it before, right? We've all been there. We're like, no, my knife's out.
I actually don't get the, well, we're still here on timeout. I actually don't know the kind of benefits of that, you diffusing on with a knife out. Because, you know, when you get out of the diffuse, you equip the most recent weapon that you had out.
Right.
So
I think it was just a mental thing where he just was trying to get there quickly and didn't swap back to a gun because he thought maybe he could just stick it, or if he just went for it really fast.
Okay. I like us being here,
That's the
two
best
nerds
I can
talking.
come up with on that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But sometimes everybody does it where they forget to hit a button, or or think they hit it and they didn't.
True.
There's a whole bunch of ways that could go bad.
But you know what? DFM still get it.
Yeah,
Sesu
man.
clutches. You talking about Sesu. Man is
He picked it up.
picking up. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good to see. Now we need Anthem to pick it up, and DFM could make a map of this. I mean, it's concerning, but who knows?
Truthfully.
An interesting setup here on the side of DFM. Toxic screen looking to set up for a C push. Maybe a pivot towards B potentially, but the alarm bot and the nano set up by Team Secret. They have quite a bit stacked towards A. Neth going to be the one to try to avoid a little bit of contact there, but he pings it out. Knows that there's a few players up in that area. So now the util exchange goes.
Oh, that is very risky here from Envy. Not even a trade will happen here. Yes, there will be some damage on May, but Anthem has that regrowth, so he should be able to just heal back up. A bit too over-aggressive here from Team Secret, and DFM play with the punish.
Maybe felt like he could catch him off guard a little bit there, but just everybody from DFM was waiting around that corner. But now, yeah, it looks like they're going to shift sides of the map a little bit here. Take their time. Still have quite a bit of utility to work with. Still have a flash from Anthem. Still have the paranoia. Blast pack for May. So a little bit of entry utility to make a splash.
Here it is, Maze. Gone in with the satchel in. Alarm bot is giving up the information that it is going to be that B push. Jesse Vash could come out with the paranoia here. He comes around the corner, but Borkum doesn't check his 6. That's going to be him down. Nate does find Sesu, so no plans just yet for DFM. They drop the spike, has to pick it up once more, and Team Secret can re-aggress the situation. Now looking into things, there will be 2 coming in from Link. May finds the 1, so he has that high ground advantage. But because of the separation right now, it seems like these Secret are actually turning this back around, but they're super low. What's going to happen here is it could be another May clutch. Not going to happen as Jeremy finds 4.
Yeah, I mean, in a really rough position there was Neth trying to hold that angle. And May gets his kill, but he just can't get back in time to bail Neth out from those 2 players coming back in towards the site. So had that happen a little bit faster, maybe. But Jesse, nice little in and out through the smokes. Jeremy here, little lob nade, but just standing up still was May. Things starting to look desperate for DFM. I mean, I would think maybe, I mean, they are investing in Sheriffs. I was wondering if they go a little bit deeper into the pocketbook here.
I was gonna think like maybe Team Secret, you know, take a page out of the book for Paper X and start getting outlaws.
I think that would be great here.
Oh yeah, we saw how strong the outlaw really can be,
especially if your opponent like force buys into this round.
Yikes! That was almost a punish there from May. Haphazardly picking up the orb, actually not getting the orb. Still though, they were able to get on top of that situation. No follow-up from DFM here. They take a slower, methodical approach, and I say that, and then Neth just, you know, gets taken down, as well as Medusa. All right, I'm just gonna keep doing play-by-play till someone from DFM slows the pace down and lets us get a bit of more conversation in. But it seems like this round is about to end. Sesu doesn't have any coverage to plant the spike safely, so he just has to look for a pick here and there. But Team Secret, yeah, they got a rough idea of where he was. So that's going to be that. Team Secret 11.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of wandering all over the map here. I mean, everybody's just sort of on their own for the most part. There wasn't a lot of cover for DFM. Just trying to see if they could isolate some of those, you know, Sheriff fights and get a big win. You know, May's got an opportunity there up on top of the wall, but can't quite get the aim down. The rest of it, you know, pretty easy for Team Secret. Just holding their angles and waiting with open arms.
I'm not super confident here for DFM. I mean, they have their gun round, but every single player at DFM is on a half shield. Not really what you kind of want to do when there's so much contact play in hand.
Right. Well, they, you know, because they bought all those Sheriffs, right? So they don't have that extra money.
Exactly.
This is why I kind of wanted to either see them just go all or not. Either fully invest in that
force buy.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Or just play for this round. Instead, they kind of went with a bit of a half measure. I mean, obviously the half armors are still fine, but you're absolutely right. Like, it is a bit concerning.
Yeah. When there's a lot of like these, again, prolonged engagements, you kind of don't want to have lesser of you know, something that can absorb that damage. Anyways, seems like DFM already setting up for this A play. Medusa somehow finds Jeremy through the thick of things, and this actually turns into a pretty doable situation right now for DFM. And he's going to be holding the back of the site. He's alone. He's already been used up all of his nano swarms. Borgum's going to be in the corner right now. Tries to make an aggressive TP play, but it actually blows up in his face. Izzy Bash now as well here. Could flash himself out. Name thrown actually in the wrong direction. A mishap here from May could cost them their lives, and they're trapped here for just a split second. They do have Medusa coming in for the B push, so they want to make this into a split. Takes a bit of a breath, pushes right in. There's the fight, and May takes it all the way up. And it's all down to NDG, 3 versus 1.
Spike planted.
NDG here finds nobody as he creeps up through the entryway, where again, May is pretty much waiting. Blast back. Perfect bait for May. And that's going to be the 3K for him, and DFM answer back.
Yeah, okay. This got a little bit concerning, I'd say, other than if Borka maybe doesn't go so hyper-aggressive. I think the idea that was running through Team Secret's mind was that DFM was going to be a little bit more aggressive towards the A side after that flash connected onto NDG, but instead they pumped the brakes, and Borkum, I think, thought that he could get away with like a cheeky backstab. Instead, DFM was just kind of waiting there. And that opened enough space here that DFM was able to brute force their way in towards the B site with that superior firepower.
Absolutely. There you go. They got themselves through a tricky gun round. May has gotten himself that showstopper. Sesu preparing to actually use a paranoia there, but won't really commit into things. Will they pull the trigger, as they do see Envy's utility here outside C?
Yeah, they had to have been worried about somebody being at that door or something. They were really keen, making sure they get that. I mean, there is the showstopper on both sides, and neither one going for anything crazy early, but with Jeremy's position, if you can find a good opportunity here, you might be able to do some serious damage. One way comes up, and the counter, and the flash, but nobody from DFM is making a move off of this. That's all just to buy time to hold Team Secret in place for this rotate.
True. Look at how far Team Secret are playing on C, though. They do realize that whether it's C or A, they can just play far back on safer positions so they don't get traded in. And speaking of, not really dying, and Jesse Vash gets spotted out by Medusa once again, who's been getting a lot of these lurk kills. Yeah, DG gets punished as he tries to get a little bit cheeky. That's not going to be too good for him. Envy going to do the same. Now finds one, sees Sesu on top C, and he's making some of a good case of just, again, punishing them for getting too close into the site. Jeremy's ripped out his showstopper. May's been exposed. They know where he is. Ooh. And where is this coming from? It was May a couple of rounds ago. Now it was Jeremy as he unleashes the showstopper, hits nothing, gets punished. DFM get another.
He's just unreal. He's got phenomenal reactions. His aim is so good. That's a huge bailout here for DFM because, frankly, Team Secret plays this round mostly pretty well. Other than the good lurk by Medusa as well. That's a huge pick for DFM. But May able to dodge the showstopper and is instantly 180 ready for Envy.
Smiles all abound.
But I actually really like the way Team Secret played that round. They kind of expected the showstopper on to C. It was just Envy hightailing it out there. May again. Unreal.
He's heated up. He is awake, alive, alert, enthusiastic. Not what you want to do when you're up against May.
No. You never want to see that. He's crazy good.
Okay, this is...
I mean, they're just trying to get all this util out and get in here, but they're not comfortable with this Marshall here, SRI. They committed a lot of utility to that. Did DFM. For not much gain. I mean, okay, they get the the player trying to backstab him, but took quite a little bit of damage there, did Neth.
Jeremy's alone. Does have a nade though. Can use his opponent's smoke against him, and that he will be able to do. Finally shuts down May. It's still not clear cut for Team Secret here, but that's a step in the right direction at least.
But what concerns me here is DFM doesn't have anybody to follow up, to trade that kill, right? Like, you know that your opponent's on an eco.
30 seconds left.
Nobody's there to pick it up.
Oh. Borkum had a chance there.
One enemy
Not going to happen. Medusa. Now here's the rotation from Jesse Vash and just slowly stalking the captain here of Team Secret. Knows exactly where he is. Just a tad bit too forward for his liking, but I mean, it was only a matter of time before he can get that kill. DFM slowly creeping up these rounds back into their side.
I mean, this may, like, oh, I didn't even mean to do that, but I said this may be
it's gonna be May.
Yeah. Well, it's like you were talking about with something yesterday where you were like trying to come up with different words. I'm like, I need to not use the word may in the context of if.
Nice.
I really think they need to make sure that whatever May is doing, there's cover and protection for him to make sure that he can continue to pop off here. And this is something that is great. Like, cover him with that Odin, set him up with these Seekers, get May to give you the ability to get some rounds back because you desperately, desperately need him, and he's the only one who's getting the majority of the frags.
I saw a dark cover from DFM, by the way. That's Borkum rushing into the back of the C site. I think DFM realizes too, so they take a breather at least for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, DFM is very cautious here. Both teams on their attacker side a little more methodical today. There isn't a lot of that explosiveness. We haven't seen too many rushes. It's really been them feeling each other out, trying to get a good idea. A bit more spam there. Again, this is all trying to buy attention over towards the A tight, keeping players planted. Maybe seeing if Anthem can sneak up and get a cheeky kill there, but everybody else for DFM is just holding outside here, I think waiting potentially for this util to go down. Here we
As
go.
it goes down, there it is. There's going to be the contact. May's already coming in here, and Envy hasn't gotten any value whatsoever, so he's just going to get null and void. NDG, though, does get the trade, but
30 seconds left.
I mean, again, you're talking about this DFM. As long as they can support May very quickly, it should go into the favor of DFM, which it absolutely does. Jesse Vash, first on the scene, tries to get a little bit closer, did spot just the outline there of Sesu. Unfortunately, could not convert. That's really going to hurt them. They really were looking for that quick, easy kill. And unfortunately, they're going to have to play through this Viper Pit, where an Odin spam is still coming in. So Team Secret might just have to go for the save. It's an expensive round. Don't make it any more expensive.
Yep, makes a ton of sense. No reason to get over aggressive. And it worked a treat, right? You kind of took your time. You played with the other side of the map, caused a little bit of distraction over on the other side, kept a few feet planted so it'd be harder for the rotations to come through. And then you set up May to do his thing. Like right away, yeah, he gets taken down, but he got a kill on the entry. Sesu right there to back him up. Now, May may be getting a little bit over aggressive there, walking through his own teammate's snake bite to try to go for the boombot, got caught. But the cover was there, right? That's what's important.
Yeah, and again, because of, I think just how much zone control I feel like May has, Secret have been just playing so far back into the site that even if, right, someone like Envy plays there, there's no one to assist him. He's just alone.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, hopefully some of this stuff will be addressed in the timeouts. I mean, I'm curious to see what Team Secret is going to do if Warbirds is going to key in on some of this sort of, fakery that's going through with DFM. They're doing a lot of stuff where they're sending attention A and then going back to C, right? And it is keeping, because Team Secret has been respecting it, keeping them on that A site instead of, making fast rotations and things like that. And that has started to give DFM an edge in a couple of these rounds, so who knows?
Fair enough.
I mean, comebacks happen on this map. Kilios talked about it all the time on day one.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it just feels like Team Secret haven't really pushed out on their defending side, whether it's to respect the, again, right?
The pistol round, when Envy went through the toxic screen on the mound.
That's just about it.
I think that's about it, yeah. No, you're absolutely right, 100%.
Yeah, so maybe a change of pace? I don't know, because these defensive postures from Team Secret really haven't paid any success for them whatsoever.
Well, and I'm seeing pings come out here from DFM. I think they're expecting maybe some aggression towards A. The Hawk leading the way with Borkum and Jeremy on the other side. It's a potential B push here for DFM as the Viper's Pit is on to C. And it's just a Killjoy utility there, but for whatever reason, DFM decides to divert their attention, maybe expecting what you were just talking about, that Team Secret is going to get really aggressive and go through towards A lobby here.
They have a flash. Jeremy could be in trouble here if he's out in the open like this. Spots out a little bit of that contact. Doesn't give away, I think, anything. The paranoia to get in May. He will be able to get one. Borkum playing inside the smoke. Hides himself into the corner. That's a trade on both of the raises. But this does not make it clear-cut for anyone just yet.
Cover going out.
One marking at Rubble here. That's going to be Vash. Borkum now coming into the corner. And look at this big three-man punch that is about to hit the face of Borkum. If he clears out this angle on Rubble, are you prepared?
You could use a snake bite to clear it here. Oh, he's going to back off.
This dog. Borkum is in such a bad spot, but he has to just try to deal, right? That's going to be the one, and Jesse Vash, what a shot! Immediately uses the Seekers. Bit of that information.
30 seconds left.
No need to overheat, as it is not anything or any advantage taken garnered by Team Secret, just the trades for the most part, 2 versus 2. The Seeker trapped at the back of their own spawn. Now it spots it, so he knows it's there. But look at Vash! He's coming around the corner.
So
they don't even know about this. And the wall, the smoke, the smartness, the Vash! The plays into map point.
I love it. I love it, Jesse. That's so good. That's that veteran presence you're looking for. Oh, I've got a huge smile on my face. That was great. That's just great. Just brilliant.
It was a brain blast moment. I mean, he went on tree and played inside their smoke, swung in the other way of the door. What more could you ask for, right, from a hard read?
It's just brilliant. He knew he had him bamboozled. He knew it. Just kind of saying, uh-huh. I know what you're thinking, kids. I've been around the block a few times. I'm pretty sure he's our oldest player. in Pacific?
33? 3? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Like there's like some 3 DFM players with the age of Jesse Bash or something? maybe two.
Two, maybe. Yeah, close to that. Yeah. For sure. I mean, okay, so one thing I do want to highlight here for DFM is if they're just a little bit quicker, their decision making in that round, that snakebite came super late to displace Borkum. Eventually it landed, and then Borkum had to fight for it outside on the backside of Rubble there. But it came a little bit too late, I think. I think if they do that right away and make Borkum uncomfortable, he can't get another, or makes it harder for him to get another kill there, I should say.
Yeah.
And then they can maybe have an easier time getting through that round. But they really kind of pumped the brakes after May died and really rethought what they were going to do.
Yeah.
And then that snakebite came after they were already pushed out, after they were already fighting.
Yeah, and at that point, Jesse Bass was already there to assist Borkum. And, you know, again, we saw what happened. Anyways, timeout is over. Medusa immediately spamming the angle here so that no one pushes up onto Rumble. I hear myself, hey! Showstopper, but that rocket has been stopped. Was that a shotgun from Bash? Yes, it was. Aye.
He read it again. He knew exactly what they were doing. 100%.
Yeah.
He figured it out. I mean, this is why he's the IGL man. He's so smart.
This is DFM, a chicken without a head. Not gonna have too many options to work with as they Hail Mary a pass onto Seaside. It's still 4 versus 5. They have the lockdown, so they should be able to secure this. But without that firepower on May, that's 20 plus kills in this first game. They're really gonna need something to work with, and that is to over push a little bit here. Get a little bit aggressive, get a lot more kills. Medusa's by himself, but he can't turn Bash into stone. It's Bash that slays the Titan.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here from Team Secret. Completely different team than we saw on their first match. Looking much improved, much more dialed in. Good fundamentals, which we expect from them, and then a little bit of flair at the end from Jesse.
There is nothing else I could ask for. Just seeing how, again, that map 1 has, and again, it's just map 1, but still such a big difference from what we saw in the previous here from Team Secret. A lot more composure, a lot more capability to read out their opponents, and wow, what a finish.
Yeah, and their aim looked a lot crispier today, so they look good.
Yeah,
really
anyways,
good.
We're just gonna pass it on to the analysts to just dissect what happened in that first map.
Different team indeed. I mean, Team Secret making this comeback, I suppose, right now, showing everybody that, no, first stage hitters, that was just it, we're back.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a return to form. And at the beginning of this game just felt like TS space jammed the ever-loving hell out of DFM. They just completely swapped places and power levels at the beginning of this map. I mean, it was basically just May in that first half that was really getting anything done. But even then, that win streak we saw from Secret was just fantastic for them.
Yeah, I mean, they really kept the momentum up, right? And I think they got the read that they were, starting off on a better foot today in this map 1, right? They were hitting their shots a lot more consistently in that first half, and they just continued to push that tempo. And I would say perhaps almost in a risky way for a map like Lotus, right? We didn't see too much complex moving around the map from Team Secret for a lot of those early rounds. It was just push through, go for the fights, win the fights, go in, plant the spike. And it worked out because, again, they were firing. The trades were there. I think that's the biggest thing for me. The comms seemed to be there. NDG seemed to have his head screwed on tight today. He was looking at the right angles, the right places at the right time, and that's good news for Team Secret.
But actually, I didn't feel like it was a very, very clean map, on the side of both teams, right? I mean, obviously for the side of DFM, we did see May carry quite a lot. There were so many missed opportunities on the side of, all of the other players. For Team Secret, yes, they did take this map, but there were some times where you caught people sleeping a little bit. You did see the unchecked corners too.
Yeah, some unchecked corners coming through. Jeremy as well, sometimes overextending, putting himself way too far out with not enough support. I mean, Envy as well, that mound push that we saw from him in the second half, just getting himself caught and taken down very quickly. That kind of allowed for DFM to start getting the gears working in their favor a bit. So there's definitely things that tighten up, but widely, I mean, this is just a complete opposite Team Secret from what we saw in their opening series, and also, yes, a lesser opponent compared to what we witnessed from Talon. I mean, May is doing his best to try to put on that governor impersonation for sure, but the things that we were talking about, Jeremy being this strong entry player for this squad, getting off kills, but also NDG needing to have a stronger performance. He comes out here, drops 19 with 19 kills, 12 deaths. You compare that to, yes, this is the overall stats for their series versus Talon, where he went -21 on those 2 maps played. So this is already such a massive move in the right direction for him.
Yeah, and on the side of DFM, again, my eyes continue to go to Medusa as well. I mean, they rely on him to lurk so much, and he knows that that's his own playstyle. He's not just playing Sentinel, he's playing strictly a lurker role. If you're going to do that, you have to consistently be winning out on those 1v1s whenever you're facing, or potential 1v2s as well. And obviously, you know, he put up a fair number of kills, but not enough to really turn the tables around when you had such a rough start.
I mean, it was May, Medusa, and NDG and Jeremy that we did have our eyes on, right? In the pre-show, we talked about it. I also do want to put some attention, though, on Envy. He made such an impact last year, and now we're seeing him on a controller, which, as you pointed out earlier, Will, isn't exactly a role that he, you know, we've seen him on quite a lot. It's been I think it's been years since we've seen him on controller, actually.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think, again, if they are continuing to grow in the right direction, and we're, I guess, seeing them wake up a little bit here in the very beginning of the year, it'd be so mechanically talented that if he is able to start to flex around for this team, that could be a very strong benefit for Team Secret.
No, absolutely. I mean, the more flexibility you have on a roster, the stronger your roster absolutely can be. It's about not stretching people too thin and trying to force them to do too many things at the same time without them having that kind of just that solid baseline to really work off of. But this is just a big flip here for NDG. The kind of win that you really need to get in a series after you have such a really poor debut here in Pacific. This is a great turnaround for him, and hopefully this is going to, you know, any kind of jitters that he might have had on that first day, hopefully they remain gone.
Yeah, hopefully it's all gone. He's, you know, shaking them all off, especially with this performance, because he's also a kind of player that relies heavily on, you know, on that energy, on that actual energy on stage. He's usually the one alongside Borkum that's actually keeping it up. So this should pretty much be uphill for Team Secret, especially since we're heading into their map pick, which is going to be Breeze.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the same power happens on Breeze as well. Also, because there were several moments where even though they were steamrolling in that first half, they were playing very overconfident, very cocky, I would say, just straight up, right? I mean, you have Borkum like jump peeking on an entry into Mound and things like that.
Had the door thing with Vash.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you get kills and it worked out against DFM, but especially on a map like Breeze, it's such a wide map that if you do that and you get that one pick and you're not able to enter into the site, suddenly everything shuts down.
Yeah, and again, while it looked improved, we saw a couple more op kills coming through here from Jeremy when he was running that one. This is the map where it's going to be even more important for him. So if he can continue in that trend, finding these opening picks, getting those first kills coming through as the attack tries to come in or as they're trying to push into a site, then this is going to be a really good thing here for the side of Team Secret.
And, you know, a map like Breeze, it's a map that you pick with a lot of confidence, right? You can't not pick it and not, you know, want to take those duels. For the side of DFM, I'm wondering if May's morale is shaken up at all. He's a very young player as well. So the rest of the team, DFM, they're going to have to, you know, make sure that that is all intact. He doesn't lose his confidence at all, especially since, again, elimination match, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure, and I think that what we've seen from May already, he's not really going to get rattled too much. I mean, he's been a competitor for a very long time. He comes into DFM, he kind of inherits this 0-9 scoreline that they had from the last season, and he still is managing to push back. It's really just about getting the support around him that was lacking for Jerry and Team Secret in their last match, getting that support that DFM did have in their opening series, because they looked a lot better, and May is still putting up solid numbers, even though the rest of the team isn't accomplishing nearly as much. I mean, this was a very poor game from Anthem in particular.
Yes, I was about to say, let's call it out where it is needed, because you're playing that solo initiator Sky, and if you're not able to trade nor set up the perfect assist for your star duelist, then it's going to be a rough going in that composition that you picked up. Now going on to Breeze, if they continue with the single duelist Yoru though, things play a little differently, right? You do have to be a bit more self-sustaining, and actually you have to have a lot more map control as well, because that's how you're going to start choking onto a site or go for those retakes. So I'm very curious if they're able to clean some of that up, especially because they're not playing against the likes of Flashback on the other side.
Right, and going into our map highlights right now, just taking a look back into Lotus, right? We did have a lot of those, I felt like cheeky plays on the side of Team Secret, right? You did have those moments where you almost felt like, are they really going to do this? Are they really going to bring around the Rosie with the rotating door? Are they really going to try, you know, the Judge, for example, inside of Jesse Vash? And somehow it works. And they seem to be one of these teams that can still pull off things like this, for example.
Yeah, I mean, just they try to go for the pop flash out, but you just pull them down, just tucked into the corner. I mean, it was consistently here for Team Secret. They were just consistently catching the members of DFM off, completely off guard, as I stumble over my words. But we saw a little bit of that rally back coming through as the coaching staff for DFM starts pumping the brakes and trying to identify what is going wrong. They get a decent run back where it looked like it might just end up being a 13-1, 13-2 shutout, but this still isn't what they're looking for. You come into this, you select to go to this map, you need to have that strong performance because now they find themselves in a position where they have to play against Team Secret on their map pickup reason. Yes, you have seen them play this, you have decent expectations of what to expect from them, but have you developed enough to counteract it?
Yeah, and I do wonder actually if that's part of it, is that they saw the previous match of Team Secret and they just said they just look so shaky mechanically that we can go for these duels. Because we saw it, I mean, even in that pistol round in the second half, Medusa doesn't have to take that fight 1v2, but he just kind of sits there, plants himself, and says, I can probably get these kills, and Secret shoots back. So as we see, no Asian changes here for either team. Hopefully that's something that DFM talked about and say, okay, let's give them the respect they deserve once again. Play like we did against DRX, against players who will fight back, who will beat us in these duels, and see how we operate on this map.
I actually do like that they're sticking with this Asian comp. They're really let's run with it, let's commit. Also, we have a second chance to do all of the things that we did wrong the first time, and we have a lot of information on Team Secret on how they play this map. So it's gonna be it's gonna be like, I think, a big question mark on the morale and the energy of both teams, especially since you have DFM, who's a team that needs still like a little bit of steam to get going, right? And Team Secret, it looks like they already are. So we're gonna toss it on over to our casters. No hesitations this time. It's Paper Thin and Asarai.
It's panicking a little bit there because I thought they were going to show our faces, but we're totally fine. We're just getting back into the action. It's going to be Breeze, as
we're just
they were
vibing,
mentioning.
yeah.
We were just vibing. I was like, wait, why aren't you panicking? And they said, pass it to the casters. Now we're fine. Anyways, still the same composition here from Team Secret.
Yeah, so again, both teams kind of have some info, like the desk was pointing out, onto what to expect out of each other. I'm hoping there's a little bit more coordination overall with DFM, not just going back to what we saw with them versus DRX on this map, but also in regards to what we just saw in Lotus. That's when they started putting good rounds together, is when they're playing off of each other, playing for each other. Deep knife early. Just Neth going to give that away on purpose to try to sell. Again, really favoring these false information gives is DFM. We saw it a lot on Lotus on their attacker side. Right back to trying to do it here on Breeze. And they're looking in towards mid now, maybe setting up for a push one way or another. A flashes out just in case, but that's going to be some sound cues given and a crunch towards B being set up.
True, the only thing that's really helping this B site is the one trap for NDG here. May's going to get the catch on. Jesse Vash is going to get pinned down here. Oh, this is so difficult for Vash. He is rocking a hard place. That's getting him getting smashed, and DFM, what a great pitch coming in from mid.
Yeah, nice little setup. I mean, it helps that May just mechanically can outplay his opponents. There was a good chance there. Nice shot, long range from Jeremy with the Ghost.
That does start something, but Sesu, as he peeks up on B main, silences Jeremy. Envy's the only one left. Envy's been good. He's been clutching, the past couple of games for Team Secret, but not this time. DFM just too much overwhelming on the pistol.
Yeah, and finally finding a much-needed pistol win. I think that's their first one of the season, SRI.
Really?
Yep. I just was thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't think they won a pistol versus DRX. And they didn't win a pistol on Lotus. So a huge, huge win here. Some crispy shooting, so right back into it is DFM. And again, when May can break down doors for you like that, Dedesk was also talking about this. When he's kicking in doors, when he can set those opening picks, it's good stuff. And Anthem right on top of NDG.
Yeah, May would love to get as much contact and kills as possible, because if you're feeding him this early on, you're allowing him to just set up that dimensional drift very quickly into some amazing possible plays here for DFM. Envy again by himself, that's going to be the trade, but all things considered, DFM clean second round.
Yeah, really looking forward to some of those dimensional drifts. A lot of times I think of them initially as a great counter to like the Viper's pit, things like that, but you can get them really rolling. I always think about the way that Paper Rex was doing it at the AVL with Forsaken, where they were feeding him tons of orbs and they got 5 dimensional drifts in one half.
Wow.
And absolutely just steamrolled their opponent. But there's so many options, so much flexibility that the dimensional drift gives you beyond just information, but setting up picks, setting up plays. those kind of things. So certainly one of the most powerful ults in the game, and only 3 away from it already is May.
Yes.
The clock has stopped. Oh.
Yeah. I was.
My.
No.
Not again.
If you
Not
don't
like this.
If you don't notice it, don't give it any chance. It won't.
It's like since we have Medusa in the game, the whole thing with Medusa is you can't look at her.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
Like, or she'll turn you to stone.
Just don't even notice it, all right? It's not a thing, guys. Don't manifest it. Don't give it any energy. All right, but anyways, absolutely right. It's a great, good start here for DFM. Team Secret, I also just want to add, it feels like there is some bit of lacking control on mid. There is a lot of setup that they have on both the mains, but it seems like the pinch from DFM on mid is enough to really rattle the control of Team Secret here on their defending side.
I think you hit a good point that maybe that's something DFM identified in their VOD review. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Just now, okay, you were right. If we just ignored it, it wouldn't be a problem. We're right back at it.
Yeah, we wouldn't be feeding it, energy or power.
It's like the anti-spirit bomb. Give it energy.
Yeah, suck it away. May's gone here straight on Halls. He has Neth right behind him. Vash,
he pinged it out. They saw it, or they are aware of it at least.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as May doesn't get pushed out, he can get as close as he wants, pop out a flash, and catch Vash unawares. Oh my god. He was just about to use the drone too. I think he got a whiff of where Neth was too. Activating immediately the cascade here. Spots one. Jeremy's backing away now. And that wasn't a commit push onto Halls. They just opened the door and immediately look at the gate crash here from May as he's back on attacker spawn.
Yeah, but already Team Secret identifying something you were talking about, putting a little bit more pressure onto mid with Jeremy here. He's going to be holding an angle. Sasu taking his time, waiting for a bit of reinforcement. Are they going to be aware? Looks like it.
Ooh, there you go. That's the first contact, and May just swings wide. Usually the term for that is swing and a miss, but no, swing and a hit here for May. Backs away though, just picks up the weapon, upgrades the weaponry of his team, and just being stuck by. What a timing. That is going to clear up the A site. It's only going to be Borkum holding on as Neth uses the cascade. He is alone. Does he have his watch? Does he have Borkum time? We'll have to see on defense. That's going to be the one. The second!
One enemy remaining.
As he truly activated, down
Spike
5. Medusa's just caught out in the open. He couldn't really react against Vash. And Borkum holding that A site for dear life.
Yeah, checked our watches. It was indeed Borkum time. Absolutely. Nice little hold there from him. But I really like what DFM is doing here in the early part. They're really working the map. They're really making Team Secret have to think about and guess where they're going to go. And then, there's these great gate crashes set up by May. Early on to make these fast rotations. And this one, he had set up another one. It didn't come into play, but to go back towards spawn to set up a flank angle if they're able to secure the site and get the plant down. So, there's layers here to what DFM is trying to do. And now is the real big test. Obviously, that was just the bonus, so not the end of the world that you can't take that one away. Coming through now.
Oh, okay.
Couple Guardians only.
Ooh, ouch.
He's so clean.
Truly, that's going to be Hunter's Fury and Dimensional Drift available for DFM here.
That's a great combo.
It is. It could be more than enough to take down Envy here. Right in front of him. Goes for the flash. Actually fights the angle right now. Throws out the fragment. Stop the push from coming in. Jeremy right at the precipice of this wall. Envy's trap can't really commit because he's a little bit too low. Right in front of him, the cascade, as well as the cove, gives a bit of safety. He pushes up, but May's so ready for it. 3 versus 4. NDG, as well as Medusa, playing hide and seek on elbow here, while the rest of all the players is stuck outside A main. There it is. There's the Dimensional Drift. All right, he's getting as much information as he can. He hasn't found Jeremy yet.
You didn't see him,
but be able to find a nice little catch here. He's on break.
30 seconds left.
I mean, he can't punish the plant, but he can maybe get the kill, which he does. This is the first one. Medusa coming in from the sidelines as well. Oh my gosh, I don't know if Team Secret knows about this. Jesse Vash is just going to hold the defuse. They won't allow him to do this, though. But he got the kill on the Medusa. A possibility, a chance. Not at all, as Sasu's gone for the snake bite. Can't wait a little bit for it. Too much damage. Bash is coming in. NDG for the swing. And all he needs is about a second, which... Did he get it? He did!
Oh my god, he did. Oh! Oh! Okay, so a lot going on in that round. DFM there not identifying Jeremy's position probably loses them this round. That cost them an extra player. They lost the Hunter's Fury early as well to Anthem. But then you lose May, a tremendous player. Medusa can't get his aim down in time to take out Jesse. And Sesu commits 2 really fast snake bites. I'm not exactly sure why. I think he had a little bit of time there, right? To like throw
space
one.
it out.
Yeah, exactly. So that also maybe cost them that extra half a second they needed to secure that round.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I don't know, maybe it's just nerves or them feeling hypey that, you know, it feels like this round is already theirs, so they can just throw out anything and it'll be secure, but not gonna happen this time. Anyways, looking at the positions real quick here. Massive mid control right now for DFM. Jesse Vash from a safe location activates a Sova drone. Halls might be opened up again here by Medusa, as he's already creeped up way past safety, or the safety of his own side of Halls.
And real quick, this round is really important just looking at the economies of both teams. Not so great on either side. A little bit worse as Team Secret, but this one really, really important for potentially how this one is going to swing one way or another. Jeremy holding that close angle with the Judge even. NDG with a Bulldog. You know, barely able to scrape together a buy here. A half buy was DFM, but here they go, going for the execute.
There's the flash. They're trying to, but the snake bite delays them.
30 seconds left.
TP was just a ruse. It was a fake. Invy's around the corner here. He's playing peekaboo with the players of DFM. There's the activation on the Hunter's Fury. Not going to get anybody, but look at this. Borkum holding the angle on stairs, able to go in for the pinch. May's taking too much damage here. One's going to be right on top, but angles have been cleared, cut up, and just basically, again, plugged by Team Secret, stopping any form of offense from DFM.
Yeah, all it took here was some very, very smart play from Borkum. A couple snake bites to delay, and then using those stairs to great effect. Not giving himself away, not giving up his life. Did a ton of damage to May there initially. May tried to check that angle, but Borkum was patient, didn't give it up. Some snappy shooting from Envy, as we've come to expect from him. And yeah, Borkum should be happy about that round. He played that very, very well.
Absolutely. It is weird when you're hearing your own countrymen speak words, because I know what they're saying, but I can't like translate it for a broadcast. Anyways, Borkum, nasty shot onto May, and you know what happens when May goes down. The offense from DFM just really again just drops.
You would hope it doesn't, but that tends to unfortunately be the case sometimes.
Jeremy.
But you know what? Yeah.
Could be that contact on Medusa here, who's
I think they've just okay. Well, now he gave his position away when he fired that shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they just had no idea. I mean, these positions from Jeremy have been so smart. They're really catching DFM off guard. You know, trying to work the map, and Jeremy's able to find those little nooks and crannies that DFM isn't checking and making them pay.
Pay dearly they shall, as again, they've lost so much of the map already. Same thing happening here. Quick little crisscross of the toxic screens. High Tide to use for a bit of that safety as they try to enter into the site. Once Borkum finds that contact, Jeremy's just one step away from getting the kills, and should be able to engulf them. Man has some very slippery movements. Oh, he gets a kill because of the reload of Jeremy, and now it's actually been turned up on his head. NDG has a judge. He needs to pick something up differently. There is a reckoning right now. NDG could get basically, again, flushed out here, and Neth could have the highlight of the day, picking up a round for DFM where it honestly should not have been. One versus one is not looking in the right direction.
Hiya.
Indeed.
It's so close. Neth doing everything he can to try to get this round back for DFM, but You know, oh, what a shot from Borkum. Great angle. And again, these cheeky positions from Jeremy continue to just absolutely devastate. Now, Jeremy, I think should have just, if he was going to go up and over like that, just stuck with the classic and tried to right-click it down, right? But
yeah. So this is what we call overheating.
That is overheating. 100%.
Going back to our discussion.
That was overheating, 100%.
All right.
Ooh, op and a Blade Storm, though. Bunch of ults. Team Secret to play with. See how Borkum wants to use this Viper's Pit. May still 3 away from his ult, so. But there's the Medusa ult.
Borkum just
doesn't matter. He just steps out and kills.
Yeah. I mean, he still has the safety of that that brick there for him to kind of jiggle in and out of, even through the cascade. Jeremy picks up Medusa. Bit of a spread for DFM here, and you haven't really found a position or an approach that is clear-cut. It's, again, just a little bit too spread.
Yep. And they're doing that thing they did on Lotus in one of their eco rounds where they just went all over the map individually trying to make plays, and didn't really work out then, and so far hasn't really worked out now. Jesse's totally aware of this. Yeah. He is 100% expecting them to try to push this angle.
Question is, does he win the duel, though? Because he's up against May. Ooh,
good
okay,
flash.
That flash actually gets him. Fake, not fake, die to the real one. That's an opening right now for DFM. Into the corner, Borkum should be able to spot this, but not be able to deal with it. That's the big problem here. As DFM, they've called for the play for picks. It actually works in their favor. Envy, oh, now they know where he is. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Envy, that was Jeremy. Either way, Jets down, no blades, opportunity garnered, and this is going to be, from what a couple of seconds ago should have been a smooth round for Team Secret. They're going to have to retake against DFM.
Yeah, I mean, you do still have the Neural Theft available. No command as well. There it goes. Neural Theft going to come through, and immediately Envy's looking for C's. Sesu, excuse me. Good job. Being cagey inside of there, not giving it up.
He found Anthem. He can still push in. Sesu is 5 HP, but he has the Viper's Pit as well as the Snake Bites to delay. And DG, he's going to have to just make as much noise as possible. He can't even find his opponent, and that's going to be Sesu with the 4K. And DFM, magicians, just creating situations out of nowhere.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, Neth almost did it in the previous round. This time, Sesu able to convert. And that is, I mean, it worked this time. And it's because of individual plays like May is able to do to take out Jesse Bash on the backside of the map. Sesu able to win some big fights and get to that pit. I mean, that's what's crucial about this round. And the Neural Theft is there immediately. Team Secret does a lot of good things to try to get rid of Sesu, get rid of that pit. But Sesu, very wise to it, able to maneuver around that ultimate.
And again, you know, just because there's so much artifacts or like things that he can hide behind in that pit as well, it makes it 100 times worse for NDG to just, you know, try to scan him. So he just had to YOLO something and hope that he could find Sesu before it was too late. It's too late, excuse me.
Yep. Now, both teams gonna pump the brakes a little bit here. It was starting to feel like Team Secret just really had a great read on them. They were really starting to understand DFM's game plan, and you know, again, it is a risk to take to do what DFM did in that previous round, where you call on your players to just kind of go out on their own and try to win some solo battles, but it paid off. They're just barely able to scrape through, literally 5 HP away from losing that round.
Hey, I mean, if you're able to squeeze one in, why not, right?
Yeah.
4-3. All DFM wants, all DFM needs. TS, Team Secret, they're not out of it just yet in terms of like creds too, so perfectly fine. Oh, this drone. Gotta be spotting Jeremy, but does it spot the other one? They're going in for maybe a quick little pinch, but that is the baited switch. Yeah, Borkum found one. Jesse Bash as well. Envy. Okay, let's just get kills all across the board. It's the same one round that we saw on Lotus. Why not? And Anthem and Medusa immediately is like, what? Where's our team?
What happened? I mean, it's just great setup. I mean, right? Like, they're so smart. Just right off of contact, immediately Jesse has the lineup for the Hunter's Fury. Oh, Medusa. Oh, we didn't see him initially. I think he missed his head. I don't think he saw it over that mound.
He did not. I mean, I feel like, you know, Sova's head just blends in perfectly with the
It's like the same color, yeah.
Anthem's alone. I mean, May was able to create an opening, but this might be too tall of an order for Anthem.
I mean, he's had nutty aces in the past. Last year, he had a couple of them that were absolutely ridiculous. But this is,
30
I mean,
seconds
he's saving, so it's
Yeah.
basically impossible unless they just all just run out in front of him.
I would love to see Jeremy just say, guys, I'm going to drop on vents and see what happens. Oh, wait. He's coming back. He's looking at the weapons. He's going shopping, but maybe. Ah, look at it. Go, 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 go.
Drop a shock
okay.
dart in there, yeah.
They did!
Oh,
they did!
he got, oh! I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's so fun to watch Team Secret today because they're so on the ball.
Yeah.
They're really just reading their opponents so good today.
Look at that, too. You're absolutely right. That big oops.
I mean, again, Medusa. Oh, gosh. That just feels so bad.
Okay, quick translation. Hulika means I caught you.
Okay.
See, this is...
You can translate that one safely.
Yeah, at least for the Team Secret games. If they can survive the tournament, I can keep doing this for them.
Well, you do have Dimensional Drift, Neural Theft, and then still that Null Command or Envy, and there you go.
Yeah. They haven't gone for any of the B pushes just yet. May's getting a lot of information on NDG right in front of him, and he has the reload! No! The shorty! Just a bit shy of shutting down NDG, and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for DFM.
It's just a fast executed, dialed up set play off the back of that Dimensional Drift, and you're hoping May should be good for that. But the shorty bullets were not in his favor, just not quite enough to finish the job. And then it all just came falling apart, just chaos there in a blink and you miss it round.
Yeah.
So we like to say, Team Secret holding firm, not giving up anything, and great maneuverability there by NDG. I mean, making it as hard as possible. And okay, Medusa off the rip, right through the smoke, able to pull that Neural Theft.
That's going to be huge, too. Again, they got the -1 already against Jeremy. NDG's alone for a good chunk of seconds here, especially now that, again, as you mentioned, they got that Neural Theft. The setups for DFM should be a whole lot more consistent, a whole lot more solidified. And they're pushing them in. But the spike, it's not going to be. It's a ruse. It's a fake. Cam might have been able to spot that, though, Paper.
And this is a great call because it was May who got identified by Jesse Vash's utility, by the Recon Dart and the drone.
Yeah.
And then you have to assume that where May is, that's where the attack is going. So this call to pull off and change directions is really, really smart from DFM.
Not just that, Medusa holding an angle here, placing himself on a nice little lurk. Lurk for lurk. Envy needs to find Sesu, but he cannot. Medusa's given away his positioning. No, never mind. NDG's alone. 3 versus 1 does find May. Sneaking somewhere. Sorry, that's a 4 versus 1. But I mean, there's... Okay, never mind. He's somewhat fighting. If he can find May, activate the Neural Theft, does he have enough time to get close onto the site and maybe work his magic?
I'm like listening for the spike ticker.
Feels like no, right?
Well, I mean, DFM would have to really overstep here, but
yeah,
just grab the op and go. Yeah, that's smart.
Okay.
Oh, hurt him.
Another event play.
Do it. He doesn't have a util though.
Ah, no, he backs away. Okay.
They can't afford to drop any more guns here. Their economy's just in the gutter.
Look at the pepperoni pings by DFM, all at lower mid.
The pepperoni pings.
It's all red. Yeah, they were just like, I hear him. He's right here. No, he's here. He's here.
No,
he's here.
I know. I just I have never heard it called that before. What do you call the green ones then? The defender side pings.
Ooh, bell pepper.
Bell pepper? Okay. Yeah. All right, sure.
I'll take it.
Not bad. I feel like we can do better, but that's not bad.
Get back to me later or tomorrow.
Okay. Looking ahead, only a Spectre. Again, the money was bad for detonation, so a Spectre for Anthem. But he's got the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
See how they want to dial this one up. Knife out. That's going to get quite a few players. You're going to get a lot of information out of that. I mean, it's weird to see both the Cypher and May together, though, and no one else. Like, that's got to be kind of like a a confusing thing for Team Secret, but instead they just say, okay, well, we'll just keep holding our positions. Off of that info, you know, the drone though, starting to make you think maybe this could be an A hit. Immediately, you know, the snake bite there to delay the plant potentially, but DFM still struggling to really get to where they want to be. Going to use that recon dart to buy some time. Hunter's Fury to cover.
And Envy's just going to absorb it. He had to force out the null command there, and that might not have been the best null command, to be honest. I mean, yeah, sure, it'll deactivate the thing here, the setups for DFM. Envy's back up into play. Now they can start working their magic for this retake. It's a little bit iffy here, and there's still so many angles of alert right now for DFM. Team Secret's already onto the site, but they're just gonna get shot through the smoke. They're, whoa, this is a bit Hail Mary for them, honestly. Too much YOLO. Flash right in, and my God, is he gonna be able to do it? NDG, no! The Cyber Cage, not long enough. That was something.
It was weird. I mean, to be fair to Team Secret here, when you're like that knife, when you see, because usually, right, Medusa's lurking around the map, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's typically what he's going to do. But you see him with Mei on that knife, you got to, like, that's a really hard, like, equation to process in your head. Because you're like, well, wait, Mei is like their entry guy, but he's with Medusa. Is this some kind of, like, fast hit? I don't know. And then they kind of take their time. I don't know how I feel about Envy popping the null command to absorb the Hunter's Fury. I mean, they do get the res.
Yeah.
He was dead anyway, I guess, so might as well.
Fair enough, right? They wanted
And there's only like one more round anyway.
Yeah, they wanted the bodies anyways. Quick little flash out here, but they're holding on. The TP is all a ruse. They're basically just zombie rushing. Zerg rushing, rather. Whoa, where was that?
What a shock dart
from Jesse Vash. Jeremy finds Anthem, and this is such a very confusing, very chaotic fight. That it feels like it should be going DFM's way, but it's actually Team Secret. As dust settles, Medusa's alone. And they were able to funnel all their abilities on that entryway on double door.
Yep.
Switching sides.
You know, DFM tried to brute force their way through, but Jesse and company gummed up the works there. They, you know, Jesse gets the drone, I'm pretty sure, that caught C's up and over, so they sprayed him down, got a little bit of damage, then he nailed a really nice shock dart to finish off that chip damage they did. So that kind of began the demise and, oh, blowing off the mic there? Okay, or excuse me, the mouses? Oh, okay, everybody. Wait, are they talking into them, or they're like, you know, cooling them off because they're hot? Because they're like blowing on them.
Is there dust on the sensors?
That might be too.
Okay. I mean, that would have been cooler too. It's like, you know, our mouses are getting so hot because we're flicking too fast.
yeah, that's what I
We're
thought they were
overheating
doing.
the engines.
Yeah. Like, you're getting ready to play your Nintendo games, you gotta like do, I don't know if you had this, but
I had a
your
Super
kid-
Nintendo.
Yeah, so you had to like blow into it to
I
get it
got
to
you,
work.
I got you.
Yeah.
We're living in that same generational space.
All right, good. I'm glad.
I just might not look like it.
You do look very good for your age.
Oh, you too. Very much.
Thank you.
But anyways, I also just wanted to add, you know, you were talking about how Jesse Bash was so good at those chop darts. It just felt like it was easier for Team Secret to throw everything in that one direction when DFM's just pushing in that one direction. You know?
I think, like, what concerns me about DFM is sometimes they miss opportunities, they miss windows because they're not confident enough, they're not aggressive enough when they should be. And, like, that has cost them a couple rounds. Like, I think back to that Lotus round where they had a 4v2. They had him pinched right outside of A-Link, right, on Lotus, and then they don't pull the trigger on it and they end up, like, falling
Holding
apart.
angles, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, like, for DFM, it's all about just, like, if you're going to commit to something, like, somebody's got to be the voice on the team to just be like, you know, go. You have to do this. You know, they have to be the taskmaster.
Actually, can you refresh my memory? Who's the IGL here for DFM?
Should be Anthem.
Okay.
Could be Medusa. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's Anthem.
Speaking of Anthem, he's gotten the first pick. Ooh, second and third too. He sheriffs. I'm the law before the outlaw was a thing. Push outs from Medusa here. Envy.
Oh no.
Gets
the lurk.
Actually a pick as well with the help of Jesse Vash. And as you mentioned, it is the lurk. Spike was in Envy's hands, so he can't just willy-nilly rotate either to Vash or onto B, because now he's getting hunted by the rest of DFM that's slowly creeping up here on lower mid. Ooh, they just barely passed him too. This is stressful.
Well, he should get maybe some awareness once Jesse checks mid and it's open.
You're not looking into where Envy is, though.
Yep.
Now he does! And he even gets Sesu. This is huge, Paper. He can start running on to B now if he's careful, if he has time. Might be able to. Vash finds another one. Oh, he looks in the other direction, thinking that he might have actually separated from his team. And now Envy, he can't push into the site. He has to just get a pick first, then be safe, then get a kill if he can. 19 seconds. Does he or will he wait? And the suspense is killing me. There's the pop flash. Not gonna happen. That's too good. There's just too many players of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, those couple of early shots that were landed were really devastating here for Team Secret because the rest of this round is played really, really well by them. And they, you know, Jesse again making such good reads. Great communication here because as soon as Jesse checks mid, Envy pumps the brakes and starts checking 4 players near spawn, right? Like he takes those tight angles to look for anybody. But the better shooting here from DFM with those Sheriffs gets them over the line. So that's another pistol win. That's 2 in this map. And that could be huge here for DFM. Maybe going to be able to get their first map win as well to back up these pistol rounds. You know, you win 2 pistols, something like about 80% of the time you win the map. So
yeah, it's pretty huge too. Think about it. Again, you were talking about how DFM haven't gotten any pistol wins. Also, just wanted to point out real quick, it's only Envy that is using a Sheriff, so they're pretty well aware that, you know, DFM could use an outline, just, you know, hard saves on this second round. Anyways, oh, that's the break on the tripwire, so finally Jeremy can go into the site without getting tripped up and, you know, insta-killed here by Medusa.
Well, it's going to be DFM just playing for full-on retake. Medusa going to be able to dodge the drone. And now holding the angles, waiting for the reinforcements. Gate crash going to be put towards the back of the site.
Now, using the Cascade, there's a lot of these pockets. Opportunities maybe for Team Secret. A couple of trades here and there. May still pushing up in. There's a little bit of a late lurk too coming in from NEG here, but Medusa and Anthem just too quick. Spike, pretty far from this exploding. They can retake it, they can take their time, and they have equalized this game.
And once again, you're getting May 3 charges away from his ult with the Dimensional Drift off of these first couple wins. You're keeping a lot of really good guns into this bonus round. Guardian, 2 Bulldogs, and a Marshal. So a really good chance here for DFM to potentially convert. Like you said, you know, even though the site is pretty well dissected by these smokes, they're still able to really navigate their way very nicely. I saw some good pings coming out, some quick reactions to some of the hidden positions, or attempted to be hidden positions of Team Secret. So that's a solid round for Detonation Focus Me.
Now Team Secret on this gun round. Any explosive entries? Oh, that's gonna be one. Ouch. It wasn't an entry, but almost a kill on May there if he didn't have the gate crash up and ready as he was pushing up on top mid. Pinged by the dart. Well, the rest of Team Secret, I thought they were going to push through double door here, Paper, but it's all on possibly B or elbow.
Yeah, starting to look like that for sure, but Anthem, all he sees is NDG, so that's not really a great indication that this is a B hit like it is setting up to. Now, May is starting to push up way down hall, so things should start to kind of, like, alarm bells should be ringing in DFM's head that, okay, this might not be A.
He's alone. He's also gotten tagged by the blade, though, so he's trapped, shouldn't be up for a while. Medusa's just in a world of hurt. Whoa! But no! He puts the hurt himself as he gets one trade in. Yes, there's going to be May to assist him. 2 versus 3, but this is painful for Team Secret. They had to really go tooth and nail when it looked like it should have been a cleaner round for them. Now separating once again with the Cascade. Uses it to push up. Isolates, finds Borkum. We can find Jeremy, that's going to be huge! But it's Sesu from downtown, 1-2 with the Sheriff, absolutely huge, and DFM, what a retake.
That was nasty. That was some great shooting from Sesu, really having strong performance here today. Picking it up for his team, where maybe you don't have May popping off necessarily. Well, Sesu is right on it. Wow. Neff, quick to react, but this is crispy shooting right there. Very nice with that Sheriff, and just a wry little smile from Sesu.
He knows.
And I think it was it Medusa that was pinned behind that box?
Yes.
And went for the transfer? He headshot, I'm pretty sure it was Jeremy, Yeah. Got the dink, thought he had the kill, so he transferred up and actually got the kill on the other guy, but didn't actually finish off Jeremy. Jeremy was at like 5 HP. Yeah. No, I mean it was a great spray down. He really gave them the opportunity to win this round. Ooh, Outlaw.
On the entry,
or wait, is that a Marshall?
No, it's an Outlaw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If it looks like an Outlaw, should be an Outlaw?
It looked like it, yeah. Well, the problem is there's a couple Marshals as well in the in the Team Secret weapon pool, so I was like, wait, did I just see the skin and think? Because sometimes like the Spectre skins kind of look like a Phantom.
Jeremy's about to get the contact on Anthem here, and all he needs is a body shot. That's probably the reason why the Marshals are here too, right?
Yeah.
You get a bit of tag, you don't need to headshot. If Jeremy can find another one with the Outlaw, free kills.
Really good point. May's got that operator, and he's really weak, so this could end up just being a save if Death can't just tear him apart here and get a little maybe help from Medusa. But nope, Medusa's not even ready.
He's just going to keep getting these kills.
You got to save.
Yeah. I mean, this is painful to be in when you're a DFM. Neth, he can't. The only exit that he has is just to get back on Halls. Unless he breaks the trip, Jeremy looks in his direction and picks him off, and he's half shield only, so that Outlaw is going to be the executioner of him if he's not careful. He hears it too. Or just stays in his position. I mean, he's not going to get hit by the Event Horizon, so he's fine. Never mind. He's good.
Yeah, this is a great call for Team Secret in terms of just putting a power weapon, even though, you know, you wouldn't necessarily think of the Outlaw as a power weapon off the rip like an Op or an Odin, but because they're only playing, Jeremy! I did not expect that.
We weren't looking at the minimap, both of us. It's like
I did not expect that at all, but that's the opt-down. I mean, I was trying to praise Team Secret for their decision to go into the Outlaw because it's been a lot of half armors for DFM, and I think they finally recognized that we can maybe start doing some damage for them on some of these sort of ecos, these half buys that we're coming out with.
Yeah.
Start stealing some rounds away.
now you have that extra strat, is it, right? To just buy Outlaws and Marshals. Don't get kills, get tags, and then we'll get kills.
Yeah. Just trade off.
Oh, this is bad for Jeremy. He actually might be in a bad spot here, but nobody chases. Team Secret right beside him. There's the null command activated already. They know that Anthem should be somewhere here because of that dart. Jeremy finds one, but this is still pretty dang good for DFM if Medusa can hold his position while the rest of his teammates come in for the flank already, but Jeremy is unleashed here, Paper. May coming in for the flash. Jeremy will get shut down. Plan has to get repositioned because they don't really want to be exposed right now to May, who has so many angles to work with, using that drift to start clearing up things. The flash right out, spots out Envy. There it is, reposition. Envy, though! The May syndrome starts once again, ripping out his knife to reposition, but Envy's just too fast.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe that flash bounced a bit past Envy there, or if Envy just turned it. I mean, Envy's been really good at turning flashes from when we've seen it from his perspective today. But this, ooh, there's that classic that we wanted to see when he's in the air. There, on the back of the site, Medusa kind of doesn't swing wide enough to really give himself the angle to get those first couple of kills, and he pulls off, and then he's in a really bad spot because he's given away his position. He's the only one on the site, and there's 3 members of Team Secret there just waiting for him to peek out one way or another. Jesse's right there with great crosshair placement to take him down. So what started as kind of like, it might look like a bad execute for Team Secret, turned into a really good one just because there was a little bit of a fumble there from DFM.
Absolutely, and the rotation or the response from the players that weren't on the site just took a few seconds too long. You know, that's all Secret needed. I honestly thought that it was, as you mentioned, right, going to go for a DFM round win here, but it just wasn't.
But it's like that, it's that commitment, like this trust that they have in Jesse to make these play calls.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to dial up a fast execute, we're just going to go for it. Everybody's going to W key into the site, and we're just going to try it. And the fact that they commit to it is what gives them the win, like you're talking about, because it takes that much longer for DFM to get there because it's so fast, and you know, because Medusa just can't hang on. I mean, if Medusa gets one more kill there, it's potentially a very different round.
100%. What is the method to the madness with this buy here? Hero Vandal for May.
They've done this a couple times. Like, just give your best player the best weapon and pray that it works. I mean, you do have the potential to combo some stuff here, right? If you can get a pick or get a kill, Medusa can pop the Neural Theft. You can use the Hunter's Fury to maybe grab another gun. Kind of do a little bit of gun game. Oh, no, not like this.
NDG, you just saw it, NDG!
Oh my god! NDG!
No dice! NDG! Alright, there's other kills on the map. Jeremy gets his own, right? But that's a weapon in his hand. It might actually fall down if Neth can hold on here on A main. Dust settles, Borkham and Bash alive. Sesu coming in from double doors. Medusa, if he clutches this round, that is going to be the biggest facepalm for NDG here, as he has a rifle in hand. Wall coming in, Borkham running away. Medusa looking to punish, but that's not going to happen. Jesse Bash, he's going the other direction here. He's coming down on shoot, and this actually might not be too good. He does put the snake bite on the spike here. And Medusa, it can be 3/4 only. Bash, all he has to do is just wait, and if he's not careful, he might actually lose, but he does not. Medusa, though, oh my god, my heart.
I mean, it's just so funny, and you could see, like, NDG just, like, scrambling to figure out where the heck the B-site player is when he's walking in there. He's like, why is nobody in here? Because, like, the other Cypher is busy checking out his camera. Has no idea either. Somehow reacts to it, get the kill. I mean, what a wild moment. But what a great recovery there from Team Secret. Jeremy with a nice little pick on the backside, and now he's got an op. Now he's got a Blade Storm. Now they've got the pit. Now they've got their own Neural Theft. A lot of tools here to play with for Team Secret. And, you know, I think Team Secret here hoping that they can find an early kill with this op, and then potentially you could drop it down and then switch to the Blade Storm here for Jeremy to give you that entry potentially. I mean, there's a lot of great options available for them. But still, you do have the Reckoning and the Hunter's Fury. Great counters potentially to that Viper's Pit if it is going to be played down. So, you know, DFM, I think, should be playing this cautious, and so far are.
They have used that Sova drone on top mid. It didn't really get any clear information, but Team Secret also heard it as well. Anyways, counter Sova drone, just to check the elbow position right now.
Get out of my
Was there a follow-up here? Oh, I think they tagged the blade onto Medusa, so trips have been deactivated. Jeremy going a little bit too high, and Medusa just cannot shut him down. Anthem does go down in the process, but May is here, able to help out his teammate. NDG coming around to the corner, loses the fight, all down to Jesse Bash, 4 versus 1.
30 seconds left.
A couple of the opponents are tagged down here, Paper, but it's a very tall order here for Bash. Getting closer into the corner, did not know that May has pocketed himself there on elbow, and DFM make it clean.
I like the idea here from Team Secret. I mean, you've got Medusa potentially dead to the rights, but he did this round what he couldn't do previously, is hold the back of that site, do some damage, get some kills, buy some time for the reinforcements to come. And there it was in May. It's a great shot there, standing through the damage of that Molly. And May, very fast, very quick. DFM, 9-10, neck and neck here on Breeze. Can they turn this back? Can they get this back to even scoreline? Goes.
There's Hunter's Fury.
Got the ping.
Is he gonna chase for it? No, he gets back. Gate crashes back. Important tag. No, tag only. Singular. Puts Borkham down to 45.
Spike retrieved.
That was fishing, and he managed to snag a bite. And especially on a Borkham, that's a problem. There's no heals, right, on Team Secret.
Yeah.
He's got that pit. If you can get him down quick, that's that powerful, powerful ult out of the hands of Team Secret. Very, very quick in this round, potentially, and makes it that much more difficult.
I like how Neth is here on elbow. He's shown himself up because of the high tide, and a very quick reckoning, too. Was he expecting him to actually push up into the smoke very quickly? Regardless of, it's going to be Neth taking down NDG. Oh, that is a sweet pocket to play inside. Is Envy gonna catch this? Absolutely not. Trade for trade, though. But this is not a clean B-side take that they were kind of hoping for. Anthem falls down. Jeremy needs to pick up the slack against May, but he cannot. May's just been too much. Is Yoru unbelievably difficult to face, to deal with. Jesse Bash comes around the corner here, goes down, and Borkum, it's exposition. He's taken so much damage from the first part that it might actually just ruin him on this one. He's down to 45.
Body blocking him.
He's fighting back though. Okay, on him for a second. All right. 10 to 10.
I love it.
We're equalized.
I love it, May. Well done. But that's like such a interesting round because it swings back and forth so many times when that pick gets down. Then you start to think, okay, Team Secret, they've got a really good chance. But then May picks up a couple kills and gets that dimensional drift and makes it that much easier for them to take it down. Again, that dimensional drift, such a powerful counter to the Viper's pit. And May, so important, so crucial when his team needs him. Able to get it done once again. That's going to force a timeout here at Sarai. Yeah, I have to assume from Team Secret.
I assume as well. Just have to add here that it just feels like, I mean, we're probably going to look at the stats later, right, after this game. The kill to death ratio of both May and Jeremy feels like Jeremy has the, what do you call it? Like, he just loses all of the fights against May. And this is such a big thing for Team Secret. Because
I see what you're saying.
He can't stop the top fragger of DFM here. And there's so many instances where he has that 1v1 against him and he just loses against May.
Yeah, could be. It does feel like that. I mean, May is winning a lot of important battles at times. You've seen a lot of the other players step up. Sesu early on in this map was having some really critical rounds. And now, you know, Medusa had a really good one earlier when he's able to hold on. Now we're back to that Marshall Outlaw buy, but it's full armors this time for DFM because they have plenty of money. So still looking for that chip damage into the trade. See if they can get it done. Sesu has his Viper's Pit.
It's a 4-stack on A.
Yeah, they're really expecting like some kind of fast hit, but it's all a lineup for mid.
There it is, very quickly. Jeremy's even preemptively triggered his Tailwind, expecting any form of resistance here.
They're just pushing out.
Yeah, Bash is spotting this though.
They gotta back off. I mean, now might be a good time to just invest that pit onto A and shift your forces over to try to contain Team Secret. But instead, they're just gonna leave Neth there to watch it. He's gonna take a smidge of damage there from that Marshall.
It's already enough HP for him to get taken down by the Outlaw.
Yep.
The quick little mats here. Oh, he's not gonna spot May. I mean, it was a left and right, but right. Difficult situation to be in for Jeremy.
Right here.
It's not looking too hot though for Team Secret as they're just stuck looking for openings, but they're doing it one by one again, where we were talking about how Outlaw and Marshall should work in perfect harmony. It's a yin and yang, but there is no yin and yang here.
Yeah, this time felt a little bit more like play for yourself type style. Ooh.
30 seconds
I think
left.
you saw him. I'm gonna see him now. Got the tag.
Okay. These are the last two players though for Team Secret 2. That wall does stop
one enemy remaining.
Camera from getting any information, and Borkum just, again, YOLO's a plan. Not gonna work. DFM so clean.
They're starting to feel it now. They're starting to get into gear. Everything looking crisper and cleaner. Decision-making starting to get better. Starting to really get in the flow of the game is DFM, and that's scary for Team Secret on their map pick. You had to feel really confident after how dominant they were on Lotus. Medusa, some good ADSing there. Neth has been really clean the last couple of rounds. I mean, this is getting a little scary if you're a Team Secret fan. Still have both those ults for the side of DFM. Still a neural theft for NDG. And still not going to commit. Seems like DFM's game plan with those Viper's Pits is more to use them towards later rounds or post plants. They feel like they have a better opportunity to maybe get some value out of it. May just looking to scooch his way through. Is he going to push all the way towards their spawn? Well, there's a camera there, my guy.
Why not, right? Why not? Quick little dashes through. Where is Medusa? Game of hide and seek. He's nowhere on the site. He is somewhere on wall. Backs away onto tunnel here. That toxic screen for Borkum giving some nice little leeway just to get in. This is going to be difficult for Team Secret as NDG is going to be holding the flank right now on B main while the rest of his teammates going to have to hold the site itself.
He needs help. NDG needs help.
No one is going to be peeking him. Oh, this is bad. He's getting flashed out here, but he's not giving away his position. But look at how stressful this is for NDG. If he can get one, maybe that's going to be good enough. As Sesu and May come in, knocking on the door on B main. Jesse Bash finds one onto Anthem. Team Secret needs this here and now. Viper Pit to push up and be right in front. That Viper Pit is just shy of the spike too, so they can't really get into it and start defusing. And they have just bypassed each other, but there it is. Jeremy finds 2 kills with the classic, and Team Secret hold on.
Yeah, I like the ideas from DFM, but it's just really well accounted for by Team Secret. All that Cypher utility from NDG is watching those flank angles. So there is a trap wire there, there's a camera, everything they needed to make sure they had the info on this angle. And since Jesse Bash is able to win on the other side, that changes it from a flank into a one-directional attack, which they tried to overcome by using the Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. And this is, I think I'd rather see an early Viper's Pit, but, you know, I get the idea. Just at that point, the round was pretty one-sided.
Ooh, Neth. He's threading a needle here. He is threading the needle, but he cannot be. The shield on the site. In B manages to find 2.
Player standing.
And it's all down to May. And the weapon that he chooses to actually bring into this one too is the operator.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, not the best. Oh. I mean,
jeez.
He could have been the danger too, but it's good for one.
I mean, he hit a nice shot and then dinked, double dinked with the classic. I mean, not bad.
Yeah.
But again, it's starting to feel like it's slipping out of the control. It's kickoff point now for DFM. They lose this next round, they're out. They're done. It's over.
You're right. I actually totally forgot about that. It just turned into a sick game, and both teams
Track them down.
Absolutely fantastic.
I got so engrossed in the match.
True. You got so invested in it.
Yeah, really. I'm loving what both teams are doing, and I'm thrilled that Team Secret looks much more dialed in today, and I like that DFM still has a lot of fight after a rough map 1. So, gotta like what you're seeing, but this may be the end of the line for DFM. We'll see. It's Team Secret shifting their way towards the left-hand side of the map.
I think they waited for the gate crash of May before they actually started pushing in.
Oh,
Jeremy, Medusa put in a really bad spot. You saw the snakebite was right behind him. He really couldn't retreat into safety at all. May timing something. Here comes the flash. Looks straight in front of him, but could not deal with NDG quickly enough. Sesu and Neth, both of the controllers still alive here for DFM. If they can put some cover, get closer onto the side, maybe they can work with something. Pushing both into tunnel here. Does he have a cascade? Yes, he does. But they want to get closer first, using the toxic screen to their advantage. Dropping it down to NDG, and it's all Sesu. He's been good, but NDG picks up the slack, and Team Secret keep themselves alive and eliminates DFM.
Really nice bounce back here for Team Secret after a very rough first day for them. Come back looking much cleaned up, much better. DFM able to kind of get their composure back here on the second map, really look like a somewhat better team, but as it wore on, you can see kind of the smarts, the fundamentals of Team Secret were just too much for them to deal with. You saw some kind of little mistakes here and there for DFM that cost them some rounds, and this could have actually been their map. I mean, I think about that one round where I think Sesu let loose with the snake bites a little too early.
Yeah.
Things like that could have completely changed the dynamic of this map. Regardless, I will say, and I think we can all agree, that DFM looks better this year, at least so far.
Everybody looks better this year. An upgrade, as I think I keep quoting Coach Alex on that. It's just a whole different spell for them. And again, that's going to be that, right? Loving to see it. Predictions.
Good job.
Yeah. That's the first, at least I think, really sure prediction I got. So I'm padding my stats ever so slightly.
I had to stick with my just, pre-season predictions.
Yeah.
I definitely kind of had that lingering thought in the back of my mind. I'm like, Team Secret will probably just bounce back. Like they're just there's just too much veteran presence on that team. Like, they're not going to come out and just.
They have those days.
Yeah, everybody does, right? Yeah. So I'm very happy about this. Love to see that they're back. Obviously, it hurts to see DFM go. We're really hoping that with what they, especially with what they showed against DRX, I thought today might be their opportunity to really showcase that they're going to be a threat in this league, and they still are, of course. But you're hoping to see maybe that first match win in VCT. It's been a long time for DFM fans since their team has been able to find a win, and today just wasn't it.
So DFM is the second team to get eliminated here, as Bleed was the first one to go. There it is. Team Secret. Celebratory pictures and everything. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just an upgraded DFM. May was, sorry for the lack of a better term, amazing in his duelist role. Really
You're
picking
not
up
the first to do that.
I know. It's slow-hanging fruit. I get it.
I know. I mean, it's so funny. Like, there are certain names that are just so easy to do. Yeah.
Anyways, guys, this has been your first series. We're about to pass it into the stage to our interviewer to, of course, get some words with the player of Team Secret. So let's have it.
Make ways, Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff Day 4th win goes to TS. Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, VCT 퍼시픽 킥오프 이제 네 번째 날이 밝아왔습니다. 오늘은 TS의 승리로 시작했는데요. 지금 NDG 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. Oh, so NDG, it's massive congrats to your team, and it's your first win in the kickoffs. How do you feel? And also, how can you rate today's performance?
At first, my monitor is off, so I cannot hear. And now, and with the team's composure, with the team's strength, we did our part, individual.
So you mean teamwork?
Yeah.
Okay. 네, 지금은 모니터가 꺼져 있어서 말할 수는 없지만 지금 우리 전체적인 팀워크가 굉장히 좋았다는 평을 들었습니다. 또 다음으로 이 NDG 선수만 팀 내 새로운 멤버로 합류했는데 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지, 그리고 또 지난 경기에 비해서 굉장히 활약을 많이 보였거든요. 그거에 대해서 좀 물어보도록 하겠습니다. NDG, you're the only freshman in your team, so how are you adapting to the team? And comparing to the last match you had, you really performed well, so can you tell us about that?
Just probably a bad start, but moving forward, we'll do our best.
Oh, so how about your teammates? Are they like good too?
Yeah, they've been supporting me to adapt to the changes and many more.
Okay. 네, 분명 다른 선수들이 적응을 할 수 있게 많이 도와주고 있고, 또 시작은 조금 힘들었습니다. 첫 번째 매치 때는 힘들었는데 이제 두 번째 경기에서 이게 우리가 준비하고 노력한 걸 많이 보여줘서 만족스럽다는 답변으로 이어갔습니다. So it was a clean win on map 1 and a neck and neck match on map 2, but did you expect to be a 2-0 win? 이제 맵 1에서는 좀 깔끔하게 이겼는데 맵 2에서는 굉장히 아슬아슬한 경기를 보였어요. 그래서 2-0 승리를 예상을 했을지 물어보겠습니다.
If we do our best, we probably expected 2-0. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
really?
and we did it.
Oh, so you expect another 2-0 for the next match? Okay. 열심히 연습한 결과 2-0 승리를 이끌 수 있을 거라고 예상했고, 다음 경기에도 예상을 한다고 아주 굳센 마음을 전했습니다. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
There's one more event left for the fans. Your signature on the doll, right there.
There?
You need to write your signature on the doll. It's a cute little bear, and you can throw it to the fans. It's a lucky doll, so whoever gets it, it's a lucky day. Yes, on the back. So any fans, raise your hands or scream. Anyone in the back? NDG, NDG. You can go front of the fans, yeah, or the back. NDG, NDG. Okay. It's going to the front. Sorry for the back row fans. Oh, nice catch. Okay, thank you for the interview, NDG. This was TS showing great performance, and next up we have TLN and DRX coming up, so wait for that, guys. I'll toss it back to the desk.
first day jitters. First day jitters. It's like, you know what? Never mind. Forget the first match that we had. That was just a fluke. We had some issues. We're back now. That's what Team Secret says with that 2-0.
It seems to be the case. I mean, this was the performance that we were expecting from them in that opening series. Obviously, you know, if they played at this level, who knows what would have happened. Talon's still looking strong, but this is a very necessary win. They keep themselves alive in a tournament, and they're also reinstating some hope. And good God, every time I have any amount of hope in you, Team Secret, you shatter it, and then when I give up, you always show up.
I mean, I know some people were saying Team Secret predictable as ever, right? As soon as we start predicting against them, that's when they show up and they perform. But jokes aside, obviously NDG kind of taking his stride as well of like, oh, well, my monitor was off during the first match. I finally learned how to turn it on. I mean, it shows. He performed up to the expectation that some people had of like, we know he's mechanically good. Can he put those scores up against some of the other pros? And today he says, yes, I'm right there.
Not to mention, we had a big question on whether Jeremy would be able to deliver, and it goes to show in that race map, he definitely did, and he did get those operator plays, he did get those entries, as we were expecting him to, especially with a lot of pressure on him being that solo duelist.
Yeah, we saw a big improvement from him. I mean, last time out, 5 and 8 as far as first kills, first deaths. This time, 10 and 8, so doubling that amount. Getting punished about the same, but finding way more value. The team was playing around him. They were setting him up for a lot more success. And when he had that operator in his hands, he was finding a lot more consistent kills.
Yeah, and that gives him the confidence to pick up something like the Outlaw as well, which really punished DFM once again, trying to stick to the half armor to try to keep themselves in the game economically. You can't rely on that as much anymore with the Outlaw in this patch of Valorant. I also want to say, I mean, NDG, now that he's getting the kills, he has the confidence to go for these deep lurks, right? To try to open up more space when they need to do so.
Yeah, I think like with you brought up the Outlaw, I kind of like that you have some duelists venturing and kind of like taking ownership of the Outlaw. We did see Texture, of course, with that first ace. It looks like Jeremy has the potential to actually pick that up and make that his gun as well.
Yeah, I mean, Governor was using it against them, so might as well just pick it up yourself and start using it against your own opponents. As long as you can hit those shots, then, you know, it has an immense amount of value. So it was a very good look. But as you mentioned, NDG, I mean, what a glow up for him in particular. Came out of that last game. I mean, collectively, Team Secret, after playing Talon, was -54. -21 was NDG. So he was a huge percentage of their deaths in that game. This time he comes out and he goes positive by 7 across the 2 maps.
Yeah, and Jeremy, of course, again, we mentioned obviously the long-range duels, but just overall, I mean, the overall KD really leading the charge here as that primary duelist, picking up the support that everyone's providing him. I would say Envy starting to look once again a bit more comfortable that we're used to seeing from him, but last year, we had to expect him to be the hard carry. Now Jeremy saying, no, I'll take on that mantle as that duelist.
Yeah, you gotta love it when it's an Envy and Jeremy like really leading the charge, right? I love that combination, and I love seeing Envy back on the initiator role, especially since like we saw him earlier flexing over the controller. We know that he can flex. I just feel like for Team Secret, this mix is a lot better, especially when you need like the extra punch to help Jeremy in there, right? It's like kind of like Envy is that dedicated initiator for Jeremy, while Vash kind of like just opens up the lay of the land.
Yeah, and now look at the bracket. My biggest question is every group going to have a rematch? Because A and C are already on their way for a revenge match, and now Team Secret says we're ready for our own as well.
I mean, either way you cut it, it's a rematch for Team Secret. It's either they play against the same opponents that they had already today, or they go up against DRX. And Team Secret was the only team to beat DRX in the regular season. So that in itself, there's a bit of a grudge there that's held by DRX.
Well, speaking of DRX, before anything else, of course, we do have DRX versus Talon coming up. Another very exciting match with a lot of history as well to look forward to. So that'll be coming right up after this very quick break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
After hosting champions in Europe and the Americas, in 2024 we'll take Valorant's biggest moment of the year to a new part of the world. A place where esports resonates through the very soul of the culture. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. Korea is synonymous with esports. It's home to some of the greatest competitors of all time, the VCT Pacific League, and one of Valorant's most passionate communities. We wanted to come here for a while, and we're very excited to bring champions to Asia for the very first time.
Let's get away with murder! Unreal! Oh, it's gorgeous! Even one! What a monster! The villains have had their day!
This August, the 16 best Valorant teams in the world will converge here for a chance to write their names in the history books. From August 1st to the 25th, champions will take over the city and crown the 2024 Valorant World Champion.
제일 큰 세계 대회에서 한번 우승컵을 들어보고 싶어요.
챔피언스는 더 중요한 대회니까
모든 선수들이 기다려왔던 무대죠.
챔피언스 우승이 목표예요.
진짜 우승밖에 없는 것 같아요. 무조건 이제 우승해야 되고.
발로란트 챔피언스 우승 트로피 아닐까요?
마스터즈는 챔스를 가기 위한 하나의 길일 뿐이니까.
챔피언스를 기약하고 챔피언스는 더 중요한 챔피언스 우승이 우승 못하는 제일 큰 세계 대회를
가기 위한 저희 목표는 이제 챔피언스 우승이기 때문에 진짜 우승밖에
우승하고 당당히 트로피를 들어올리고 싶습니다.
back with our second series of the day, and it's gonna be between DRX and TLN Esports. I am so looking forward to this matchup, especially since both of these teams had such a fantastic debut, right? We had the 2-0 for DRX, we saw the power of Flashback, or adding Flashback over to the roster, and we saw TLN with the biggest bang that Pacific has seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really huge performance from TLN. Flashback looking great, but this was a matchup that we thought last season was going to be really hyped once we got into the regular season, because it was that rematch coming in after lock-in where these teams were fighting amongst each other to try to make it into the top 4. DRX obviously was able to take it right then and there, and then when they faced each other in the regular season, things were a bit weird, to say the least. But we've got a different identity, different players for both of these teams, and right now they both look very, very good.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference, obviously, with this revamped roster for TLN is, although the last year TLN also had a decent start at lock-in, this year the energy seems to really match that, right? Last year it seemed to be a bit more of the whimsy factor kind of carrying that energy, whereas this year it is the confidence of players like Governor that's really pushing them forward.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up, because it did feel like at that, at that face-off during lock-in, it feels like DRX cut that momentum from TLN, and it seemed like it was very doable, right? Right now, it just seems like TLN is a kind of team that you would back away from, especially since, again, as we mentioned, we have Governor, but on the side of DRX, we have Flashback. This is such an exciting matchup, because these are the two new faces, new talents that we're going to be seeing in this matchup, Achilles.
Yeah, and they have both very much impressed. Flashback, this guy, again, since his debut back in the 10 Invitational during the offseason, a little bit of a rocky start, but then really started picking up steam right here off the rip for VCT Pacific. He looks incredible, and the same very much could be said for Governor.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are leading the charge in their respective roles after the opening matches for all teams, right? Putting up the highest ranking so far, and surely they will have to face off against each other throughout this upcoming match, because again, it is the Duelist versus a Sentinel. At some point, it's going to have to be Governor who's trying to break into a site that Flashback is trying to hold. Now, Flashback, I mean, just slow and steady, calm and collected. Just look at the way that he's able to anchor down in one position, micro movements so just to make sure that he stays in the fight.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Flashback, of course, how could you not, right? But I want to turn some attention over to Foxy9, because last year, he was on the Duelist role, right? But now we see him potentially flexing a bit. It was his first time on a controller during the match against DFM, and it feels like he is giving this space so that you do have, players like Flashback able to hard lock into their roles, and you do have, Buzz able to take that spotlight still.
Sure, and this feels like DRX are just finally doing with Foxy9 what they've always been so very good at, which is take a cracked Jet player and make him play something else.
Yes.
Move him over here.
Is that a theme? That seems to be a theme.
I mean, they did it with Mako, and look at where he's at right now in his career. So they're looking to do that again here with Foxy9. They finally have had a lot more time to develop and build up his flexibility here for the roster, and so far he has looked good. I mean, seeing Foxy9 controller, it might feel weird, it might feel wrong, but it was working out for them, at least in the opening series.
And it's almost necessary for this roster of DRX, because you have someone like Flashback who's just so built as a Sentinel. Then you have someone like Buzz who's so built to entry into a site to create space. So Foxy9, I mean, obviously you can see it. He's more than just happy to be able to play all the matches on stage with this core 5, so trying to carry that through. Meanwhile, TLN, one of the biggest changes we have is Cruz is no longer leading the team in-game. It's Lenny, and he showed that he really prepared for this during the offseason in their previous match against Secret.
And I think that was one of the biggest questions, Mark, that we had surrounding TLN, and why some of us had some lower expectations for them, was because handing the reins over to somebody that has not been publicly proven to be able to really guide a team, that's a very concerning thing. But Lenny definitely stepped up to the occasion. Not only was he IGLing incredibly well for the side of TLN, he was also fragging out of control. We saw both of the IGLs in their respective matches actually looking good, with Stax kind of having a return to form, those days of old where he was playing that breach and consistently putting up firm numbers.
Yeah.
I think that, Lenny, you bring him up, and it's everybody knows in Southeast Asia that Lenny is cracked. I mean, everybody has been talking about this guy, which is why last year when he was on Team Secret, there was some excitement drawing up. But now he gets his chance to truly shine, and I do have to commend the amount of preparation and dedication that he really has to, spend this time to basically draw up all of these people who are new on this roster, bring them together to have this amazing debut. I mean, that's a testament to how much he is actually able to rally everybody together as an IGL.
Wow, and look at this.
It's a
obviously.
perfect, it's
Yeah.
a nearly perfect pentagon.
And as even as it is, it's actually, I think, almost ideal that it's going to be your second line of attack and defense that's really contributing the most, right? That just makes it so stable for the likes of Buzz and Foxy Knight, who will also flex to the double duelist, to just create space, because you have faith that the likes of Mako, Flashback, even Stacks in their opening match to pick up those kills and convert it to a round win.
I think this would even be more skewed towards Buzz as well if you could take it in so gathering, because he is that so very selfless player when it comes down to entering, gets so much information, but oftentimes does die first. But over here on the side of Talon, I mean, of course, Governor, he's about to drag this thing across the line.
Yeah, and this isn't, again, this is nothing against their second line of entry or things like that. It's simply that Governor was having an absolute field day. He just did not need support in that match against Team Secret. And the couple times he did get support, he absolutely converted on it, continued to just push forward, get multi-kills almost every single round, and carrying that into those round wins.
That's right. I mean, these visuals kind of give us an idea of how a team plays, right? And if it skews towards, like, maybe they're duelist, or maybe towards one player, that's totally fine if they still win.
Yeah, and this is where you can start to see where per role we have some unique stats that get added into how they're ranked, right? So for the likes of the Sentinels like Flashback, it's going to be defensive round win rate. How much can you help the team win on those defensive halves? Whereas for those duelists, it's the first kills per round, and Governor performing very well on that front as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was just, every time he saw somebody, they just died. They, you know, just sudden heart attack and collapse, and he would just be able to take them down. It's like this guy had a death note, and he was just constantly scribbling in it and just picking people off with it. Just a phenomenal performance, but this is going to be a real test for Governor. He's coming into this one. Team Secret, obviously, after what we just saw from them, were completely out of sorts in that opening game. He still performed incredibly well, but now he's going up against a still very regimented, very experienced core from DRX.
But that's what makes this matchup so exciting, right? You have Governor going in. How hard can he possibly push through the defenses that Flashback is going to prepare on the side of DRX, right? This is going to be very exciting, and it's going to be very interesting to see how, when the sides switch around, things could be very, very different for one team or another.
Yeah, and not just Flashback, also the likes of Mako, who's always been praised as the best controller, or one of, at the very least, around the entire world. Obviously, nothing against the first match against Team Secret, but even Team Secret admitted that was not the form that we're used to seeing from them. So Governor's got his work cut out for him.
He certainly does. And I mean, one of the things that Mako was able to walk away with after that game versus DFM was never surrendering a first death. They could not find him first. We'll see if Governor is up to that task.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. But before that, we're going to throw it on over to the stage because we do have a coaches interview waiting for us. Let's see what our teams have prepared for this matchup.
BCP 퍼시픽 킥오프 오늘의 마지막 경기 데이4 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있습니다. 바로 제 양옆에 있는 코치님들이 지금 서 있는데요. 바로 DRX와 텔론입니다. VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff 4th day. Two incredible teams are standing right next to me, DRX and TLN Esports. We are here to talk with the coaches. 안녕하세요. Hello.
안녕하세요.
Okay, first with Termi for the DRX. I want to ask you, it was Flashback's debut for the last match, so he showed incredible performance. So what do you think about his moves? 털미 감독님, 플래시백의 데뷔가 아주 성공적으로 이뤄졌어요. 어떻게 평가하시나요?
저는 개인적으로 예상했던 대로 플래시백 선수가 너무 데뷔전을 잘 치른 것 같고요. 사실 앞으로 더 보여줄 수 있는 모습들이 훨씬 더 많기 때문에 기대를 많이 해주셔도 좋을 것 같고, 사실 연습에서는 지금보다 훨씬 더 잘합니다.
정말요?
그리고 제가 가진 경험을 플래시백 선수에게 최대한 전수를 해주면서 진짜 세계적인 선수가 되게끔 좀 최대한 도와주려고 노력을 하고 있습니다. 네.
I actually expected his wonderful performance, but I could say again, he has more to show you guys. So everyone, you need to watch for Termi. He's going to be one of the biggest players in the world. Did you hear that?
Oh, I did. Amazing.
Amazing. You think he was amazing too? Oh, okay. Oh, nice reaction for the answer. And I got your question too. It was a shock to a win with TS. Different result from the previous season. So it was amazing to flip things around. So how do you feel about the win?
It was a shock to you guys, but I'm pretty sure I told you it would happen. So it was not a shock to us.
Not a shock. Okay.
No, ma'am.
그 전 경기에서 TS를 상대로 2대0으로 이긴 것에 대해서 놀라웠다고 말드리니까요. 저희는 이미 예상된 거였고 전혀 놀랍지 않다고 오히려 여유롭게 말을 해줬습니다. 그럼 다시 털미 감독으로 들어가겠습니다. Any thoughts on the new talent? 이제 탈론이 좀 새로운 멤버들을 영입했잖아요. 어떻게 보시나요?
탈론 경기를 제가 다시 봤는데 거버너 선수가 정말 엄청 잘 하더라고요. 그래서 오늘도 사실 엄청 경계를 하고 있고요. 엄청 공격적인 선수인 것 같아서 좀 조심해야 될 것 같습니다. 네.
I see all the talent matches, and I saw Governor popping up, so obviously I'm watching after him. Okay, did you hear that again?
Yeah, and he's right. I think that was Governor's coming out party. I think they're an amazing team. I think this is going to be a tough match for us. This is probably the weakest version of DRX we'll get all year. They're going to get better over time. So we have a great opportunity to slay the dragon today.
Okay. 네, 정말 잘 들었고요. 저희도 거버너 선수가 아주 잘하고 있다고 생각하지만 DRX가 아직 그 저력을 보여주지 못하고 있다고 생각 때문에 DRX 팀에 대한 기대도 크다고 답변을 했습니다. So you talked about DRX. So I want to ask you any last words for your team or for DRX?
Nope. I believe we're going to win. I think the vetoes are in our favor. I think they're an amazing team. They will get better no matter what happens. And regardless of the result, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be proud of my guys.
사실 별 할 말이 없다고 전했는데요. 우리 팀을 믿고 좋은 결과를 이뤄낼 것이라고 굳은 믿음을 보이고 있습니다. 또 어떤 결과에 상관없이 정말 자랑스러울 거라고 예상을 한다고 말했는데요. 혜미 감독님, 그러면 감독님도 할 말씀 하셔야죠. So any last words for you two?
팀 컬러가 엄청 공격적이더라고요, 탈론이. 그래서 오늘 경기가 개인적으로 맵을 봤을 때 재밌게 나올 것 같고 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
By seeing the maps, it's going to be a really fun match, and we know that Talon are making aggressive moves, so it's going to be really exciting. Okay, thank you for the interview, two coaches.
Thank you.
Best of luck for the match. Okay, fans, we are now going to start DRX versus Talon, Talon versus DRX. So, who's going to make it? Let's go back to the desk.
Gotta love Frost with the I told you so. I knew this was happening. You guys didn't want to listen to me. That's what he said.
He's been very confident. I got to talk to him a little bit before the season began, and he was just saying, there's a lot of people who are touting us. I kind of understand it. Things last year, they weren't that great. But I'm here now. I've been working with these guys, and I can tell you that we're moving in the right direction. And so far, he has absolutely proved it.
And I like to see this story for not just Ross himself, but the team of Talon, right? I like that he's accepting, okay, during the offseason, sure, you might have had your doubts or your skepticism. It's hard to tell, obviously, a lot of theory. But then saying, but I've always been confident. I did tell you so. At some point, you're going to have to start believing me. And if they prove that today, I mean, boy, oh boy, they're about to convert a lot of people over.
And both of these rosters did get a lot of attention because of their roster moves, right? And not exactly the most positive way. You had Talon with like, oh, why are you changing this roster? And all of a sudden it's players coming in from different regions. This is not the way we do it, but it seemed to be working. And for the side of DRX as well, they said, why would you put out these players? Why would you put in these players? And an academy player at that? But now we're seeing the payoff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fans were saying after the opening match, okay, I'm still sad about the likes of RB and Zest, but if it's going to be Flashback playing this well and Foxy9 looking stable enough to flex around, all right, I'm in it for the new DRX, and I'm tending to agree. I've been one of those doubters of DRX. I'm slowly inching back towards the DRX camp, and a Flashback's a big reason. He provides so much stability to this team and allows the likes of Buzz to be even more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, that combined with, again, Stacks, just how good he was looking in that opening series, it feels like we're kind of returning to that older form when DRX is really starting to come around on everybody's radar globally. But we have a holdout. It's worth pointing out here. Asarai, he was correct. You both were correct about the first series.
That's true. That's true. Now we've kind of split a little bit because I do still believe in DRX. I do believe in that veteranship. I do believe in that championship mentality. I think that Talon, this will be a very, very close series indeed, and I think we're going to get a lot of explosive plays. But will they take the series from DRX? Maybe not quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, not to try to bail myself out or anything, but I really do think Talon not only just has like a okay chance, I think they have a good chance to beat DRX as well, especially if Governor is popping off at that level. Add to that, I thought Lenny's calling was very solid against Team Secret, so that's like a good two pieces of ingredients to start with.
And for me, that is one of the biggest things that's going to matter here, and why I'm favoring DRX just very slightly in this series is because of the calling. The experience that Stacks has, the number of plays that DRX have up their sleeve.
Sure.
I'm wondering if Talon have a similarly stacked arsenal, or if they're really going to start struggling if they can't find a way to stop DRX. So that's going to be a lot more pressure on Lenny, and that's why I think DRX should have an edge here, but this is damn near a coin flip for me because I was so impressed with how Talon came out swinging that first series.
Yeah, you know, you see our predictions right here. It looks like, oh my god, everybody's favoring DRX, but it doesn't show how like 50-50 we are. It could swing any which way. I mean, I had a hard time.
Percentages.
Yeah, we really should.
Exactly. Exactly. This is like 51-49, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that's very fair. And to me, actually, for Talon's sake, I think if they were to win, whether it's a map or the entire match, I think it'd be nice to actually not see Governor being the one that's hard carrying. I would love to see how Talon looks when Governor is shut down a couple times in a couple of rounds. How do they adapt to that? How do they set himself up in a different way so that they can find success and find those round win conversions?
And I think that they're going to have to do that because even with some of the player changes coming through here, I mean, DRX, that solid core, they have so much experience when it comes down to shutting down other aggressive, Jet, Neon players, whatever it
Especially
may be.
like a singular player as well.
Yeah, they've gone through it time and time again at Champions and Masters events and whatnot, so they know how to handle aggression. So this is going to be a test to see how much Talon can really change up the playbook and how they can try to catch DRX off guard.
And I just want to steal away just one more second here. Also, I think this is a good chance for Ban as well. He had a rough going on T1 last year to the point where, because he was on T1, a lot of Korean fans were like, I don't know why T1 picked this guy up from Americas, and then he would play the Jet. And they're like, okay, you have some shining moments. Now he looks a lot more comfortable on different roles. He can still go for that double duelist. If he can prove himself against the new DRX, that's a good redemption arc for that player as well.
A lot of second chances on the side of Talon, right? And it's really coming together quite well. And you mentioned about how you would like to see how it looks like when Governor is like not exactly like pushing through, right? But I want to see also on the side of DRX how it's going to look like when Flashback maybe hangs back just a bit. Who else is going to come up? Are we going to see Mako again in one of those plays? Are we going to see the clutch factor from Stacks come in once again? And let's not forget, DRX does know how to shut down aggression, as you mentioned, Achilles, because their favorite partner at Paper Rex, I mean, they've gone against him how many times? Come on.
Well, they haven't been able to manage them for a little while now,
bit,
so
They do have the
maybe
training.
we'll find out in this
They
tournament.
do have the training.
But yes, they have the training, but they also have training against the likes. I mean, Aspas out there, Old Optic, Current Energy, etc. Like, they have gone up against the best teams out there in the world. Have they beaten them every time? No, but they have plenty of experience in learning how to deal with it and how to at least play a very close game against that level of aggression and skill.
Yeah, actually, you think about the history of DRX, they have played against all the players who are always contesting, are they the best player in the world, right? It started with CNET, of course, when he picked up the trophy.
Also mention Fnatic.
Yes, I've played against Fnatic. I mean, yeah, so they've had a lot of experience playing against Superstar and Superstar teams, so that might be really the deciding factor here.
Yeah, and it'll be a great test for Flashback, of course, because he will be standing up to that. We're going to see, again, how Flashback is going to stand up and be able to stop Governor and the rest of Talon Esports as we get into our second series of the day. So let's right into it. DRX versus Talon Esports.
DRX 소속 플래시백 조인혁입니다. 아무 커리어도 없던 제가 쑥 들어와서 부담스러운 시선도 너무 많았었는데 겨우 이제 한숨 돌린 것 같아요. 두 번째 경기부터는 감독님이랑 형들이 많이 응원해줘서 제 기량을 조금은 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Buy up next round anyway. But Flashback gets two, and the shock dart doesn't go out, and he follows him up.
1년 날아갈 것 같고 너무 좋았어요. 너무 진짜. 저는 올 때부터 질 생각 절대 안 하고 왔기 때문에 누가 오든 솔직히 자신 있습니다. 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 항상 노력하겠습니다. 앞으로 플래시백이라는 이름 보면은 다 긴장하게 만들겠습니다. 기대해 주세요.
Hello, I'm Lenny from Talon Esports. If I had to choose one for DRX, is that they have a really big coaching staff. And I'm pretty sure they can make like any good player into a really great player. And I feel that the way we're gonna deal with that is just to make sure that our game is fundamentally sound. Our game will be disciplined, and we will work together as a team better than anyone else. I think we'll give them a fair fight. We're gonna make sure that we have everyone on the same page, and we're gonna do our best. So guys, expect the adjustments for today's game.
Introducing our teams for the second match of the day. First up, please welcome to the stage, DRX! Let's give a big round of applause for TLN Esports.
DRX and TLN Esports, two new rosters, two new iterations of teams that we're all too familiar here with Achilleos. So as we're looking at the first pick, we have DRX on Split.
Yeah, Split's going to be coming through, which I was wondering if DRX with Icebox open would just simply lunge at the opportunity to play it, but this has always been such a great map for them. They had one of the longest win streaks of all time for themselves on it, but this is getting spicy because Talon now going to Ascent. This is Old Faithful and internationals for DRX.
Sure, but here's the thing is that, first of all, obviously Talon gaining a lot of confidence in that 13-3 scoreline against Team Secret. Also, DRX, they seem to look during the offseason to try to find something new on Ascent, and they haven't quite figured it out, right? They tried going back to the age-old breach. Obviously, they had a little fun with the Euro as well, way back when the offseason first started at the 10 Invitational, and none of it has looked that new or invigorating or even promising. So, Talon, I mean, we heard Coach Frost saying that he thinks the draft went in their favor. I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming him.
Well, breezed around it all out, and I mean, both teams having wins now on that map as well. This could get really spicy because if we go all the way to that, then we get, you know, the Buzz Yoru going up against Governor on the Neon with ban on Yoru as well.
Speaking of Neon, of course, now on Split, the other question is Talon. Are they going to play the potential double duelist themselves? Because ban can flex onto that jet, and then you could have Governor playing either the Race or the Neon even when it comes to the Split.
Very possible.
Well, we're going to find out what indeed the agent compositions will be as we toss it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Asteroid.
Thank you very much for that. We are now looking, of course, at the agents here. Paper.
Yeah, okay.
Anything speaking to you?
Well, the breach for Stax is one of the things that really sticks out in my mind. Something that he used to play a lot on this map, and then it kind of went to the sky for a while. But I think with some of the changes, they feel like they can lean back into that a little bit. But the Sova as well for Lenny. This is something that is a much discussed topic about this map and about this agent.
Yeah, I mean, the general consensus, I think it's safe to say that people think Sova sucks on Split. I think it's just the safest of words.
I just love how blunt you are. It's like, yeah, he sucks.
Yeah, because, again, TLDR, his drone is just too slow in creating that tempo. But honestly, I feel like there's a world, especially with the Sky, that the speed at which they need to clear corners might just be faster and efficient. And you know, you have those shock dart lineups, you have those recon darts that allows you to clear certain positions of a map, especially on split.
Right. And if they have a Cypher, right, like
Yeah.
you have here, it gives you maybe a little bit more flexibility to clear some of that utility potentially.
Very true.
That's kind of what I'll be looking for, especially on their attacker side for Talon. But they start on the defender side here. So DRX, some work to do. No double duelist on either side, which is also kind of another interesting thing. Not something you see every day. And another big difference, of course, is Cruz on that Astra. So post plant's going to look a little bit different for DRX versus Talon. Talon has a little bit more space and room to kind of play with their post plants with those gravity wells. Whereas DRX, you know, does have some lineups, I'm sure, with the snake bites. But Foxy9 going to have to be a little bit more up close and personal.
So Governor boosted himself up on top here. Wait, he got the VIP treatment. He bought shield, someone dropped him a ghost, and he's full util.
Heck yeah. After what he did the last time, I would too.
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
But this spot of him actually could be detrimental now that they're pushing up onto mid. If they actually somehow get some line of sight onto B Heaven, Governor's position might actually be for the worse, for the wears, but he does get the quick trade-off here. The pinch comes in for DRX, but this might be too much for Talon to handle. Ban holding hands, able to hold on, gets one. Cruz at the back of the site, cannot convert with the frenzy, unfortunately, and is all down to Jit Boys. Here, denies the spike plant. Ooh, for now, yes. Now he's going to be the safe on the plant. They hear the drop on the rope, so Foxy9, all he had to do was wait on Hell, and he gets rewarded the 4K.
Yeah, and a lot of this round came down to DRX just having numbers advantage in the fights that they took, right? The initial fight against Lenny, it's essentially a 2v1 there. You can see right here, there's another gun right behind. And then Foxy9 pumps the brakes after coming out of B Heaven, waits for Mako to swing around the corner before he makes his push. So good discipline, good timing, good communication from DRX. All of those things give them the round, despite Talon being in a position to seemingly absorb that B hit.
Kind of sucks for them too, because again, they committed so much in Governor and was only able to get that one kill. All right, nades and everything. Control on B secured. Governor gets fed that ult charge. Other than that, DRX, they're just waiting for something to happen first.
It's still in a all classic eco round. That's a nice little win, right? Like getting an ult orb, that's actually pretty impactful potentially. As this one goes on, it may, you know, who knows, cycle into an extra showstopper or something like that. But DRX fake a rotation away. Talon, of course, on a classic pistol round, basically everybody these days gambles one side or another, or just sticks together in this case. Yeah. And they will shift over to A and may have a little bit of time before this one really kicks off in 80 fashion. And who knows, they might just be playing for the full-on wait in alley and die to the spike strat here for Talon.
Yeah, especially that, again, you know, you just do not want to give anybody here from DRX any ult charges. Stacks and Buzz, I think, for the most part, going to be the biggest of their worries.
Not to mention Foxy9 already 4 charges into Viper's Pit.
That's true. Are they going to try to YOLO, though, for exit frags? I mean, if they can do some economic damage, maybe.
You might, like, throw Stacks and Mako in there, maybe, just to see, but yeah, I think Stacks, it's worth it.
I mean, it's very worth it when you get 2 kills.
Yep.
That's 3 charges for him. 2 for the kill, 1 for the death.
Exactly.
And, yeah, that's about it. This round's done.
But still, that's a pretty good moral victory there for DRX. You know, with just a ghost, he's able to step up in like that, take away, or not take away, give himself a couple ult charges. That's huge. I love that call there from DRX. 100%. Just throw the guy in there who's not going to be needing a gun anyway. The ghost is, you know, it's a good gun, but the least important of the 5.
Does convert it too. Anyways, Talon now with some money to work around, play around with.
This goes here.
I'm always curious about whenever someone plays the Cypher, what is the trip setup on? Because you can see how well they actually play the agent, the more complicated the setup becomes.
There it was. There was that shock dart to clear the util.
Yeah, exactly why they put Lenny on it, on the Sova, I mean.
Yeah, he's got some good reads on how Flashback is going to want to set these trapwires up.
There.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, it is kind of like a gut check moment. Like, how well do they know the angles that the Cypher wires can go?
Yeah. Triple pusher from Talon as well. And speaking of, you know, not gut check, but checking in general, they're making sure, at least from Talon here, where the general push of DRX would be. Obviously, since it's not A main, it should be somewhere on mid to B, which, as you can see here, the rotation from Talon just kind of makes it so that they are bringing forces back on that B side. Hold on. Buzz starts to go in for the push. Oh, great clear. That was 2 stacks and stun as well. Trade for trade. This is still pretty damn solid for DRX. Buzz moves, uses that paint shells to delay, and that should be the plan on the spike as all players of DRX playing inside the site itself. There's going to be a full-blown retake for Talon as they are playing all up on Heaven. Flash is available for Ban here. One is on Rafters, spotted by the jump spot from Stacks. Are they just going to waterfall into the side because there's so many angles to clear up? Ban makes it a little bit easier for that one pick. We've equalized into the 3 versus 3. Flashback gets another.
Remaining.
Stack denies. And Governor is alone. And he's just, from the looks of things, going to back away.
And this is what makes DRX so fearsome, is their fundamentals are so well drilled in, so well prepared by Termi and company. The way that they hold this post plan is just brilliant. I mean, Stacks is holding an angle that I think a lot of players would be tempted to overswing, but he knows he has Flashback up on Rafter, so he can just hold that crossfire, and it's just a 1-2. Flashback gets the first kill, immediately drops down. That baits for Stacks, because the other player is going to be looking for Flashback. Things like this are what makes DRX so tricky. Now, I kind of like at the beginning of the round, like you were talking about, SRI, that, you know, they're getting the information, they're clearing the utility, they're doing some of the good things, our talent early, but right now, you know, DRX has fantastic, call it tactical fundamentals. Nice. By tactical, I mean like small fight fundamentals, right? Yeah. Like strategic view, of course, they're good too, but
yeah,
right now they seem to be working well together.
Execution is just fast enough that, you know, I was about to circle back to Talon. They already got the information. They might have needed to just, you know, rotate more forces. It's a risk, but they needed more bodies to
and they had
counter.
I'm pretty sure their guiding light pinged in mid when they threw it into the ropes. Yeah. But because I could like barely hear it.
There's a setup here. Yeah, flash out, the peek out as well, and Talon, they work best when they're the ones setting the tempo, setting the plays, and they get 2 immediately away against DRX. Stacks and Bucks, Buzz are down. And slows down the pusher from DRX, as they now have to forfeit that mid control.
Ooh, nice shot.
Okay, they might have to forfeit it now as Foxy9 was heating up, lighting the show. 2 kills. We slow down once again, but they did see where the spike was for the moment. Flashback now pushes up onto Rafters here. Has to deal with the tripwire. Breaks it down. Lenny waits patiently. Peeks. No one's here.
30 seconds left.
Where could the rest of the DRX be? A-main hasn't been cleared up yet. They're waiting for something. The smoke is placed there for easier access for the 2 remaining players of DRX.
They still have a ton of util. Oh, they're second-guessing themselves here.
Very true. They might not hear from there, too, that the spike's going to get planted for
10
A.
seconds left.
And they're just backing away. Yeah, they didn't. They're going to get confirmation now, but this is, I mean, they're still close, but this is time as well as ground lost.
Yeah, and they can use this camera to get info. Mako can paranoia in on the entry. Looks like they're going to try to potentially swing through screens. There's a trapwire there.
Slow the pace down for now. Move on. Ooh, that's a trade. Flashback's been pretty solid with his clutch moments, but he guesses incorrectly when Jit Boys entered. So Talon is rough around the edges, but they get themselves a point on that board.
Yeah, that overstack confuses Flashback. He's expecting an off angle. He's expecting somebody coming from heaven there. That's why he flicks back to it. Not prepared at all.
Yeah.
That's, you know, that's tricky. You're basically guessing a 50-50. A great start here, though, with that combo, the flash and peaks.
Player standing.
Taking down 2 members early. Now, Talon, little wind beneath their sails. See if they can start stringing together some rounds here. DRX now has the Rolling Thunder. That was the other thing I was kind of wondering about at the beginning of that last round. I noticed it, but they died too fast. That they never played for the Alto for stacks. He had one more away from being in that Rolling Thunder, and now you've got one more for the Viper's Pit for Foxy9. On the other side, you know, Showstopper and the Neural Theft, so kind of curious to see how exactly DRX is going to implement these ultimates.
Oh, where that? Where that? Governor. Swing and a miss.
Got some damage.
True.
But, yeah, didn't get the kill, so kind of tried to punish that Viper knowing that there aren't any escapes other than running.
I mean, at least he does get some control of B main back, but because there's so much time for DRX to re-encompass Garage, he might have to be careful. And that's him, yep, without any of his satchels anymore, as well as the Showstopper. Nade is available, but you can already see DRX very adamant, confident about this B play. I mean, it's with good intention because they're about to just get a couple of kills here. Mako finds Cruz. Here comes Talon wanting to punish, but DRX are just so good at winning at these fights, and these support vault lines from Stacks is ruining the take-in from Talon. I'm saying this, but Bond strikes back. Dust settles, 2 versus 1. Bond's alone. Stacks at the back of the site, one in front. Can he win the fight before he gets corralled by Buzz coming around the corner? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, they're investing a lot of utility to make sure that that site is going to be open enough for them to at least get the plant down. Rolling Thunder, Paranoia. Buzz blast packs in, but by that point, Governor had already bailed, and wisely so. And then the reinforcements are coming, and then Mako, I was going to say, gets a spray down through the smoke. Right after that Cyber Cage pops, he catches Cruz, and that's huge. That's a lot of that util that you want in that retake for potentially using, you know, smokes to hold your angles as you push in, for using the grab wells to clear out some of those like corners where Stacks was hiding, things like that. Immediately taken out of that fight by Mako with that spray. Ban does a really nice job picking up a couple big kills and giving Talon a potential, some hope in that round, but at the end of the day, Buzz kind of finds a great timing there for a 2-piece, and that's all she wrote for that one.
At some point, they lost too many players that, unless Bond got 3 or 4 kills, it wasn't going to be something I think Talon could convert into a round win. You know, it was just a little bit too late at that point here for Talon.
Yeah, and it's tough because, again, the protocols for DRX continue to be nearly immaculate. I mean, they're always in the right place, doing the right things, using their utility in the right spots, taking the right timings on their angles and things like that. So, for sure, you know, probably here, I mean, I think he's just probably saying, let's be a little bit safer. Let's make sure we're talking about these retakes, you know, getting the utility in place and then going for them if we're going to play post-plant.
And maybe not overreaching, you know, with your satchels and your ultimate without confirming that DRX is actually there. It's a big wasted, you know, resource.
Yeah, that's getting pretty greedy there for Governor. You know, thinking he's got Foxy9 dead to rights potentially, but just, again, couldn't quite get it done. Now, Toxic Screen as they lurk forward.
Oh, that is a risk. Jitboys does get the trade though. Buzz, he's looking. Is he gonna find? Oh, just barely, but Jitboys exposed to Stacks as he comes closer into the site. Cruz just pocketing himself here in elbow. Tries to get in a little bit closer. Actually works out, but because he's paranoid, the short-sightedness, not gonna be able to spot Mako from that distance, so he drops down. And this is an eco. They are dealing good damage, but at the end of the day, Governor and teammate just a bit too far from the action. Flashback should be able to clean this up, and Lenny, he's got a shorty, man. So, I mean, like, unless he's got the most luckiest of shorty pellets for taking down a 100+ HP Flashback, yeah, all he can really do is back away and just get away, get this tag out of me.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's impossible. There's very few, there's no world where that one happens. I mean, even Doctor Strange can't find that one.
Wow.
Yeah, it's tough, dude. I mean, I kind of like the, by the way, some of you might be wondering why, like, Mako threw that paranoia, and also it Stacks. Probably intentional, because Stax knows that he's going to be at an up-close and personal fight, but if there is one around that corner, so he doesn't mind getting nearsighted there. You know, he'd rather, you know, it hit his opponent as well, potentially, so, you know, it's, and then that, like you said, the follow-up there, because he's nearsighted, even if Stax loses that fight,
yeah,
it's fine.
Absolutely.
Or, you know, Mako's just trolling Stax. I mean,
it also could be. They're pretty close.
They are. They're good friends, so it could be. Well, now you've got a ton of ultimates. You got Neural Theft, you got Hunter's Fury, you got Seekers, you got Cosmic Divide, you got Viper's Pit. Oh, Governor.
That's a leg. Yeah, absolutely. Nade for nade, though. Governor's going to have to back away. He does have a teammate holding Raptors here. Fox and 9 exposed. They are leaving Ali a little bit vulnerable here for DRX to start pushing in. And it's DRX still coming in through, but Jit Boys and Cruz. Original members, the OGs, making it work here for Talon.
Love
get around.
Yeah, dude, I love the timing here from Talon. Catch DRX while they're trying to execute. This is something that a lot of good teams will do that give DRX fits, because DRX is a team that really commits to executes, for better or for worse sometimes.
Yeah.
When they are able to be given that space to commit, we've seen it time and time again that they're immaculate with their timings, with their placements, with in terms of the angles they're supposed to hold and watch. All those things are great, but if you hit them in the middle of it, slow it down, cause some disruption, they do struggle sometimes to recover. I gotta give Jit Boys a ton of credit. He lurked from stairs in a smoke for a long time and found the perfect moment to backstab and pick up 2 kills out of it. Really nicely done.
I just want to add to that too, right? This is the first time I think Talon has been able to properly use Governor's reaction and explosive shooting, right? Because every time we've seen him in the previous couple of rounds, he's been, I think, as you mentioned, like, overreaching. This time, able to work with the team to allow, you know, players like Jit Boys to feed off of that.
That's true. That's really true. Well, now, I mean, again, because that round went so fast, Talon's still sitting on a lot of ultimates. Didn't even need to use them, because that round was so one-sided for them. Cruz looking to just make an escape. Probably pop the smoke and peace on out once he gets contact. Oh my god,
this
the
could
cross.
Be bad. Oh, just barely, and they actually try to force their way onto the smoke. It's a 1-for-1. Buzz, that's a little bit rough on the edges, and that's going to be Jit Boys to punish. Lenny just comes in through all of the blindness. It's not going to work out. Flashback in a 2 versus 1.
30 seconds left.
If anybody can make it happen, it could be him. But Governor, just too quick to reposition, pre-aims, shoots him down, and Talon are striking back.
And now you can see that starting to figure it out. I like what Cruz does here. As soon as those shots come through the wall, he realizes he missed the timing on the cross with his peaks, like you just said. So instead of just trying to run, you know, just turning tail, he's like, well, I'm screwed. I might as well just try and fight. Picks up kill for it. This is actually a really good decision.
And I love that.
Yeah. And then he barely gets that neural theft off. That's huge. Makes it easier for Governor. Governor with the op. Now starting to really solidify this defense as well for Talon. Having that op in their hands, dude, so huge.
Yeah, and at this point, it just feels like DRX, again, they have to try to deal with that. Stax might need to start kind of pinpointing where his fault line will hit. I don't know how this is going to work out, but DRX have called a timeout maybe to address this exact situation, exact problem for them.
Yeah, and if Stax can land some good flashes as well, that maybe, because it's a lot harder to turn a flash when you're scoped in on an op, right? Like,
very true, very true.
Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Like, a lot of it does fall on the Stax, or potentially Mako with the paranoias, but to start doing something about Governor's op, you know, I'd be even concerned, like, if like Buzz is flying through the air in front of his op, that he's just gonna flick on the Buzz and kill him, you know?
I mean,
with how good he's been this year.
Governor's, I feel like Governor can actually do that. We've seen the highlights, you know, back in.
He's probably done it.
The good old days when he was posting on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I can't watch every video he's ever made, but
yeah,
I am not physically capable of having that much time. But.
Oh, Buzz though. Okay, they play with the fault line here. He's not gonna get the quick contact, but even through the smoke, that is huge. Ooh. Buzz truly is a giver and taker. Thankfully enough, Jit Boys, he's got the tripwires to get that trade. 4-4. Back at least on that equal footing. Fortunately, for Talon here, DRX cleanly take that A site. You can already see they're starting to move up into heaven just to make sure that they are not really just corralling themselves onto the site itself. Nade thrown right now from Governor as Jet Boys gets closer and closer. Mako, is he going to push up? Here it is, separation in angles. That Cosmic Divide is really used to full fruition, but the showstopper whiffs. Only one to remain. Stax plays around the corner, and Lenny gets overwhelmed. Talon, sit down. DRX is still taking it.
Oh man, that showstopper just went a bit too far. Governor there, I think, in the heat of the moment, trying to land that rocket in a sweet spot where it doesn't really hit him and it hits Stax. And it doesn't hit Stax too much.
Oh, that's
what a
why.
reaction. You know, Buzz just barely sees him, and that's enough for Buzz to do the damage. Love the way that DRX sets up their defense, by the way. They've got Stax on point with the Stinger. Mako picks up a rifle, moves back to the backside of the site to cover that angle. Now, he gets spotted out and taken out. But then Stax is also with the breach utility, so it's two things there that benefit them. To use the Aftershock to cancel out the paint shells push, to buy a little bit of extra time. Really good stuff from Stax in that round. I mean, obviously he clutched it too, that helps.
Indeed it does.
Shadows traveling.
I also love having the double controller here on Split because you allow yourself to just be able to do this. You know, use that Omen to start plugging up these tinier angles so that you can just slowly leave him there, get yourself better map control, and that allows for even better pinch play here from DRX. Oh, hold on.
Oh my
Governor,
God.
what? Dude is unhinged. Whoa. I mean, we talk about this. He pushes out once again, gets punished. And his B side, DRX, they're going to be more confident just taking it. Lenny's by himself, holding this, and he Iron Man his way into a victory. Maybe. He does get a couple of kills. Probably making Jet Boy's job maybe a tad bit better as a lot of the players are tagged.
Nice.
Down to 5 bullets. Repositions. He's down to 2. Oh my God, he gets back into cover as well. All he has to do now is just find where Mako is. Patience is a virtue, and Jit Boys has it in spades. The clutch is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, what a play from Jit Boys. Unbelievable stuff right there. I mean, his ability to just time all of that so well. Throws that extra smoke down to give him just enough cover, potentially if there's somebody up on rafters when he drops. Lenny getting a big kill in here, but this first one's nice. It's clean. Stax is trying to run, catches him through smoke, catches the shoulder of Foxy9 there, and this neural theft gives him all the info he needs. Here's the reload. Wait. And Mako was already so low.
Imagine if... I mean, imagine if Mako wasn't low at all, right? Those body shots would have been for nothing.
Yep.
But he was. Oh. It's a great day for Valorant.
It is a good day.
Oh, there you go. That's the punishment that we're looking for. Governor, now he's the one that was patient. Now he's the one that gets rewarded for just holding his trigger finger and chilling out.
Oh no.
Cruz. Judge waiting.
Oh.
Actually gets pretty punished by Foxy9 here. Quick on the pull. Look at that. DRX, they got the whole enchilada in terms of ultimates.
Take flight. Spike planted. Enemy marked.
Okay.
Oh, you got the spot on the Viper.
He is. Oh, Lenny's already here on the site, but Decay, of course, always something that you have to be worried about. That makes the players, the leftover players of Talon here, in a really bad spot. Ban trying to find the one that's not inside the pit, and he falls down. Jit Boys cannot replicate what he did that last round. Too much control here from DRX.
I just had to laugh because I heard Stax yelling on the stage. Just let out a bit of a cowboy yell.
It's like we're so close to the action.
I know, yeah. I mean, you know, having a little fun up there. But yeah, still a ton of ults. I mean, DRX, other than the pit, nothing else needed. Foxy, by the way, after he got pinged, played this really nicely.
Ooh.
They were able to call in some reinforcements to make sure Lenny couldn't find him, and then he backed out on the recon dart that came through so it wouldn't ping on him again. I really like that little micro movement. Oh, here we go, fast. Oh my God.
Fire in what? In what? Okay, Rolling Thunder's activated here. Aftershock. Wait, it's not the Aftershock that stops them. It's actually the Snake Bite here from Foxy9 himself, from the looks of it. Either that or maybe Cruz had a gravity well in A main. There was too many abilities being popped. I was unsure which one really hindered the motion onto the A side here for DRX. They do find Lenny. DRX readjustment, it just goes straight onto A heaven, and they were not aware of this. This could turn sour right now, as it is only Cruz and Bond separated, gutted. Jet Boys alone. That neural theft exposes him. And he's only got a sheriff into things. He's gonna look for first contact, but he can't even find that.
I love this positioning from Ban in anticipation of this showstopper. Just like kind of we saw earlier with Jesse. Maybe he saw it and thought, I can kind of do that too, except as a stinger instead of a judge. But in a forward position to catch the raise after the second blast pack in the air while the showstopper is out. So really a cute little position. And if it was the snake bite from Foxy9, it might have just been a reaction to Ban's position. He might have been like, oops, you need to deal with that.
Because I was seeing everybody from like DRX be vulnerable, so I was unsure of which ability was used.
There was so much chaos.
There was so much. It was very hard to track.
But yeah, was it a Nova Pulse? Was it? I don't know.
Yeah. There was a reaction of the Rolling Thunder as well, which I thought would allow DRX to push into the side. But then DRX, very cool, very calm, just says, we don't have to really risk this. Let's just go in heaven and see what happens. And it works.
Oh, so she came, the girl on the right came from Jeju, so please, she wants DRX to like show her good games and win.
Is that far?
It's the island.
Jeju.
Jeju Island, yeah,
okay,
southwest,
yeah.
Sorry, my pronunciations.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I only know that because my mom actually went there for vacation, so she's like, oh, you should really go there. You don't have to have a visa too.
It's sick. It's a really nice island.
Yeah, especially the Black Fork.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Very good. Well, after, kickoff, possibly.
Sure.
I'm G.
It's a short 45-minute flight from Seoul.
Ah.
Not bad at all.
For all the viewers out there.
Yeah, come on over, go to Jeju, eat some good seafood. It's a very
100%.
nice place. Yeah, all right, well, pistol round, flipping sides, 8-4 DRX, and
Shock Dart could break the tripwire. No, it didn't.
It didn't.
Specialized tripwire.
Maybe expected it a little closer to the door.
Look at that. It's elongated.
There.
But nobody's there to receive it, though. So even if Governor might not actually die from this, which he does not, Mako's a second too late. So that's going to be the plant for Talon.
Spike planted.
And a slow retake rotate here for DRX, as you can see they're kind of aware that somebody could be lurking, and Jet Boys is there. Flashback on first contact. This is going to be timely, but flashback goes down. Governor gets the fight onto Stacks. And this is going very much sour for DRX. Does not turn away. Mako, or other Foxy9, excuse me. Buzz making a dang good case of just get out of my base. Smoke is there. They're going to have to push it to smoke unless they have something to deny it.
Oh my god.
Which I don't think they do. So DRX just straight up diffuses and Cruz.
Ooh. Just barely.
That was like, what? Just an inch, a millimeter, a centimeter?
He like shot, that was great control there, because he shot at like head level, like in like 3 areas in like a vertical or a horizontal line.
Yeah. Man, all of these were kind of close too.
Cool.
The timings for both DRX and Talon on each of the contacts were neck and neck.
Yeah. That was a really good round. Well done by Talon. I really impressed. They're able to kind of, after a very rough start, able to really start bouncing back.
Yeah.
Get their feet underneath them. Well, now DRX is back in that same situation that Talon was previously, but completely different look here, right? They're not gamble stacking. They're looking to play for some kills, maybe scoop an upgrade and see if they can turn this round on its head.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can have those smokes and, the long-reaching fault line of Stacks, there's always a chance where you can punish very greatly, even with just the pistols.
That's true. Very true. So they can get it done. Well, that's a nice piece of work from Van.
Marshall in hand as well. They have a lot of utility to clear out corners right now. Cruz, he's going to get pushed. All right, that's a trade. So B main has been given up, but the rest of Talon actually maneuvering their way onto A main. You can see that Flashback has pocketed himself into the corner there, but this dog sniffs out his position, and he was forced to reload. Unfortunately, no chance to fire another shot. And there's some awkward moments here for Talon, and DRX is gobbling up these punish kills.
Stacks with a Marshall. So he can do some damage. Looking for some behind the screen, trying to delay a little, or trying to buy a little bit of time here. Governor, though, has a Phantom.
Close. He's 79, so there's a chance. If they allow Mako to just go, jeez, he's fault line, man. DRX is too good, and this is actually working into a very doable situation. My God, what an expensive round. Mako's not looking at the right direction. Talent at what cost, though?
Cost indeed. That's a tough one. I mean, Mako there snags that ghost and puts it to just fantastic use. And again, the patience here for DRX, the communication between these players. You know, Mako and Stacks playing together for so long now. Just able to work together so nicely to make this such an expensive round for Talon. Yeah, they get it done. But that is a lot of extra money that they would have liked to have held on to. Some mixture of half and full armors. DRX, on the other hand, went full armor. A little bit worried, I think, about maybe somebody grabbing an outlaw or something potentially, but
no dice on that, at least.
Nah, not this time.
Yeah. Governor actually double satcheled already onto Rafters, but they haven't really pushed up just yet. So there's some delays that are being done here by DRX as to why we're seeing Talon not really full commit. They're slowly able to just clear a couple of these tripwires and such, but no kills just yet, no big damage onto anybody. It's really just a show of force on both sides. And Talon, as now they feel like there's too much heat on A, they're trying to re-encompass somewhere else on the map.
They have an escape route now, as Foxy9 had completely abandoned ropes. They're actually going to check it, realize that he's gone. Now they have a decision to make. Do they regress towards A? Or are they going to shift back over to B? Yeah, I think this is, obviously we know it's a slightly better decision. Foxy9 at the ready.
Ooh, ouch. All right, he can't throw that snake bite anymore to stop them from coming in. It would have been nice if it comboed with the smoke of his, but it's not. He's 1 HP. What can 1 HP do? I mean, it's Foxy9. Could be something. But this time, it'll be amounted to nothing. 3 players of DRX still alive.
Spike planted.
Smokes from Cruz dissipating. Flashback, Stacks, and Buzz slowly creeping up. Jinkoy punishes the first on the peak. Last 2 might be forced to just back away. Played a save game.
Yeah, kind of has to be. Just another great piece of decision-making here. Gotta love the shot calling from Lenny on this one. Just a really well thought out, taking their time, reading the space, sitting behind that toxic screen, recognizing that nobody on DRX was playing aggressive. They were playing for contact. They were gonna say, you take contact onto us, especially on A. Stacks is there ready with the breach utility. Try to do something about it.
Yeah.
And then instead, they just take their time, identify where the weak parts of the map are, and then make the decision. Head right towards Foxy9.
There really was some guesswork there for DRX, no? Where I think Talon was just making so much noise on ropes. That,
yeah.
Again, they just decided to hold A and just allow Foxy9 to anchor B. But yeah.
I think you're right. Kind of works against DRX there, where, you know, they're trying to set a trap for Talon, and Talon makes it so that they can't really effectively decide where Talon is going quick enough.
One-way smoke here for Mako. I do like the budget smoke on the entrance of B main that stops anybody from DRX actually pushing aggressively. Bit expensive though in terms of util.
It's kind of a give and take. You know, is that a little bit of extra space control worth it? So far, yeah, sort of. Cruz stuck behind the wall. Just a lot of delay tactics.
Ooh, there were some blind reads here from DRX, so they were getting a little bit antsy as they try to reposition. Stacks running for dear life. Fault line does give them some information. to the thing. Sorry, not Fall Knife. Neural Theft gives him that information. Dog, Stacks, can't hold it. He was trying to do as much as he can to give maybe Mako some opening space here. But that B site, Paper's been ripped apart, ripped open.
Exactly. It's basically round over. I mean, you're hoping that maybe Foxy can do a little bit more damage. But Ben, already ready for it. No problem. Get the headshot, get the kill. And now, flashback. The Vandal. Thought he might just save, but instead he's trying to go for it.
Chasing him, and this might actually turn pretty sour if they overreach to do so.
Look where Lenny is, though.
Yeah.
He got all the way towards spawn.
They started playing far from each other. They do not want to allow Flashback to string these kills very quickly. Cruz. He made the noise. He knew Flashback was somewhere there. Baited him out.
Heck yeah. I mean, I'd say the only thing that I thought was a little bit weird about that round was Buzz pushing out. The snake might have been sitting there.
Yeah.
And I think he was trying to catch him on a timing, and instead they're just ready for him. Like, they're expecting it. You know, knows that Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, just knew he was there. And the dog caught him, glimpsed him in well ahead of time. Stacks trying to clear it.
Yeah. I was just about to say, the paranoia hit nobody.
Yeah.
From Mako. It just went under their feet.
A bit of a miss on the paranoia there.
Yeah, that could have been something too, in terms of, you know, value, if ever.
And look at this, you're back to one away from another showstopper and Seekers. So a couple big ults, clear that tripwire.
Oh, Hunter's Fury as well. Mako's just running. Oh my gosh. The dip in and dip out. Shrouded step. Safe. But no one committed into the... Actually, no. There was one that committed into sight. That was Governor. He got punished for that one. It was just too much kerfuffle. Lots of confusion. 4 to 5. Talon back on the drawing board as they try to re-hit mid.
Yeah, Buzz trying to buy a little bit of attention for Foxy and yep, there you go. Stacks and Foxy. Great job there by Buzz.
Cleaning them up. It's so easy when, again, they don't have that sword or spear tip that is Governor. And them losing all of their bargaining chips as to where they can threaten this map really reduces the efficacy of what Talon is trying to achieve. Now it's just Ban and Cruz to remain. They're walking their way up onto B Heaven here.
30 seconds left.
Dax gets spotted, but he's not going to force the fight. They're afraid that, again, he has a flash of horror, a fault line, but Stack don't care. He just pushes. He wants his own kills. He wants his own highlights, and he pockets his own teammate into the corner there. What a mad lad. Buzz finishes it off, and DRX, finally, it's another one after a few.
Yeah, and I like the little change in mid there for DRX. This time they throw the Poison Cloud. You know, Buzz makes some attention at Mail, switches over to the other side, makes some more attention, and that completely draws Talon in for the double fire from Stacks and Foxy9. So nice selfless play here from the Duelist for DRX. That nets them 2 big kills. Then at the end, scoops up 1 for his troubles. Very nicely done. Now DRX taking a bit of a lead, very, very small.
I was just about to ask if Governor might have, you know, fat-fingered or committed his showstopper here, but it's not really. Now he will be. He's chasing Buzz. He knows he's down there somewhere on ropes. Come here, boy. I want you. But he gets Foxy9 as collateral. I mean, sure, you don't get the first target, but if it's Foxy9 that you get as a, you know, compensation, why the hell not? Buzz just comes in to get that trade onto Governor, and this is going blow for blow between the two teams, and nobody is letting up. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, the timing.
Cruz. Oh my gosh.
They damage each other as well. Look at how much equal the changes or the trades have been. Mako's at the back of the site, Stacks coming in. They're really chasing down onto Mako here, which could allow Stacks to just sneak one in. They haven't spotted him. They haven't spotted him at all. He does get the one. Cruz trades.
Down B.
Now Cruz is alone. He does have his divide, which could allow him some bit of safety here. 30 seconds. He looks for a fight first before he tries to do anything else. Before he drops the wall. Now he knows. 1 in the front, 1 in the back. Repositions first, 15 seconds, 7 bullets. What a hard-fought battle here for Cruz. He might not even be able to win this. Oh my God, he gets it. There's a chance. Coming around, Mako is successful.
Oh,
what a fight!
I'm just like, there's so many like just small pivotal moments that could turn this round around. When Buzz is running away from Governor, I went, oh, because I liked that Foxy9 like took one for the team there. Like he stood expecting that Governor's first like idea of where he's going to be looking when he comes up these ropes. Yeah, not this one. But when he's coming up those ropes is that he's going to be looking for Buzz trying to go out the door on the left, right?
Yeah.
And Foxy thinks if I stand at the off angle, there's a chance I can kill him before he gets to shoot the showstopper, or maybe he just pre-fires it as he's going up to try to kill Buzz.
Yeah.
Instead, he's the one who pays the price. So it's kind of like sort of selfless play there, I think, from Foxy.
Okay.
To like,
yeah,
potentially, but I think Buzz might have gotten out of there anyway in time. It's hard to say for sure, but
I feel like he could have as well.
I think he was kind of out, but it's hard to say.
It's like trying to, you know, that kind of plays, it feels like you're just trying to hold the sun in your hands, right?
And that's Foxy's style, man, so.
Yeah, we're trying to play with fire. More times than not, you're going to get burnt.
But I think Foxy might have thought there wasn't enough time for Buzz to get out, potentially, but I'm not sure. That's just my guess.
You can ask them.
I could. I probably will.
We will. Don't worry, guys. We got you if you're also wondering. Governor is just so nearby. So many smokes in front of him. How is he going to be able to get any clear sight? Now he can. There you go. Fault line, if Stacks throws that, could put a bit of heat onto Governor here. Been focusing a lot on mid, but Talon really hasn't done anything else elsewhere on the map. Oh, he just spots him. I wonder if Foxy did the same thing as well.
It's gotta at least be in the back of your mind now that Talon's saved up a bit.
Rope.
They're just flirting with the edges of Governor's vision. And it's oh so close. Trying to inch their way in towards A. Spike's over there too, so DRX starting to fall back a little bit. Mako squeeze in quick.
Whoa! That's a catch onto Governor too. They haven't got any
10 seconds left.
form of, again, meaningful map control here, and this is just gone to the wayside. Talon, they were kind of hoping that Governor's going to be able to get any kills with this operator of his on attack, but it hasn't. And they could take away the last gun. That was bad. And Stacks, he's been on point every single round.
This is a rejuvenated Stacks here in 2024. 2023 was, statistically speaking, his worst year ever, just straight up. And, you know, obviously for him, as the IGL, a lot of pressure in that regard, a lot of mental pressure that, you know, probably affects your stats. Let's just be honest, that happens to most IGLs.
Yeah.
But still, for him to come in looking like this, seems like he's a lot more freed up. Seems like Governor to try to do a little...
No flash, though.
Yeah. Oh, the counter swing by Buzz.
Doesn't matter. I mean, reduce fire rate. Okay.
Come on, man.
I was just about to hype Governor right now. I'm going to have to hype Flashback.
That's not fair.
Yeah. Dude just has an insane sixth sense. Even that, he's going to be able to get the byproduct of a neural theft. Hello, I see you. Map exposed. All plans for rotation very much known now to DRX. A minute on the clock, sure, but damage be done by Flashback.
Let's see. Okay, Foxy is kind of turning his attention back towards the rope. I'll say Cruz is trying to sneak underneath DRX's senses, but seems like they're somewhat aware of it. Oh, the timing. I like that.
Might not have spotted where Foxy9 was, especially with the leap of the Trailblazer, so Cruz still has his work cut out for him, but it doesn't matter. He opens it up, and this is where Flashback needs to dig deep. Or does he?
Left.
The fault line actually hits a couple of the members of Talon on Heaven. A smoke from Mako to give Flashback a little bit of kickback here in the site, so he has some safety here. A pocket paper thin. Jet Boys finally finds him, but the trade for trade happens. And this is so messy.
Oh, he made noise. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he can still get into the site. He's aware that somebody could be Heaven. They're all here at the back of it. He's got a paranoia. Finds one, could not convert. These are messy games. These are messy rounds.
Well, it's weird because the previous round was like DRX just dissecting Talon piece by piece, right? Just doing a great job, just keeping them at arm's length until they had the right moments to strike. And this round, like, Talon, yeah, they lose a player early, but then they set up Cruz really nicely here. He plays it so patiently off the back of that Trailblazer. You know, he tries to peek off of it quick. Foxy9 had already kind of rounded the corner, but then Cruz uses that against him because Foxy9 doesn't exactly know that he's there. And I think Cruz might have just spotted the back end of him. Oh, Buzz, what are you doing?
Well,
love it.
It's his name, you know? Buzz.
Love it.
Infinity and Beyond finds the lurking Cruz. This will trigger everybody from Talon to just pull it up onto the A site, which could allow Flashback to find his rhythm, to get his highlights. He does get the first kill onto Lenny. Jet Boys off-cap kill onto Stacks, and he finds Governor through the smoke. That's the spike down. This is going horribly wrong. Ban is alone. He's got a Trailblazer, but that's not going to be enough. He's also just, you know, trapped into a bowl of the backside of A here. Maybe he can wiggle his way out. That's going to be something important for him. Foxy9 has gone and pushed up onto A main, but if Ban can slowly work the defense here, it could actually be very doable right now, Paper.
He needs the help here, does Mako. So able to get that spot.
He saw him. Patience is the virtue. Doesn't want to bite, you know, don't want to bite the hand that feeds. He's playing this.
He's gonna try to double swing him here, I think.
Yeah, patiently as he can. Oh, just timing as well as he peeks up onto A main.
Match point.
It's a good call there to Stack, because it was a position where if you give him the off angles, he actually has a chance to make that work if the timing isn't impeccable. So that's a good call from those two. Love the off the rip showstopper. You don't see that. That's why I was kind of guffawing there that Buzz was doing that. He doesn't do that a lot. And so for him to go that aggressive, you love to see it.
Taking a page out of the book of Governor.
Yeah, absolutely. A good page to take because Governor's pretty good.
Add it to your arsenal. Another one there from Flashback. He saw the barrel on the edge of the smoke and he's like, free kill, free second kill for me. Crazy stuff. This is just going to the wire.
And the thing I love about Flashback is he seems to, when he's anchoring a site, especially on this Cypher, seems to be at least good for one, like every time. Like he always finds a way to like scoop one in, whether it's like playing a cheeky angle or, you know, just buying a ton of time with his smokes and his utility and stuff like that, playing off his own utility. Like he's a really good Cypher player. And that's a really huge asset for DRX to have. They've never really had somebody since King who can play Cypher well. It's always been Killjoys, you know, or just try without. You know, maybe a chamber here and there, of course, during the chamber meta, but
you know, this is Cypher's revenge arc. Everybody was just killing him. And now with his upgraded tripwires and everything, with Flashback and the controls, dude is looking nigh unstoppable. Ooh, Governor. I think he's just gonna YOLO this. He's already 70 HP, right? Oh, the YOLO actually works. He can get a secondary on Buzz at the back of the site. Oh,
let's go.
The run and gun.
Spike planted.
I love it.
Yeah, that's what the Stinger does for you.
I love it. That stuff just makes my heart happy. It tilts many, but not me.
Oh yeah.
Here.
I have not said this descriptive words, but Talon, reckless abandon onto A.
Sure, why not? Go for broke. I love the confidence.
Really?
I love the play calling from Lenny.
Oh, they're pushing at the back of the site right now. Cruz has supplemented a couple of smokes so that Jet Boys can play comfortably at the back of things, you know, playing similar to what Flashback did. And they don't really need to face this.
Yeah,
he has a gravity well.
Yep.
He's not even using it too early, too. There it is. Scoops it up. 10 to 12. Talon. Slightly expensive as Lenny drops down. 10-12, yeah.
I just love Governor just like being like, well, go big or go home. Just full on, send it right around that corner. And Flashback, you know, I say he's usually good for one. That one was so crazy it caught him off guard.
Enemy remaining.
He was not ready at all. for Governor to just be diving straight on the site.
Let's go, Jit Boy.
Yeah, let's go.
Absolutely.
Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury. It's going to be the setup for this Hunter's Fury. That's what I'm always kind of curious about on Split with these Sovas is like you never get to see Sovas on Split.
Yeah.
It's like how do they use stuff like the Hunter's Fury? Like the drone and the recon darts make sense.
Right here.
They're usually pretty. There's just not enough space on Split. Where like you know what I mean.
At least now it's your other thing that stops somebody from defusing the spike.
True.
We're sure that can be used if Lenny survives.
That's a
long
really
enough.
good point. Yeah, that's probably mostly what you'd like to use it for. I suppose if you find a pick with your drone or something, but
Look at how close DRX are playing in this. Ah, are they playing the same thing that Talon did on mid? Hello, Trailblazer gets some contact here, and this is actually going very awry.
What?
It even just coaxes the showstopper out of Governor. A very expensive round here for Talon, and he's down to 10 HP. I mean, this is very workable for DRX. They can actually re-encompass mid, start picking up the rifles, and then just maybe do something. Oh, Stax wants to peek that. You saw he wanted to.
yeah. And he's going to use the Rolling Thunder.
30
Oh, wow.
seconds left.
There is actually a world where they
Oh
lose this,
my.
and they might have actually done. Governor's 10 HP, and he's spotted down on mid. Why didn't he just push with the rest of his team? But because of that, DRX,
Defenders win.
what a round, Stacks! Rolling Thunder.
I thought he was going to save it. In the back of my head, I'm like, he's going to wait for the next round, right? Surely. Nope. Nope. I mean, but that shows you the confidence that Stax has, not just in himself, but in Flashback as well.
Yeah.
Like, those two, you know, look at the way he's, you know, hugging him, bigging him up. You know, Stax is all in on this roster this year, clearly, and on this new player. And that the confidence to use that Rolling Thunder there is a key indicator of why, because he knew they could win it.
I can already imagine Stax getting a tattoo on his chest saying, no regrets. Anyways, we're going to give it onto the desk. What a first game in the series.
Were you reading some of those signs there, Will?
Well, there was a sign on the right that, so RB, his relatives used to come and watch DRX games a lot, and I think that was his nephew, and the sign said, RB's going to Shanghai, please cheer for him, or something along those lines. The font was very small, but that is adorable that they're still here cheering on for DRX games as well.
Right, still sticking with their team, and with good reason too, as we saw DRX still looking like they're in top form, even up against Talon, which was such a surprise to many.
Yeah, I mean, this is a maximum comfort map when it does come down to it, though, for DRX, and they go back over to Old Faithful with Stax there on that breach, the agent that very much made him a household name in Valorant, and overall, the setups for DRX are just a bit stronger. I think that I could, you know, the casters were talking about it, I could kind of see what Talon was going for. It's a bit of a curveball to try to bring this Sova out there, but didn't necessarily bring as much value as they would have had they just had a slightly different pick into this. Not necessarily.
Yeah, and obviously, it seems to skew more towards one side of the map than the other, not as even. So, you know, whether you have that choice to be able to do that or not, because they have the choice of defense or attack, and because it's split, they're going to start on defense. But I think that is, if you are going to use the Silva, which obviously there's probably some reason most teams don't, that's probably where it's weaker, actually. That, you know, trying to just break apart the defensive setups with the shock darts on the attack might be a bit more useful. So at the end of the day, the new composition, okay, we see hints of it, but that's not really what carries them close to the finish line. It's really performances like Jit Boys here coming up against DRX, and with the traditional composition for DRX, they're able to carry through.
Yeah, that said, you know, even with that, you know, maybe they could have gone with a different agent composition. Maybe that would have closed out this map because it was very, very close, right? This still cements Talon Esports as one of the strongest teams that we have here during Kickoff. And I love that you brought up Jit Boys, because how could we not? I mean, look at that performance there.
Yeah, this was a huge one here from Jit Boys. Very much like the Jit Boys that we saw in his debut back over at Lock-In, where they were pushing DRX to the limits. I mean, you remember that qualifying match. It went the distance to try to make it into the top 4, and DRX were just basically able to scrape by with a victory over Talon. So this was Jit Boys in a major return to form.
Yeah, and of course Foxy9 as well. I mean, we've been really hyping up Flashback for good reason, but Foxy now looking a bit more comfortable on that Viper, the positions he's supposed to hold as well, and just able to fire through multiple lines of attack and really hold his position.
I mean, again, if you told me that this guy who was a Jet main was going to go over to Viper and suddenly start finding so much value. It's just astounding to me. I just can't wrap my head around how something like that can occur.
Is this the first success story, though? Is this the first success story?
No, because we have Mako.
Yeah, Mako would be. Yeah.
I mean, right now.
Well,
so far.
For
Wait.
Foxy 9, it's his first showing that's very convincing, I would say,
Yes.
right? Where he feels comfortable. Because the biggest thing about Foxy 9 was always, if he's put on these other agents, he's so concerned with how to use the utility that he can't fire back. And now he's found that groove enough where he says, I am now comfortable enough in this agent, in this position, where I still can bring up the aim, which was what he was originally known for when he was a recruit.
Again, and this is just kind of the magic of DRX, is being able to see
Yes.
that untapped potential in a player and then really just drill down into them and direct them to how, for how they can play things that are just so very different from what they're used to playing.
And, I mean, Lenny talked about that in the pregame interview today, right? That we saw in the video. He says, I mean, if there's any team that I trust to do that, to bring up good players to great players, it's DRX with that coaching staff. And, say what you will about what they did with the team last year, but clearly they're proving once again that they know how to scout players and they know how to bring them up.
And we just saw what they were prepared for Talon earlier, right? Even with Governor diving in, even with his entries, you could always trust 3 or 2 players on the side of DRX just ready for it, just ready to anticipate it. And they knew who exactly they were dealing with and the powerhouse that Talon was ready to prepare for them. And look at the success story. They were able to shut them down.
I mean, one of the other things that we didn't really touch on before we got into the game was just DRX's proficiency at playing 4v5. So even if Governor does go diving in, getting that opening pick, it doesn't necessarily correlate with a round win, because historically, as DRX has gone abroad over to international tournaments as well as playing in regionals, if they lose somebody, oftentimes they're able to turn it around. They can work with a deficit because the information that is gained as that player ends up falling is usually vital to them turning the rounds around. So overall, really good. I mean, Talon with a nice little rally back there towards the end, but a couple blunderous plays that result in them not getting close enough to be able to take this into an overtime, to be able to take this map away from DRX. You go back to round 19, running the clock down so very much and then just not being able to get into that plant. You never want to be in a position where you're getting compared to Carmine Corp from last year.
Yes, that's definitely not the standard you want to be compared to. And the other thing is this is another one of those cases where, all right, Talon, they cooked something new, right? They try to deviate from the double controller where you have the Viper who is able to act as that semi-sentinel, and then you've got another one like Omen or Astra that's able to they stick with the double initiators, right? You still want the flashes from the sky, then you have the Sova. And while the scoreline was close, and like you said, they had some neat ideas in a couple rounds, it's one of those things where it's like, while I would love to see what more they had cooked up in another match, but then you have to question, there's probably a reason that Viper's so strong on split. So it goes back and forth. I'd be very curious in future matches, how they adjust to it, what their thoughts were. But of course, this is only map 1 in this best of 3.
That's right. It's only map 1, and we are heading into Ascent for map number 2. You mentioned, Old Faithful earlier. Well, this is also Old Faithful for many, many, many reasons memorable to DRX.
Yeah, I mean, every team, this map has been in for
yes.
so many
course.
It's
Too
another
long.
one of those mainstays. It's like, okay, everybody has set comms, everybody has set plays that they know how to execute on when it comes down to Ascent, and oftentimes it's going to come down to just who is the better team when it comes into that execution. But DRX, this has always been their map where they make that comeback where it looks like they're down and out. You think about them versus FPX. You think about them versus Furia. It's just countless times where they are playing on this map and they manage to come out on top in international competition. So Talon, I think they, even with their victory just a couple days ago, it was dominant, but is it going to be dominant enough to take down DRX?
I mean, let's look at it from Talon's point of view, right? Okay, so Governor still able to frag out in those moments, still playing that entry very confidently. This is one of those maps where, especially once you get the operator, you have to be a bit more self-sufficient. He can play to his own strengths a little bit. On top of that, you said, I mean, this map has been read front to back by every team through and through. So Lenny should have much more comfort and practice calling on this map throughout the scrims that they've had in the offseason. And we saw hints of that when they played against Team Secret. So to me, the question from Talon is DRX going to look different just because they have 2 new members that are mixed in this combination of roster, or is it going to just be the same playbook and just the order in which they line them up?
I love that you brought that up, right? Ascent is just so classic that it's going to boil down to these individual performances, right? Agent Compline, let's put that aside. Nobody really brings surprises to Ascent. Maybe some might,
well,
but
Buzz did play that Euro at the 10 Invitational, and it was not successful at all.
true, for good reason. Plus, I don't
It's also
think
the first time he played it.
True.
I don't think DRX is that type to like deviate for something that works just yet. They might want to put in a little bit more homework before they actually do that. Talon, though, I would say they would be willing to bring out a wild card if ever.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe purposely, you know, they show the standard composition in that last match against Secret, they just crush them, and then they still have another card in their book. And then the other thing to question is this was one of those maps that Foxy9 was playing that KO on during the offseason when they weren't playing the Yoru, and it didn't look that good. You know, the timings and then the flashes, you know, being able to swing on it on his own as well. But also, we know how important it's become now on Ascent for KOs to support their Jets with long-range flash drives. Sure. And I'm curious if that chemistry is there for Buzz.
I mean, you'd have to imagine that if there isn't a compositional difference, if it is going to be that, we're still going to be seeing Stax playing the Sova, something that we saw from him the other day, and looked wildly improved. So if Stax is Sova, as poor as it looked initially when we first witnessed it, if it can get to that point that we saw from them versus DFM, then I think that Foxy9's KO could have a very similar growth pattern.
Not to mention, you also still do have the Sentinel showdown that we have because Jet Boys has had an amazing performance. For sure, he's riding on a lot of momentum there. As we jump into our highlights, we can see many of them. But he will be up against, of course, Flashback on the other side. And on Ascent, of course, it's very important, especially when you do have so many players that love to flank.
Yeah, I mean, on Split, you can talk about it's more about the setups and how much time you can buy. Of course, on the attack, it's about your lurks. But on Ascent, at some point, you're going to have to anchor down against multiple people. It's just going to happen on this map when you're playing that Sentinel on the defensive side. And if Jet Boys can frag out like he did during these highlights on Split, then I think DRX is also going to find it's not going to be as easy.
And we'll, take a little bit of time before we get into that agent select, but just some further conjecture thinking about it now. I could actually very much see DRX potentially leaning into the T1 composition setup for this, where they actually keep Foxy9 on the Viper, don't bring the KO into the mix. That is something that they absolutely could run, and it would suit their strengths quite a bit. That also allows for Stax to stray away from that Sova if he's not feeling as confident with lineups on Ascent. And he goes back into the Fade, which he's proven many times over that he's very confident on.
That's an interesting note, mostly just because even though T1 played it well, I don't think as many people were convinced about that composition and the way they played it. Obviously, we've seen other teams internationally prove that Viper is viable on Ascent, but perhaps just not as dominant. You have to play that in such a unique way, and you have to be so well in tune in terms of your comms and the timings of how you navigate the toxic screen. So, but it's good news. The good news is there are these options, right? Whether it's the Viper, I mean, maybe even some form of that combination with Harbor and being able to put up all these walls and push through like Paper Rex used to in the past when they were trying out the Reyna on Ascent. So
no surprises.
Nope.
No surprises.
No surprises at all.
Stock standard mirrored compositions.
Oh my gosh. Well, what else were we expecting? I don't know. We were hoping maybe there would be something new, but as of now, we are seeing, of course, this mirror match. And I think right now, DRX, of course, riding on all of that momentum.
Yeah, I think the upside here for Talon Esports is obviously Sova fits on this map way more comfortably than he does on Split. So for Lenny, who did have a poor performance in that opening map, I think that this should be him getting into a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, and also my eyes once again on the duelists and their operator battles. Buzz has been continuing to prove that he's found that comfort throughout the offseason towards the end of last year as well. But now coming back into VCT Pacific Kickoff, going up against the likes of Governor, does he have a good start on it?
I think the biggest question here for Talon is, do they know the telling signs of when the tiles crunch is going to happen? We'll see.
We will indeed see as we toss it on over to our casters, Paperthin and Asarai.
Thank you. We enjoy that. And now we're about to enjoy the second game, but I really do want, like, at some point, right, we get a different composition from any team. We've seen it yesterday, but I want to see it more.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad T1, gives us something a little bit different. I mean, why not just, four initiators? Saw that in another region.
Or three controllers.
Yeah.
Paper X.
Exactly. Go with something creative. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll probably see that if Ascent maybe gets reworked. But
I had to dig deep into the history books to find a last match that Paper X didn't play a duelist. It was like 2022.
Really?
Yeah. I found some where they weren't playing duelists, which shocked me.
Flashback actually not tagged by the blade, so his turret is still somewhat active. Governor does take him down, so that's a clean cut into the A site. Doors being closed, no one hiding inside the smoke. And the rest of DRX marching their way onto heaven here. Lots of the players of Talon looking well to receive. Paranoia also hits Governor, but he can hide pocket himself here on that little gap, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They do spot him, and that's just going to be a quick, clean kill for Buzz. Foxy9 follows up with another. Lenny charging right in, and this is just going a little bit awry here for Talon. Two of them playing inside the smoke, having to push out, but it's just too hard for Talon to really convert these kills. Jet Boys, though, doing a damn good job at getting the kills. Has he bought enough time? No, it was halved.
I like the ideas here from Talon, but when that smoke drops, I think Governor's just got to back off.
Yeah.
Because that gives away that angle. I think his gun stick's out there. I suspect because DRX all of a sudden, like 3 of them were looking right at him. Or at least they had maybe seen it or suspected it, that he was going to do something like that.
Yeah.
Outlaw now for Buzz. So curious to see how he's going to put that to use. And that's a tough loss here. We're telling you, love to get those pistols on that attacker side. Especially on a set. It's so hard to purchase rounds. Let's see what they want to do.
It's just a 4-stack. Massive numbers advantage here for Talon A main. Leaving their teammate, Jit Boys, somewhere on mid. He actually leaves his turret. Oh, the turret vanishes on the minimap. Did he recall it, or was it just Ares spam? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I barely heard the siren. Yeah, the song of the Ares.
What is the song of Ares? Oh wait, are we talking about like the God of War, or?
Yeah. I was gonna say some kind of metal music, right?
Okay, I thought you were talking about like the Princess of Atlantis, or.
Could be either.
Yeah.
Okay, no, los dos. All right, well, Stax is just waiting with open arms. Nano Storm's at the door. It's going to be tricky. I mean, you can see that Cruz is trying to cut through mid.
There it is. He can't find it, though. He's just jumping up and down. Flashback does find the lurking Cruz on mid. And finally, are we getting value off of the Outlaw? Boy, we are.
Spike down.
Talon is just... Yeah, this is not a round they can really do anything on. Maybe if they get lucky, pop shot through the smoke, but again, that's just wishful thinking for the most part.
Yeah, I mean,
One enemy remaining.
You're just hoping somebody makes a mistake. Over grasses. There's one. Okay. You get flashback out of it. That's not too bad, but still, you don't mind that at all as DRX. Just making sure you finish the job. Keep 4 over.
Leave no survivors.
Exactly. And while we have a moment, I did ask about the Foxy9 positioning on that showstopper.
On split.
On split. We'll call it miscommunication.
Okay. I thought you were going to go into great detail about that.
Nope.
Placing swarm grenade.
That's all it was. I read way too much into it. It was just straight up just, you know, Foxy9 just not quite prepared for it.
I mean, it still sort of worked because like Buzz was able to do so.
Oh my God.
Okay. Jet Boys lighting things up. Foxy9 though flashes himself into the open.
Clean.
DRX, very much known for the Korean flash and dash, but it's been thwarted, as well as the pinch on mid, leaving Flashback on the fight. Governor tanks a couple of the bullets, and that's going to be a quick round for Talon here on their gun round.
I do really like that Outlaw purchase in the second round as well, because it forces your opponents to have to try to go for full armors, like if they can. Like it forces out some extra economy. I know that seems a little obvious, but it's just something that is a really nice touch here. Because you haven't seen a ton of Outlaws from DRX. I mean, you see them all over the other teams.
Yeah.
But I like that pickup there for Buzz. Stacks now with the Odin. Of course, you have a Hunter's Fury for Lenny already. Having a really solid start despite the scoreline for Talon. So let's see if he can
break that? Okay, I'm not sure if he broke it or it was just picked up. In any case, B-main is getting pushed once again. Stacks, they gotta be prepared for this because right now he's got the better weapon to just bang the walls.
Yeah, this is such a tough angle to push. It requires such good coordination with your utility. That Chuck Dart just gonna go too far for Jit Boys. Everybody else peeling off. Not a lot of contact through mid or over towards A for Lenny, so he says, well, We've hit a little bit of a roadblock in that Odin. Let's not mess with it. Or at least let's attack it from a different angle, potentially. But this looks to be setting up for an A-crunch through short. Foxy9.
Oh, that's an opening. Is that going to gravitate the rotation? Yes, it is. Yes, it is! Jit Boys with the hat trick. 3 kills. Every single time we look at anybody from DRX, I thought, okay, Jit Boys is done
30
for.
seconds left.
And then he just surpasses, exceeds all expectation.
I thought he'd get the 1, and then maybe, you know, there were 2 other members of DRX there, he might get taken out, but the fact that he gets 3 there is just gorgeous from Jit Boys. Now he's got a lockdown too. I mean, what a play. Insane.
Yeah. Listen up, kids. Sometimes all you got to do is walk up.
Sometimes you just got to shoot better. I mean, it's true.
Wow. Is that what VALORANT is?
Yeah.
A tactical shooter
Yeah, it
with
turns out you
precise gunplay?
You got to kill people with guns.
Man.
Well, usually you got to kill people with guns. Not always.
Yeah. In VALORANT.
In VALORANT.
Governor's just looking for some exit frags here. Looks towards the archway. Hoping that someone pockets themselves there, but DRX, as you can see on the map, they're nowhere to be found. Somewhere stuck on A main and Wine.
That's just such an unexpected play from Jit Boys to push up like that into B. I mean, very few players are going to challenge you like that. You know, usually it's going to, like, as the trailing sentinel, your job is to watch main and mid, right?
Yeah.
To make sure that
no one flanks.
Yeah, exactly, right? But in this one, he's like, what if I just step on in?
And it's on a good mental call, too, because there were nanoswarms, but there wasn't any alarm bots or turrets that actually gave away his position.
Flashback got tagged up a bit.
True. Buzz is here. There it is again. The Korean contact on tiles. And this time it works. Look at the damage. Flashback coming in. He wants to help out his teammate, but it actually blows up in his face. Ban was prepared. Ban was ready. And Cruz, all the way from nowhere, spots out the last Foxy9. That's all the information they need. He can go straight up onto the A side. Foxy9, it's a 50-50. His guess, pretty correct. Gonna hear the smoke here. Does have a blade. Lenny is low. He's waiting, and here comes the push out.
Spike down A.
As I mentioned, Lenny is low. Cruz still. Yeah. Spike's been dropped too. There is time for Talon to regroup before they start working against Foxy9. The problem is he's repositioned elsewhere, so they're going to have to start scrubbing the side once again. I think they spotted him too on Dice. Paranoia out in the open, and they huddle up. You saw the dink on the brain of Ban. Ooh, that was... could have been something.
I mean, look, Foxy gave himself a really good opportunity to do something there. Tough play, but hit the dink. Got that 1 kill on a nasty flick.
Remaining.
What a 1-tap by Ban, by the way. That was a clean shot. Yep, okay.
It's so far, you can't do the
Yeah, I gotta scoot over.
What a round 2. DRX not really giving up mid control at all.
No. And it's still,
Get out of my way.
working well for Talon. They're still able to recover because they're making good moves at the right time. Stacks. It's an Odin, by the way. Oh no.
Say goodbye. Governor's there to feed off of the Hunter's Fury as well. And he's not done. Shish kebabs. Flashback. And secures up that B site. And all in the span of a couple of seconds.
That's Op gone. That's Odin gone. All of DRX's economy getting thrown to the wind. These rounds just turn on a dime so quickly. And that's just a great execute there.
Absolutely.
That's a nice shot, though.
They are chasing for this. They have the money to do so. Just take away the weapons, right?
Oh, yeah, look at Governor's money. He's completely full buy, yeah.
Yeah. Bro is yoked. I didn't even realize he was on an operator too.
I think he picked it up off of Buzz.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you for confirming that. But yeah, this will just, you know.
Can we see the execute again? I'd love to see this execute again. Like from like Governor's perspective, that'd be beautiful.
True. Just wanted to add too, that was a long delayed recon dart from Lenny that also transitioned into a Hunter's Fury at the same time, which was why we saw
so
stacks.
good. So he's like waiting for that to land, and then he's like, then I Hunter's. It's so good. I love those delayed recon darts, like, because a lot of teams just like shoot them out right away, and then they wait to hear who clears it, and then they're like, okay, we know where that person is based on that. But I like them where you like use other util first, like flash and smokes, dash in, and then the recon dart lands like a half a second after Governor gets in there.
Yeah.
Even if the Hunter's Fury wasn't there, right? Like,
yeah. You know how you just like dominoes, right? That just fall to create this nice little trail.
Yeah.
It just feels like that when you have that sick execute.
Exactly.
All falling into place.
It's so satisfying when that works out. Like, it's just, you just feel like such a genius.
Yeah. Imagine Lenny just, you know, animate him. He's a character that just has a brain that's pulsing, and his
like,
head is getting bigger and bigger.
He's definitely the character that's wearing the glasses and is like pushing him up with like his finger on his nose, you know?
Yeah. Or, you know, Western style, Megamind.
Megamind, also good.
Okay, we're off of that timeout now. Any aggressive stance here, posture from DRX. No more Korean flash and dash. Buzz does have the blades, though.
Yeah. And sometimes you will see a flash and dash off that, but obviously we can see them on the map, and that is not the case. Instead, they're just kind of taking their time, popping the blades a little late. Flashback not hit by that 0 point, so this might catch him a little bit off guard. Let's see if they're ready for it.
Does Boxing Knight found one already.
Ooh.
Flashback. He doesn't have any more bullets. Okay. Oh! Buzz is so quick. Able to get the punish. And these multi-kills all across the map. Actually, no, it's just condensed on B main. It's taken down 3 of the players of Talon here on a thrifty round of DRX too. Oh, that's a whiff. But never mind. These sheriffs absolutely diesel in the hands of DRX. Lenny. Lenny. Oh, that's the one that takes down Buzz. Come on. That's something.
Ahead.
I mean, he still has time. He can pick up that spike slowly but surely, you know, work his magic into the site itself. He's got plenty of bullets, plenty of time, plenty of opportunity.
30 seconds left.
Lenny's just
sticking with the Odin.
Yeah. It's fiddling too. Tag from Foxy9, flash as well. Now Lenny's starting to run out of time. His opponent Stacks was somewhere on stairs, actually went to lane. Couldn't really address that, and Talon, he got swept.
And I like the play here, like, right as they're approaching, the flash in there, and, you know, Governor has to get a little bit extra to find that kill because they got completely caught off guard by Flashback in that position. Turret didn't give it away. Nothing gave it away until the gun started firing.
True.
Now Buzz back with the op. Able to, I think they picked it up, yeah, had to.
That was the first time that Flashback also actually played on that pocket position on B main.
Yeah, he's never done it before, exactly.
Yeah.
And now they're trying a different look of it. You know, Buzz can dash away and seeing if they can fool him again. If they were to push this way. And so far, looks like they might try. Because Buzz can take the opening shot and then run. Van.
Ooh, Mako.
Not going to be challenged, though.
Barely just shows himself. At least that makes it so that Ban knows that no one is going to be playing on Wine. I wonder if Ban's, you know, confident enough to pick up that orb, because he's one away from getting his null command. I think he did, yeah.
Going out.
Yeah, he got it, yeah. Here we go.
Ooh. Flashback is still pocketed into the corner. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade. You're not going to get fooled twice, but he's done some damage. TP coming to the back of the site. Looks of things.
Whoa.
Ooh, that whiffs. Buzz has the operator, and he chases down Lenny. The tags with the recon dart. I don't know if it's actually going to do any damage whatsoever, so they have to fight in front of the site. Now this time, what's the play? The TP out. They do reduce Ban. Cruz, here's the reload. Buzz playing this absolutely perfectly, but he does have to deal with so many of these angles. And Cruz coming in from the back of the site, assists, takes down Mako, and takes another round.
This is a very nice recovery here by Talon. A great reaction to Flashback's position, even though it catches him off guard momentarily. They're able to get it, and then a little bit of whiffy shooting, to be frank, towards that B main from the alley. That cost DRX 2 players and probably cost them the round. You know, they have them kind of out in the open, dead to rights, but they just can't get the sprays under control. That cost DRX a bit, so Talon actually going to be taking a timeout themselves. I think Frost kind of recognizing that that round could have gone very, very different.
Yeah, 100% agree. Oh, man. It's just, there's such a big difference in Ascent once you put into play both the Operator and the Odin. This threat, the multitude of extra angles you can work with, right, to threaten anything.
But it's weird, it hasn't really worked for DRX so far. It seems like Talon's doing a really good job of getting around it for the most part. Like, they've got these great executes, they're able to react really well to stuff. Like, you can see that individually the mechanics are really good for Talon so far this year.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, as I mentioned, like, it's just falling into place. It feels like Governor on that first map, there were some rounds where he was just forcing everything by himself. Now on Ascent, he has all of this support system right beside him. So his success rate with his aggressive stance, or with his aggressive posture, has been a whole lot more felt here by DRX.
Certainly. A lot of ultimates for DRX. Let's see if they want to invest them. Quick dash and quick kill.
Yeah, there you go. Support system for Governor once again. Buzz trying to bring back a weapon for his teammate there. It's him and Mako at the back of the site. Guardian and Outlaw in hand. But no follow through from Talon. They cut noise.
I think just a little bit too much contact for their liking there. Rather look for the less stacked side of the map. And again, great play calling from Lenny. Doing a really nice job here as a young, new IGL leading this Talon squad to really smart rounds. Oh, Buzz.
Still too good. Guardian's just something out there. Governor making sure that he can clear all of these spots, whether it's the Killjoy utility or stacks tucked in on logs. Gonna be pretty good for them. Governor. Now, yeah, he's just gonna back away. He doesn't want to be in that space where he's alone. Always wants that support system, as I was mentioning, excuse me. And lo and behold here, Paper, they even use the lockdown for all of that safety, even though this isn't the strongest buy for DRX.
Yeah, a moral victory here for DRX to get that lockdown forced out because there was enough pressure. Can't find the kill. Governor with 4 on that round. SRI, really good stuff from them. Great decision making. Yeah, you use the lockdown, but I think better safe than sorry, and you might as well cycle it.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe you get lucky and Jip Boys pops off again and you get another one.
He has done that as well, right? We've seen the highlights.
Exactly.
That being said, I just noticed DRX sitting pretty on top of 4 big ults.
Repel them. This has to be it, right? Like, you got to use them this round, or at least a couple of them. Make sure you get this round. Like, you would love to get this to 6-6. And there's no reason not to here if you can. But it's just been a great map here for Talon. They're showing a ton of different looks. They're all over the map. They're making it really hard to read them. And again, good gunplay. That's a great start for Buzz.
They were kind of expecting somebody was pushed up on B main. Well, joke's on them.
It feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Not again.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's satisfying for us as viewers, right? But not too satisfying for Talon there if they overdid it.
Well, you're trying to bait it out to see if it's still there, right? Like, you're looking for it. And Governor's got an op of his own, so DRX fully aware of it, playing in positions where he can't really get good use of it. But this mid has been completely left unaccounted for. All of the KJ utility is right outside A main, so this is tricky.
You talk about it too, so they switched the weapons into Governor's hands now. The rifle. Now they know that the operator is here on B. Bond finds Stacks somewhere outside of the map here, or outside of the B site. This leaves Foxy9 and Buzz by their lonesome. The tags can't shoot through the wall. 14 seconds, they have to fight this, and Mako somehow finds access to the back of the site, probably through. It's from the shadows. DRX securely taking B. And Bond, I mean, he could make this expensive. He might not win the round, but he can take away some guns off of the hands of DRX.
That is some crazy good shooting today from Van. Like, really, really accurate stuff that he's displayed with that Vandal. Just thoroughly impressed with TLN Esports. Yeah, they lose that round, but they make it costly every time for DRX. Very rarely here on Ascent has it looked clean. It has been tooth and nail. TLN will fight for every inch, and they react really well to stuff, like getting all that info onto the site after Buzz is running away. It's a good play here by Foxy9, using the KJ utility to buy some time as well. So really good back and forths with the utility usage. Buzz getting some really, really pivotal op kills. That's huge for DRX.
We're not even done with the first half.
No.
Deploying drone.
It feels like it's just been going on and on forever. So many different rounds. Feels yeah.
This is how it feels to play an EMEA, man.
Really?
Long matches.
Buzz? They just barely get out of their positioning. Is Governor gonna swing this? I think he just saw a little bit of skin there. Oh, another one too! He's about to swing this. He's so prepared. Governor's down, and Buzz! He doesn't miss. He's confident.
Oh my.
And he's not done. Another one too. Another one. He's peeking for another one. And another one. Not yet. Hold on. Okay. Has to use the dash away. But the damage is done. I mean, even though, again, they do get that short control, it's not going to be enough. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it.
He knew.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just going to go.
Yeah, we have so much. I can keep doing stuff like this.
He's got a Blade Storm too, so. I mean, he knew that the economy was fine. Like, there's no reason.
Wow.
Yeah, this is really encouraging if you're a DRX fan, because the only knock on Buzz really is that sometimes his opping isn't great.
Yeah.
And like, this is, again, he's been improving in my eyes throughout the last year. It's been getting steadier and steadier, better and better. Today's looking good. Now you got all these ults to work with for DRX. Could be that 6-6 that they were looking for 3 rounds ago.
Buzz turning into the complete package. And don't forget, DRX, it's not just one player. The entire team is just stacked right now. Mako finding Governor as he just was floating in midair.
Now the pings are coming down here for TLN to head towards B, and the KJ utility is set up for that dash around that corner. Buzz, or excuse me, Stacks just has a moment too early with that drone. Now, Flashback is trying to push up the timing here.
He might actually get it too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gets to. That's gonna allow Stacks to rip one out with the Hunter's Fury. Only gets the one charge in, but that's more than enough. Leaving Jit Boys in a very decrepit position, and Stacks finds it. And that's gonna be our first half done, 6-6.
Yeah, nice bounce back for DRX. I mean, what a half for both teams. Again, I really like what I'm seeing from TLN. They are giving DRX everything they can handle. You have to be impressed with this TLN squad. A lot of question marks about them this year. Again, other than a couple players, a lot of new faces. We knew them from other teams, but how is it all going to fit together? How is the communication going to work? Who the heck was going to be IGLing? Because you have a lot of players on this team who've done it before. So I have to imagine the side calling great as well. But the thing that's most impressive to me is straight up the firepower. Like, they are really dialed in. Like, credit to Coach Frost. Like, he's got them looking sharp.
and it's matching up pretty well in this series. Ooh, I don't even know how this is gonna transition into that second half. All slate bare.
I mean, I'm thrilled. This has been a great couple maps. Split was good.
Yeah.
This is also very, very good. And not just in terms of like, it's exciting, woo, shooting guns good, yay.
Yeah.
Of course, that's awesome. But like the mental games, like Talon does a great job, like moving around the map, reading the situations.
Yeah.
And then there were some good adjustments towards the end by DRX. So
Yeah, and they are making plays that is set to punish certain situations. It's just that DRX aren't in those situations, and it kind of blows up in the face of Talon from time to time. Yeah.
They kind of go for some hard reads that just aren't quite there.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, they're geniuses, but if not, like, it turns pretty sour pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, and it's a little bit tougher now to get hard reads on DRX. It used to be kind of easy. They were kind of a known quantity. But now with the new players and stuff, you can see there's different flavors here to DRX. They're not quite, in my opinion, that same team. And going for a view of what was in mid, and lacking was any information there for DRX other than the lack of information itself.
Yeah. No push out from Talon on B main. Turret was just recalled there by flashback. Here's the setup. DRX, they've done this countless times already on A. It's a clean take. No one was there for any kind of contact whatsoever. So Talon, they're just going to use this time to clear all the extra angles, right? Is anybody holding on mid, lurking? Nope. So it's probably just going to be sight and A main. We've cleared them as much as we can. So here we go. Let's just retake it. Flashback, great shot onto Governor. That's going to be banned. Getting the quick trade-off. And here comes the waterfall.
Oh!
Pouring outside. Oh, what? Right on top of him, and Lenny. It's the Goomba stomp on top of Foxy9. You love to see it. A pretty swift take from Talon.
Just what a flood retake there. Just everybody hitting their shots on the way in on Talon. I mean, it's exactly what you need. I mean, they identify the player in the corner, and then it's just clean stuff. Ban and company, everybody covering different angles. That's how you want to draw it up. You want everybody covering a different, point of interest, and that's beautiful stuff. I mean, DRX tried to react to it, but they were pretty spread out. That door was kind of the weak point in that defense in terms of number of people watching it that could watch it quickly.
Yeah.
And it was a great exploit by Talon.
The bomb shot's just not working through the smoke. If it did, yeah, amazing. Ooh. 4 detected. Hello.
That's some info.
Nice to see you.
Oh my god, they still get 1 out of that.
I love the long-range stinger from Cruz on Heaven.
Beautiful stuff.
Flashback. Oh! Lenny's could actually be in trouble here. Thankfully enough, able to just nick the kill just before. Stack and Buzz. Force back. Shock Dart. Could have been it for that round, but able to just at least back away. Repositions quickly, and Talon. Second half at least starts favorably for them.
It's a great round. You gotta love it. And woof, the operator already. They saved, they cut funds. If you notice that the guns weren't exactly as good as you normally expect. Stingers, right?
Yeah.
That's to cut funds for this early operator to really try to snowball this half out of control. DRX, I think, probably wise enough that they'll know this is a possibility. Now, will it matter? Yeah. You can know the op's coming and it still doesn't. You can still lose to it. But
at least,
they probably heard it.
We're both in agreement. Both Governor and Buzz, 2 heavily impactful op players. So
for sure,
yeah,
100%. I think Governor in particular has these kind of raw mechanics that are so good. Like if he can continue to harness that energy that he's got, he's gonna be nuts.
And it's pretty malleable too, right? He's not just running it down and hoping that he can outmaneuver DRX, because up against a team like this, that is pretty much a non-starter.
Right.
Yeah.
Take flight.
Stax is gonna find Lenny. Hi, Lenny. Bye, Lenny. Lenny just checks out of that one. Look at this setup though. Turret Nano Storm's on the left.
Governor.
That flash was really good. Oh, Foxy9!
Okay, Cruz actually pockets himself in the same position as Governor, so maybe he's got a chance to make something happen here.
30 seconds left.
That is not true. Not true at all.
Spike planted.
I got flashed. He couldn't let an earlier op shot out and reposition. Leaves Lenny by himself. Spots out Stacks. That's going to be that. What a round from DRX.
And a flawless to boot. And now you take that third round operator away. Yeah, Talon is enough for some rifles.
Wow.
Phenomenal Fox.
Dude, you know, alongside Flashback, just insane.
Well, the aim has never been the issue for Foxy. Never, ever, ever.
Yeah. I remember that on his debut, too.
Oh, he was bananas. Some of the op shots he pulled off were...
Yeah. Just out there.
That stuff. It's the stuff I, like, dream of.
You wish you could do.
Yeah. Never in a million years.
Did they pocket a smoke for Governor so he doesn't get tagged by the recon dart? I think they did.
Looks like it.
Yeah. He's on an op again, though.
Yeah, I'm impressed. They cut funds again from Cruz. I mean, Cruz here, you know, happy to kind of, you know, I think the idea is like, right, hopefully you can get a pick somewhere and then, you know, upgrade the gun. And, you know, Cruz is gonna be just barely getting out of there in time as Buzz.
If he gets tagged by this drone, he could be in trouble.
Trouble.
Oh boy! Had to use a lot to get out of there too. What was that?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Cloudburst updraft. No more escape mobility here for Governor, so he's got to pick his battle. Stay anchor on the position and hold it with an operator. Hopefully he hits something, because this is the second time in a row that they bought a sniper, and it's getting expensive.
Here. My question is, does DRX remember that those nanos are there, right around that corner?
Ouch. Back to the side. Still not working. Look at this execution from DRX. There is nothing Talon can do to even spot anybody. The smokes are just too good. A tag is not going to be enough to pop shots, as we do see Mako just jumping out of harm's way. Flashback pocketed himself here on window. And he is just going to town, going to work. Picks up the beautiful hat trick. And DRX equalizes.
I mean, that's just so well drawn up here by DRX. Like, before it was a deep flash, right, to clear those players up on A Heaven. This time it's just smokes to cut off the angles. That's all it takes. And then Talon has no idea how deep or where DRX players are. And then Flashback just sets himself up, just waiting patiently by that window for the right moment to strike. Huge. What a play there from DRX. What a call.
I really love that smoke. The one just in the middle of Dice as well as Generator.
Yes.
From Heaven as well as Hell, you don't see anything.
Can't see anything that's going on the other side of the site.
Yeah. Give you so much access for the attackers, so many options. I thought that was a smoke from Talon too. It's like, is that a new defensive smoke? No, it's actually DRX.
Like, I feel like I've totally seen Omen players like throw just a smoke down on the site in that same spot just to play around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the way that DRX found that angle for that smoke is so gorgeous.
It's the same thing with like the Heaven smoke on, or the Graffiti smoke on Haven. A side, right?
Oh, yeah.
Same thought process.
Exactly.
Anyways, quick little push here from Buzz. Saves himself a little bit. And there is a play here where Talon wants to disrupt the push, but DRX, they're ready for it. They embrace it, they engulf it, and they win it.
Now, there are a few rounds earlier in the previous half where DRX looked a little bit off mechanically. That ain't the case anymore. This is getting pretty clean now. Talon has to dip back into the operator pool. You do have a Blade Storm as well and a few other ultimates to back it up. Buzz continues to be just an entry specialist. You have the Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm for Buzz, no command for Foxy9. Potentially could put that to great effect if you could catch either one of those big ults from Talon with it while they're trying to use it. You can get deep enough and execute, but Governor's way out here.
Third time's the charm.
Oh boy.
Oh boy indeed.
Whew.
He's looking for at least another fight to work in his favor. And he's really forcing this. Again, this is another maneuver from Governor. Well, I guess it's the threat more than the impact.
It does give you a little, like, kind of breathing room, but it's so risky. Like, if DRX has one player at top mid there sooner, like who had been hanging out up there, if they were expecting that push out,
yeah,
then he's dead, most likely.
100%.
Get out of my
But
way.
seems like Talon is playing on that mindset, right? Buzz sweeping the back of that B site. Not going to be finding anybody. We do have at least Ban holding the angle here. There's no smoke at the back of the site. Flashback is here on mid. They haven't cleared him out, and he is just ripping them apart. You saw 3K a while ago. He might go for a fourth. Unfortunately, Governor stabs him in the back. Numbers favoring DRX here. 3 versus 2. Blades aplenty for Governor, but he has to start clearing these corners. B main is occupied. Buzz here to react just in case Mako falls down. Damage already done, and Buzz hyperactive. It's all down to Ban. That spike is ticking very close to down. And I mean, wow, he's just gonna have to save this.
I'm so thoroughly impressed with Flashback and his game sense of where to find these openings in the formations of Talon. Like, he's able to sneak underneath their noses and punish. And that was Hunter's Fury that got taken out there too. Like, that could have been a huge part of that retake. You know, that Sova's still there, that you could maybe clear out Boathouse with it or something like that. Instead, it's just not even available. And not only on top of that, you get 3 kills to boot and basically end the round. I mean, just unbelievable the impact that this kid has. And look at the score lines for Buzz, Foxy9, and Flashback. I mean, just having unbelievable maps. I mean, Mako's just vibing, dude.
Yeah.
He's only died 8 times. He's got 12 assists. It's like, all right, you guys go for it. I'm doing good.
Area.
Yeah. Keep it up.
I'll just throw the smokes. Paranoia from time to time if you want me to.
This is usually the way I play Valorant.
Ooh, chill. But when you're Flashback, kills like this, it's pretty much available for you 24/7.
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
Yeah, they are hard-pressed to make plays happen here. Jet Boys, somewhere on tree, going short. He finds one. He gets double swung. Buzz, teammate, able to find that access onto the A side. Cruz by himself from the shadows available.
Spike planted.
I mean, I wouldn't mind trying to see him clutch this, but when you're up against the big 3, the staple players.
Oh, I like that. The big 3. I like that. I'm stealing that.
Here.
Go for it. By all means, please.
I'll make sure to give you the credit on the copyrights.
Oh, I am not the originator of the term Big 3, by the way.
I know.
It just come into play.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure someone on chat is going to say, but wasn't that like LeBron back in when he was in
Yeah. Or like the Bulls, like the second three-peat.
Oh,
Rodman,
yeah.
and Jordan. Yeah.
Ooh, he does find Buzz though. But I mean,
okay, so here's something that continues to impress me even to this day, after casting DRX since literally day 1 of First Strike.
Yeah.
Back when they were Vision Strikers, of course, but is the coordination and the way that they play off each other. As long as their mental stays there, they play off each other so well. Like that double swing thing, like simple things like that look obvious on screen, but are really hard to do in practice. Like, go into your ranked games and try to do that. Your teammates are, it's tough to do that, even with like the best of intentioned teammates.
And how they're able to mold, both Foxy9 and Flashback into players that can do that. The aim is already there, right? You just have to bring that DRX philosophy to these two. I think that was what you were mentioning as well with Foxy9. It wasn't really the aim that was problematic with him. It was him just not really gelling with DRX on his debut matches.
Exactly.
Oh my god, Lenny. He's just right in front of them. There's the Nanoswarm to assist. Jet Boys getting hounded down by Buzz. But Jet Boys, okay, he perseveres, counteracts. Cruz coming into the back to assist his teammates supposedly with the from the shadows, but it does absolutely nothing. There was a bit of a spark there, but it's all been doused as Foxy9, Stax, and Mako now claim the back of the site here. Bon and Governor. That was a little bit weird. That'll force it back. Mako's not even just spotted at all. Governor's looking in the wrong direction, and DRX. Is this going to be it? Are they going to qualify going into playoffs?
They starting to really feel it now. I mean, great decision making, a great spot there by Stax to give Buzz that easy kill. Good shooting here, and it is a bit of a gun difference in this round. I mean, Jip Boys, who knows? You know, he gets those 2 kills, and if there's rifles in Boathouse or something like that, could have been a little bit of a different result, but I mean, that is the way it is. 6 rounds in a row now for DRX, looking to close this out, looking to send themselves to playoffs, and Talon having to go for another rematch with Team Secret, potentially.
I would love to see that, though.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, the Team Secret that we saw today up against the Talon that we saw still today and yesterday.
Yeah, because Talon still looks really good today, by the way.
Absolutely. It's just DRX is...
DRX is DRX, guys.
On a whole other level.
I mean, look, I've been here for a long time. Many have tried, few have succeeded.
Ooh, that went past Lenny. He didn't even see Buzz. Cruz is there to trade, good enough, but Bon, oh, yeah. They are coming into the crosshairs of the full force of DRX.
I heard Stax with a yell and nice after that entry. Unbelievable.
Dude is hyped.
Last player standing.
All right.
Spike planted.
Jet Boys. Ooh. That is a very far ultimate. Yeah, he knew it was going to get broken down. And already, I'm looking at DRX. They're standing up and already celebrating with a very commanding, very decisive win over Talon.
Yeah, I think this was a great performance for a lot of the players on this team in different ways. You've got to be happy with Flashback as usual. I thought Stax called a much better game today. I thought the coordination was nearly flawless at times for them. There's some shaky moments. Buzz is Buzz, dude.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? But Foxy9, his Viper needs a little bit of work on split, but man, this KO is really strong. Saw some really good flashes that were really impactful. He did a great job with his gunning. He seems a lot more comfortable on that map and on that agent. And, you know, Mako's Mako, but he can just chill, dude. He, you know, when the other 3 players are popping off like that.
That just means there's so many backup plans that you can, you know, always look for DRX. And speaking of flashes, Flashback, wow.
He's crazy.
Yeah. What an insane player.
It's truly seeming like the hype around him that DRX has been talking this offseason is starting to be realized. I mean, I'm not going to go all the way yet, but my eyebrows are raised for sure.
Yeah. He surely has everybody respecting him.
If I'm Morpheus, man, I'm like, all right, let's give this kid a chance, maybe.
He's starting to believe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to like put him in the program and see if he can jump from one building to another, you know?
Yeah. I know, DRX foo. The ancient art of playing as the best Korean team.
He does. He clearly does so far.
Yeah, he slots well with DRX, and with the time that he's got, you know what? We'll take it from the words of DRX themselves. We're just passing it on to our interviewer. Please take it away.
VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff's 4th day last match's win goes to DRX. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
VCT 퍼시픽 킥오프 이제 4번째 날의 마지막 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 정말 자랑스러운 마음도 들고 저도 같이 기쁜데요. 이제 또 플레이오프에 진출하게 되는데 2대 0으로 2번이나 이기게 됐습니다. 어떤 기분이실지 일단 여쭤볼게요. I mean, now you're going to the playoffs, 2-0 win, 2 times. How does this feel?
저는 이제 당연히 저희가 올라올 거라 생각했었고 이제 제가 개인적으로 생각하기에는 다른 팀보다 준비한 게 좀 있고 그리고 연습한 기간이 있다 보니까 준비된 거에서 나온 자신감이 이제 가장 크지 않았나. 그리고 뭐 플레이오프 올라간 거 뭐 당연한 거라 생각하고 있어서 기쁘긴 하네요. 근데 감사합니다.
I actually expected the result because we worked, tried. Our efforts were like huge compared to other teams. I think we did the most practices and scrims. So thank you everyone for encouraging us for the win. And for the next question, you have flashback, newly joined the team, so you're not the freshman anymore, not the youngest anymore. So how are you helping boosting the team energy? 이제 혁신아이 선수가 막내에서 벗어났어요. 이제 플래시픽 선수 영입을 하면서 어떻게 더 팀워크를 이렇게 띄워주고 계신지, 어떤 좀 역할이 바뀌었을지 궁금한데요.
플래시백이 들어와가지고 제가 이제 막내 라인에서 벗어나가지고 너무 기분이 좋은데, 근데 솔직히 말해서 지금 형들이 저 대하는 거 보면 제가 아직도 막내인 느낌이 들어와가지고 이제 플래시백 저보다 나이 한 살 어린이조차 이제 저를 좀 많이 놀리기 때문에 살짝 좀 그렇거든요. 근데 그래도 이제 한 살 어린 민혁이 들어와가지고 뭔가 이제 좀 나도 듬직한 형이 되려고 좀 이제 책임감 있게 게임하는 것 같습니다.
Having the new rookie in our team, I'm trying to feel more responsible for the team, but our teammates are still seeing me as the youngest one, so I hope I can get this role off. And I am also taking care of Flashback too because he's 1 year younger than me. 또 다음으로 이제 작년과 비교했을 때는 타격대를 주로 하셨는데 이제 좀 에이전트 롤이 조금 더 다양해지고 있다, 유연해지고 있다고 볼 수가 있나요? 또 어떻게 그걸 적응하고 계신지 궁금합니다. So compared to last year, you were duelist, but now your agent pool is quite wider than we expected. So are you adapting to the new agent role and how's it going?
저는 이제 이번에 작년에는 타격대만 했었고 이제 이번 연도에는 좀 여러 가지 챔프들을 보여주고 있는데, 근데 작년에는 좀 저의 장점이랑 단점이 좀 많이 보이면서 뭔가 단점이 좀 많이 나왔었거든요. 그래가지고 이제 그거를 다른 캐릭터로 메꿀 수 있지 않을까라는 생각으로 다른 에이전트를 플레이하면서 연습을 했었고, 전 당당하게 말하면 저는 모든 챔피언 이제 연막 그리고 감시장, 엔트리, 척후대는 잘 모르겠지만 척후대도 그러니까 모든 역할 다 다룰 수 있습니다.
자신감이 넘치는데요? 좋습니다. Actually, I only played duelist last year, but now I'm playing all roles, being super flexible, and I'm actually confident that I can do every roles perfectly. So I will show and prove it to the fans. 네, 지금까지 Foxy9 선수 만나봤습니다. This was Foxy9 of DRX. 그리고 저희 이벤트가 하나 남은 거 아시죠? 짜잔.
와우.
Wow.
윙맨.
Yes, the wingman.
윙맨.
Wow, the fans are going crazy now. You have to leave your signature on the doll right next to the marker. We have a marker. 원하는 거 어디에 크게 사인을 남겨주시면 좋습니다. 네, 여기. 네, 좋습니다. Leaving his signature on the doll, and fans are shouting for it. 앞으로 원하는 구역으로 가셔서 팬분께 살짝 콩 던져주세요. 살짝. Oh my God, what a noise. Yes, he's going to the back. Okay. Where should he throw the lucky doll? To the back. Woo! 네, 잘 던져주셨습니다. 스타일 선수 인터뷰 감사했습니다. 다음 경기도 파이팅하세요. Thank you. This was Foxy9 and the end of the match for day 4. We are coming tomorrow again, starting with Gen G and RRQ. So be sure to join us. So bye bye and back to the desk.
Oh, look at that. Foxy9 roaring up the crowd. But how could he not? How could he not have that energy, especially after that win versus TLN?
Yeah, I mean, especially given his performance. He was so clean the whole way throughout. I mean, I don't know that we've really had a performance from Foxy like that since kind of his debut when he got that ace on Ascent. You know, that was the same kind of energy we were seeing from him here today, except he's playing very different agents.
Yeah, and we have to remember, sure, everyone still hyped him up mechanically, but he had to go through a full year of people kind of doubting, is there something that we're missing? Maybe he's just not as good. Maybe he's not as special. Maybe it's only the operator. There were all these question marks, and then he didn't have the chance to go to those international stages. He had to go through that, and now he's just eager to prove himself. I mean, you saw how long along those answers where he just wants to let everyone know, like, you gotta shake off the doubts because I'm here to prove that I'm a great Valorant player, not just a great Jet.
He spent a whole year waiting for this moment, and now he finally gets it. And we're only at the beginning because this is Kickoff. We're seeing a lot of players, and of course, how can we not mention Flashback? Oh, how many times did we scream just because of those triple kills that he got in succession too?
Yeah, I mean, those last few rounds were just all Flashback all the time. The guy was just absolutely incredible. Back-to-back 3Ks to really just seal the deal, put that final nail in the coffin for Talon.
I mean, in some ways, really securing those rounds to make sure that they keep the lead, right? Because it was pretty neck and neck. I mean, the first half ends, you know, with the 6 rounds as well on the side of Talon. Talon continuing to get the pistol in the second half. This really could have gone either way because on the other side, you had members like Ban once again really putting up some crispy shots. Governor still trying to do his best. Lenny holding it down now that Silva was much more comfortable on Ascent. So Flashback proving this amongst different opponents on different maps, I think is a very good sign for DRX.
Yeah, and I think this is why we were so excited for this match, right? Because it was so amazing to see all of this great IGLs, great shot calling, right, all around. But it just seemed like on the side of Talon, you know, once they got good entries, but once they saw DRX looking at them, the plan B or any kind of, like, you know, security would fall through, and they couldn't exactly react fast enough.
No, they couldn't. And I mean, this time around, it's a very different story compared to what we saw in map 1 of Split. There, it was Talon who were finding a lot of those opening kills. This time, though, DRX coming out dominant. I mean, 14 first kills on the team here with those 13 rounds won. This was just such a strong showing overall from the squad. And this is why I was scratching my head a bit when we had the coach's interview and Frost was saying, you know, I think that we really won this map draft for ourselves. Because, again, no matter how comfortable you might feel on Ascent, DRX is likely going to be way more cozy.
Yeah, I mean, just the depth of it, right? That's what we touched upon before the game on how deep does Talon's playbook go, because the plays they do show looked good. Once again, even here on Ascent, and Jin Boys still fragging out. I mean, really helped carry some of that momentum in the first half, but lost a lot of steam because the likes of Buzz, 7 first kills, 21 total kills, 294 ACS. It's just great to see Buzz now be free to focus on entering, opening up the site, being explosive for DRX, because they needed that. I mean, they just didn't have that kind of spear point power to break through a map.
Yeah, and you're seeing just, you know, Buzz being unlocked like that, Flashback coming into the role, looking so clean, Foxy9 stepping up, and it's Mako and Stacks who are the ones who actually get to sit back and chill now. They're like, okay, you know what? We've paid our dues. We are just going to relax, sip some lemonade while the kids go out and they kill. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing.
Yeah, they're now the older guys sitting on the porch watching their teammates go out and frag out. But that means DRX moves on to Phase 3. And I know a lot of people have been kind of speculating what's going to happen in Phase 3 in the playoffs, but we have to remind you all that there will be a draw for the matchups in the semifinals as well. So after the play-ins, that will happen, and then it will make sure that you don't get a rematch from the groups. So we still don't know exactly what the matchups are in terms of who makes it finally to Madrid.
And of course, we do have our matches tomorrow, which will determine who will definitely be locking in those remaining slots for playoffs, right? We will have the match that is written in the stars. We have Genji and RRQ
inescapable
once again. And we do have another matchup that has a lot of history, right? We have Talon versus Team Secret once more. And we have Zeta and Global Esports. Any final thoughts from you, gentlemen?
I mean, all rematches. I think this is going to be a very tight few series.
Yeah, all rematches and all heartbreak. There's not going to be a single side from this that is walking away happy. There is going to be disappointment for sure from some fan bases.
Well, we are going to see whose hearts are going to be breaking and whose hearts are going to be soaring tomorrow. So we hope to see you back here in the same virtual place and same virtual time. Well, a little bit earlier tomorrow since we do have 3 matches coming up, but we expect to see you there. For now, good night, Pacific.
Nothing mentioned, nothing spoken. Never down.